Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. Kaushal this side and I hope you guys are doing well. Today we'll be taking you through the Jquery full course. In this video tutorial, we'll cover everything you need to know and understand about Jquery and Jquery Ui. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on programming videos. So if you are a programmer and want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. So without any further delay, let's get started. Let's go through the agenda for this full course tutorial. We'll start this video with an introduction to Jquery. We'll then move on and cover topics like Jquery Selectors, events and effects, callback functions in Jquery, and how Jquery is used to manipulate document object model. Following that, we'll also go through a brief introduction to Jquery Ui. We'll then cover certain topics like widgets and interactions in Jquery. We'll also see how Jquery is used for theme customization. At the end of this full course tutorial, we'll create some Jquery projects like creating a calculator app, a to-do list, and a fully functional website using HTML, CSS, and Jquery. Let's start this video with what is Jquery. Introduced in the year 2006, when John Regex, a web developer, became frustrated with the issue of cross-browser JavaScript. He found it so complicated that he decided to develop the JavaScript library of his own to overcome this problem. That same library is known as Jquery today. So Jquery is an open source, fast, tiny, and rich feature library that makes it easy to interact with HTML documents, and it allows its users to manipulate and traverse DOM, handle events, animations, and AJAX in much simpler ways with an easy to use API that works in almost all modern browsers. In a nutshell, Jquery revolutionized the way of using JavaScript to interact with HTML documents. So let's move ahead and see how we can include JavaScript in a HTML file. So here we are in the HTML file. We have created an entirely new folder for this. We'll save all the Jquery related files in this particular folders. We have two more folders here. One is for the images we'll be using in further videos, and the other one is to save the Jquery library file, and we have a HTML and JavaScript files over here. Fine. Now there are two different ways of including Jquery in a HTML file. We can either use a CDN for that or download the Jquery file and save it somewhere in a system, and then we can use it later. So the former way needs an active internet connection, and for the latter one, the internet connection does not matter. So let's download the Jquery file and then we'll see how to use Jquery. Fine. We'll move to the Jquery website. So go to Google and write jquery.com. This will take you to this particular website. This is the Jquery website we have. You can see over here the size of this Jquery file is just 30 kilobytes. Really small, right? To download Jquery, click on this download Jquery button over here. The current ongoing version is version 3.6.0. and the previous two versions, which are 1.x and 2.x, no longer receives update patches. So if you are in 2021, then it's not worth using those versions. Click on the button and it will redirect us to a new page. Fine. So click on the download Jquery button. So here you can see we have different Jquery versions. So you can download the compressed version, the uncompressed development version, the map file, or you can also download the slim build. So what happens in slim build is it excludes the AJAX and effect modules. For now, what we are going to do is we are going to click on this download the uncompressed developmental Jquery version 3.6.0, and you can see we have some code written over here. The code looks a bit familiar, right? It's written in JavaScript only. There are more than 10,000 lines of code. So this is basically a library with code written for events, animations, and many more things. Now press Ctrl+S and save the file in your system. We'll keep it inside the Jquery folder and change the name. We'll keep it inside the Jquery folder. We'll go to desktop. Here's a Jquery file. We'll keep it inside this Jquery folder and we'll change the name to Jquery only. We'll remove the version name from here. Save it. So the file is downloaded and you can check it by going through the folder in your system. The file is saved. So let's move back to the VS Code and try to use this file in a HTML document. To include this jQuery file in a HTML document, we have to follow the exact same steps that we follow with JavaScript files. Use the script tag and write type and src and we are good to go. So let's include it here. We'll include the jQuery file at the bottom after the body tag because we want the HTML file to be rendered first. So what we'll do is we'll write here after the body tag script src is equals to, so what we have to write here is we have to write here jQuery. We have the file present inside the jQuery named folder. We'll write here jQuery.js. So this is the path of a jQuery file. We'll write here type is equals to text / JavaScript and we'll close the script tag. We'll again do the same thing, but first let me close this for you. And now what we'll do is we'll include the JavaScript file as well. So we'll write here script and src is going to be jq.js. So this is the name of a JavaScript file. We'll write here type is equals to text / JavaScript. Fine. So we have included the jQuery file to a HTML document as well as the JavaScript file as well. Fine. We are done with setting up jQuery. Let's go through a small and exciting example of using jQuery now. We'll discuss the syntax in the upcoming videos. You don't have to worry about it. Just giving you an example of what jQuery is capable of doing. So if you guys remember from the previous videos wherein we used JavaScript for fade in and fade out animations, we were fading in and out an image on a button click, right? And we had to write 10 to 15 lines of code for those two tiny tasks. So what we'll do is we'll do the same thing with jQuery in just one line. Let's find out how. So first thing first, what we'll do is we'll add an image. So we'll add an image to a HTML file. So here what we'll do is after this h1 tag we'll write here img src is equals to images / jq.png. So this is the path of our image wherein we have saved our image already. We'll write here alt is equals to js and we'll use the id attribute. So let's say the id is img1 for this image. Next up we'll add a button as well. We'll write here button and we'll do the same thing. We'll write here on click. It will call a JavaScript function. So let's say the function name is func1 and we'll write here the button name. Fine. So let's say the button name is fade. Save it and here you can see we have an image over here. We can resize the image by using image height and image width property here, but let's leave it for now. And we have a fade button over here. You can see the fade button is not working. It's just a fake button for now. So we have been doing all this stuff for quite some time now, right? It's easy. The most straightforward task in HTML we can say. We need to define the function func1 now to make the image fade in and fade out on a button click. So what we'll do is we'll move to our JavaScript file and we'll write here function func1. So this is a function and then we have the body of this function. So that's simple. What we'll do is we'll write here dollar inside brackets. We'll access the id attribute. So we'll write here img1. Before that we'll write hash and after that we'll write here dot fade toggle and this is a function and we'll write a semicolon. So that's it guys, we are done with it. You guys might wonder about what we did here. So let me explain guys. So this $sign over here is called a selector and it is used to access an element from the HTML document. We'll discuss everything about it in the upcoming videos. So for now, Just think of it as the document.getElementById method we were using in JavaScript. It has the same functioning. Then we have a function named fadeToggle. This fadeToggle function is already defined in the jQuery file, which we saved earlier in our system. This function fades out the image if the image is there on the screen, and the good part is it also reverts the picture if we click on the button again. Isn't it interesting? We don't have to write lengthy code for such small tasks, so let's find out how it works. Save it, go to the browser and click on this fade button. See, the image is gone. Click on the fade button again and here it is. So guys, this is what jQuery can do in just one line. The setInterval method we were using previously also has an alternate here in jQuery. We have to write the time interval inside the fadeToggle function and that's it. What we have to do is we have to write here inside the fadeToggle function. So let's say we are writing here 3000 milliseconds. Save it and go to the browser. Here we are. Click on the fade button and see the magic. Easy and worth using, right? So I hope you guys understood all of this for now. Now, before we wrap up this video, let me show you guys the second way of including jQuery in a HTML file by using CDN. So we have to do the same thing again. So go to jquery.com again and click on the download button. Scroll down and you can see here it says using jQuery with CDN. A content distribution network or a CDN is a distributed network of proxy servers and their data centers. It provides high availability and performance by distributing the service related to end users, provided that the user has an active internet connection. So click on any of them from wherever you want to download. For example, we'll click on the cdnjs.cdn. So we'll click on this and it will take us to a new website. Copy the link from here with script tags. So if you click on here, it will say copy with script tag, right? So what we have to do is we have to copy the link from here with the script tags and go to the JavaScript file, place it in place of script tag here. Now what we'll do is we'll paste it here instead of this script tag. Now we have written over here src as cdnjs.cloudflare.com and this is the whole path, and then we have integrity, cross origin, referral policy and all. Fine, save it now. Go to your program and let's see if it's working or not. Click on the fade button, wait for 3 seconds and it's totally working, right? We are all aware of accessing an HTML element in JavaScript. We have 3 different methods for that. The getElementById, the getElementByClassName method, and the getElementsByTagName method. So these 3 methods we have been using for a long time. Apart from these 3 methods, we can also use query selectors for accessing CSS selectors, right? So let's do the same task using jQuery today. Now, selectors allow us to manipulate or access HTML elements as a group or single element in jQuery. The syntax for accessing any particular element is so simple that we don't have to remember all of it. Just go through it once and you might remember it for life. All we have to do is to use a $sign and pass the ID or class name with particular symbols to let the jQuery file know the type, and that's all. The question that arises here is how it is different from JavaScript. If we are doing the same thing in jQuery, then what is the real difference between these two? So guys, jQuery selectors are used to find or access HTML elements based on their name, ID, classes, types, attributes, values, and much more. In simple words, jQuery provides us the flexibility to access any element in different ways. jQuery selectors are based on CSS selectors and it contains some custom selectors as well. So let's start by going through the simple syntax and you guys will get an idea of what selectors are in jQuery. What we'll do is we'll create an HTML element with specific ID first and then we'll try to access that element. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body part and we'll write here div ID is equals to, let's say, div1. So we are creating a div tag. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write some paragraphs. So we'll use the p tag for that. So we'll write here p. Let's say we are writing here this is paragraph 1. Let's add another paragraph here. What we'll do is we'll again use the p tag and we'll write here, this is paragraph 2. Fine. So what we'll do next is we'll copy this whole div tag and we'll paste it again. Basically what we are doing is we are creating two div tags here. Fine. We'll write the ID as div2 and here we'll write this is paragraph 3 and this is paragraph 4, just for your convenience, guys. Now what we'll do is we'll create a button and we'll call a function on clicking that button. So the same part with JavaScript as well. What we'll do here is we'll write here button and here we'll write on click. So after this we'll write, let's say we are creating a function named func1. This button click will call this function and let's say the button name is click me. Fine. What we did here was simple. We have used 2 div tags and 4 paragraph tags over here. Now we'll make some styling changes here in both the div tags so that they'll look different from each other. We have already added the style sheet here. We have the link as style sheet and the href is style.css. So this is a CSS file. We'll make some styling changes to our div tags from here. So before that, let's save this program once and check the output. So here are our paragraphs. We have paragraph 1, 2, 3 and 4. So all of these paragraphs are present inside 2 different div tags. We are not able to see those div tags, but we have used them here. So what we'll do is we'll make some styling changes to make them look different. So you can see the click me button is not working as of now. Now what we'll do next is we'll go to style.css and we'll start styling those div tags. We'll write here hash div1. So we'll style div1 first. We'll write here margin as auto. Let's say text align at the center. Border we are going to add. We'll write here border as 3 pixels black and dotted. Fine. Next up we'll write here font size as 50 pixels, let's say, and the background color is going to be, let's say, cadet blue. Fine. Next up we'll write here height. So let's define the height of this div tag. We'll write here height as 300 pixels and width as 300 pixels. Fine. Now we have to write one more thing here. The position is going to be relative and save it. Here you can see we have a div tag over here. So you can see the font size is quite large. What we'll do is we'll reduce the font size here. Let's say the font size we are going to write here as 30 pixels. So now you can see it's working totally fine. We have 2 paragraphs inside a particular div tag. We have 2 paragraphs inside a container. What we'll do next is we'll copy this piece of code and we'll do the same thing for the second div tag. Right, we'll write here div2, save it, and here you can see we have 2 div tags over here. Now what we'll do is we'll change the color of this div tag. Fine. Let's say the color of this div tag is yellow. Save it, and here you can see we have 2 div tags over here. Right here margin top is 10 pixels. Fine, save it, and here you can see they are not touching each other now. Now we are done with styling our div tags according to our need. You can check it by going through the web page, and here you can see we have both our boxes present over here. So let's move on to the jQuery part now, and we'll try to make some changes in the styling of these div tags using jQuery selectors. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. First of all, we'll access both the div tags here. We'll try to make some changes in both the boxes using the element name. So we have to create a function named func1 here. So first of all, we'll do that. We'll write here function func1, and inside the body of this function, the next thing we have to do is to change the style of these div tags, right? So the jQuery syntax goes like this. We'll define the syntax first. So it goes like $, then we have the element name. So a $sign followed by an element name. Now the JavaScript alternative for this statement will be document dot get element by tag name, and then we'll write here the element name. Fine. So this is the alternative of this particular statement in JavaScript. You can check if it's right or not. So you can see here it's showing some error because we haven't written the original element name here. So it's totally fine. Now once we are done with this part, we have to mention here the action as well in the jQuery syntax. So the actions here may be predefined, or we can customize those functions as well. For now, we'll use the predefined actions. So let me tell you the syntax first. We'll write here action. So action is going to be a function which will perform certain tasks in the div tags. Fine. Now let's move on and write the actual code here. Now in this particular case, we are accessing the div tags here. So we want to make similar changes to both the div tags, right? What we can do is we'll write here $. Inside this, we'll write the element name inside double quotes, and after that we'll write the action name. So we'll write here .css, and inside CSS we'll write here background color, and after this we'll define the color here. So let's say the color is orange, let's say. So let's define them inside single inverted commas, and we are good to go. Now what we did here is we selected both the div tags. We have to put the element name inside the double quotes. Then we have the action as CSS that will allow us to make styling changes in the HTML elements. Then we have defined the style changes inside the brackets. Here what we are doing is we are changing the background color of both the div tags on the button click to orange. So let's save it. And what we'll do is we'll click on this click me button and see if it's working or not. So click on it and you can see the color is orange for both the div tags. You can see it again. We'll refresh this page, click on this click me button, and you can see the color is orange now. Fine. So this is how we can access all the elements from an HTML file using the element name only. It is an alternative to get element by tag name. Fine. Now let's suppose we want to make changes to a particular paragraph. Let's say paragraph 1 only. In JavaScript, we can do it with the help of document.getElementById method. In jQuery, we can also use the ID attribute to do so. So let's suppose we want to change the font style of paragraph 1 only. We want to change it to italic. So we'll do it with the help of jQuery. So what we have to do is we have to provide the paragraph tag and ID first. So we'll move to our HTML file. Here is the HTML file, and this is the paragraph 1. We'll use here ID as P1 for this paragraph. Save it now. And now what we'll do is we'll comment this piece of code and we'll write here again $. So we are using the ID attribute, so we have to use hash here. We'll write here p1.css is the action name, and inside this we'll write font style, and the font style is going to be italic. Fine. So we have to close this bracket over here, and we have to remove this bracket from here. Fine. The thing to notice here is we have to include the hash symbol before the ID attribute while accessing any particular ID. Save it, go to the browser and click on the button over here, and you can see the font style of the paragraph is changed to italic now. See, the same thing we can do with getElementById method as well. It's straightforward, right? Now, the question is, what if we have two elements with the same ID and we want to change the style of both the elements? In jQuery, it doesn't work in that way. So what we'll do here is we'll move to a HTML file and we'll give this paragraph 3 the same ID. So what we'll do is we'll write here ID as P1, save it now, and let's see if the font style for paragraph 3 changes or not on the button click. So on clicking the button over here, you can see the style does not change. It means that jQuery needs the ID to be unique for each element. Fine. So the other alternative to do so is to use the class attribute in place of ID attribute. We'll do the same thing. Instead of using ID as P1, what we'll do is we'll write here class. So let's say the class name is para for paragraph 1, and for paragraph 3 we'll use the same class name. We'll write here para. Now let's try to access both the elements using Jquery Selectors. So we'll move to a JavaScript file again and we'll comment this statement, and over here what we'll do is we'll write here dollar element name. So we have to write here the class name with the dot symbol. Then we'll write here dot css, and we'll write here font style as italic. Fine. Now save it, click on the button over here, and you'll be able to witness the change in the web page. So you can see it's not working. We have done something wrong here. So let's check it out once. We haven't saved the HTML file, I guess. So we'll save the HTML file. We'll save the JavaScript file, and we'll click on this click me button. You can see the change in the web page now. Now you can see how we are able to make changes in both the paragraphs at the same time. So this is how we can use Jquery Selector. So what we'll do now is we'll add another box here with different content. Like let's say we are adding a list of items or something. So for that we'll go to a HTML file and we'll write here. After this div tag, we'll create another div tag. So inside this particular div tag, what we are going to do is we are going to provide the ID as, let's say, div3 to this particular div tag. Fine. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll use the unordered list, and then we'll use list element. Fine. So here what we'll do is we'll write item 1, and we'll copy this piece of code and paste it again for 5 times. So let's change the item name to item 2, 3, 4 and 5. Save it, and you can see here we have a list of items on our web page. So let's style this div tag as well to look almost the same as the other two containers. So what we'll do is we'll move to our CSS file, we'll copy this piece of code for div1, and we are going to paste it here. Fine. So what we are doing is we are basically using the same code. We are styling the element the same way we did for previous two div tags. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have 3 boxes over here. We have 3 containers over here. The first 2 containers contain 4 paragraphs, and the last container contains a list of items. Now we are done with both HTML and CSS parts. So let's move on to the jQuery part now. Now let's suppose we want to make changes in the first 2 containers only, or in any 2 containers. Let's say we want to change the background color of the first container and the third container to green. And we have used the same class for the first and second container. Let's do one thing. We'll move to a HTML file, and you can see over here we have the first div tag with class as div with 2 v's, and then we have another div tag with the same class. So the third one does not have any class for that, right? So in that case, we can't use the element name to do so, because if we use the element name for making changes, then those changes will be visible in all the 3 containers. We can use the class name, but we have used the same class for div1 and div2, so it's impossible. What we can do here is we can use the ID attribute, because we have unique IDs for both the div tags for div1 and div3. Now jQuery allows us to make the same changes in one or more elements using the ID attribute only. So the task is simple. What we have to do is we have to go to a JavaScript file, or jQuery file we can say. We'll comment this statement for now, and we'll write here $, and inside brackets we'll pass the ID attribute. So we'll write here div1, div2, and we have to put here the hash symbol because it represents the ID of any element. So we'll write here .css, and inside this we'll write background color, and the background color is going to be green. Fine. That's it, guys. What we have to do is we have to separate the IDs with a comma, and we can make changes to several elements at the same time. Save it and click on the button over the browser. So what we'll do is we'll reduce the size a little bit so that both the containers are visible. So you can see the first and the third containers have same colors over here. So let me first change the color of the third container. We'll go here and we'll change the color to, let's say, gray. Fine, save it. And you can see all these 3 containers has different colors. So what we'll do is we'll save this piece of code and we'll click on this click me button. And you can see the containers with ID 1 and ID 2, the color is changed to green. So what if we want to do the same thing for the third container and the first container? So if we write here div3 instead of div2, save it now, click on the button, and you can see the color is changing for both the containers. So it's working totally fine. Not only that, but instead of using multiple IDs, we can also use different attributes at the same time. Like we can use the class name and the element name here as well. So let's say if we write here, let's comment this piece of code as well, and we'll write here in the next line $. Let's suppose we are writing here div1. So this is the ID for the first container. So we are using the hash symbol. So remember it is a ID, and right here we are writing li. So li is the tag name and we are using tag name over here. So what we'll do is we'll write here CSS, and then we'll change the background color. And the background color is going to be, let's say, purple. Fine. So we are done with it. Save it and click on the click me button. You can see the color of both the elements changed at the same time. This is one of the reasons to choose jQuery. It provides us the ease to work on multiple attributes at the same time. The color of the first container and the color of the list elements changed simultaneously here. So we can also make changes to the particular element present inside a specific div tag. For example, let's say we have two more paragraphs outside the div tag. So let's add them first, and what we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file. We'll copy this piece of code from here and we'll paste it here after the h1 tag. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll change the paragraphs. So let's say the paragraph 1 says this is paragraph 1 outside div tags. Fine. We'll do the same here as well. We'll write here outside div tags. Save it now, and you can see over here we have two paragraphs over here. What we'll do is we'll remove this second container from here. So let's do it and save it now. We'll remove the styling as well for the second container. Save it. Now we have only two containers over here and we have a click me button. Fine. Now what we want is we want to make some changes to the paragraphs present inside the first and the second containers. We can't use the element name because it will make changes in all the paragraph elements. So what we can do here is we can write here, we'll move to our JavaScript file and we'll write here $, and inside this we'll write div greater than sign and we'll write here p. Now we are going to use here fade toggle. So what we did here is we asked jQuery to make changes to the paragraph elements present inside the div tags. We have also used the fade toggle action here to make it more clear to you guys. The syntax is simple. We have to pass the parent element with a greater than sign and then the element name in which we want to make changes. So let's see if this statement is working or not. Save it, move to the browser, click on this click me button, and you can see the paragraph is completely hidden. Right? You guys don't worry about the actions for now because we'll cover them in the upcoming videos. Although they are not complicated, but still if you are thinking about them, then don't worry, we are here to help you with that. This statement can also work without the greater than sign, just like it does in the CSS properties. So let's see if it works or not after removing this greater than sign. Save it now. You can see the paragraphs are here and we want to fade them out on button click. So click on this click me button and you can see it's working totally fine. And if we click on this click me button again, you can see the paragraphs are here. Next up, what if we want to access the first paragraph only? Now we are talking about this particular paragraph. So what if we want to access it? We can't use any of the selectors we have been through till now. It does not have any ID or class, and we can't use the element name because that will make changes in all the paragraph elements. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here $, and after it we'll write p : first. Fine. Then we'll write here fade toggle and we'll call this function. So we are done with it. This statement will access the first paragraph element from the whole HTML document. Save it, click on the button, and you can see on clicking the button, the paragraph 1 is completely hidden. Click on the button again and the paragraph is here again. But will it work the same way if we write second in place of first? Like if we only want to access the second paragraph, not the first one. So let's try doing it and it will be easy for you to understand. So we'll write here second. Now what we want is we want to access this particular paragraph. Save the program, move to browser, click on this click me button, and you can see it's not working. You can go through the inspect elements and you'll find an error over here. So if we go to console, you can see it says unsupported pseudo second. So it does not support this. So we can do it for the first element present in the HTML file only. So we'll write here first again, save it now, and you can see it's working now. We can do the same thing with the class name, ID, or the element name. What else we can do here is we can make changes in the odd and even elements as well. So let's suppose we want to hide the list item present at odd numbers. For that, we have to write a simple code. So what we'll do is we'll comment this as well, because if you want to check it later, you can check it from here. That's why we are commenting all the statements. So what we'll do here is we'll write here li, and we'll write here after colon even. Fine. Then we'll write here wait toggle, save it, click on the button over here, and the list elements present at 0, 2 and 4 are gone because even numbers start from 0. That's why the item 1, 3 and 5 are gone, and the item 2 and 4 are present at odd places. Now we can do the same thing for odd elements as well. So for that we have to write here odd in place of even. Save it now, click on the click me button, and you can see the items 2 and 4 are gone now. Of course they'll reappear on the screen if we click on the button again. That's because of the fade toggle method we have used. As we have completed JavaScript before jQuery, so I hope you guys must know by now the definition of events. So the simple explanation of an event is something that happens. Like when we manipulate an HTML document in JavaScript, we try to do something on the web page, right? Several events take place on a website, like the user hovers over a specific elements or click on an element. Pressing a key in the website can also refer to an event, or submitting a form or playing a video also refers to an event in a website. So this is the basic definition of events. So let's go through an example of JavaScript events and we'll see what they actually are. We'll create a button for calling an event, and then we'll do same sort of stuff with jQuery as well. So let's do it with JavaScript first. So first of all, what we'll do is we'll write here, we'll add an image on our browser. So we'll write here img src is equals to images. The image is present inside the images folder and the image name is j1.png. Then we'll write here alt, and the alt is going to be JavaScript. Fine. Let's give it an ID as well. So we'll write here ID as img1 for this img tag, and then we'll create a button over here. So we'll write here button ID is equals to, let's say, btn, and then we have on click event. So we'll call a function on clicking the button. So we'll write here function func1, and then we'll close this tag. So let's say the name of this button is click. Fine, we are done with it. Save it. So the image is quite large, so what we'll do here is we'll change the size of this image. So we'll write here width is equals to, let's say, 250 pixels. Fine, save it now, and you can see the image size is fine now. So what we did here was a primary task. We have added an image and we are calling a function using the onClick event. It means that if the user clicks on this button, then something will happen, and for now that something depends upon us, and we'll define it after this. So basically something will change in the web page on button click. Fine. So let's define this function now first. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. This is a JavaScript file, and we'll write here function func1. Fine. So we have to define this function. So what we'll do is we'll write here document dot get element by id, and the id of image is image1, I guess. Let's confirm it once. So the id of image tag is img1, and then we'll write here dot style dot width. So let's say we are changing the width of this image on clicking the button. So we'll write here, let's say 500 pixels. Fine, this is the size we want to change. Save it now. That's it. So we are doing all this to give you guys an idea of what events are in jQuery and how they are different from events in JavaScript. So this button click over here is basically an event. If we move to a HTML file and see here, so this on click over here is actually an event, and this event will call function1. So the function1 we have defined in a JavaScript file, and this function1 will change the width of this image. Fine, I hope you guys understood it. So what we'll do now is we'll save this piece of code. We'll go to the browser and click on this button. So click on it and you can see the image size is large. Fine, you can refresh it, you can click on it and the image size is large. We can also revert the changes by creating another function here, like we'll write here function func2 and then we'll give the original size, and on clicking another button the image will get back to its original size. So we can do it, but we'll not do it as of now. Now, similar events are present in jQuery as well. The events and functioning remain the same. The only thing that changes in jQuery events is the way of calling an event. So the syntax in jQuery goes like this. So what we'll do is we'll remove this on-click button from a HTML file. We'll remove this on-click event from here. And now this button has an ID btn and it's actually a button. Now what we'll do here is we'll comment this piece of code, because we want you guys to see the difference in both events in JavaScript and jQuery. Now what we'll do is we'll write here $. Inside this we'll access a button, so we'll write here button. Button is the element name. We are not using the ID attribute here. Of course we can write here hash btn as well. So we'll write here dot click, and what we'll do is we'll create a function name. So we will write here func1, and the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to create this function. We are going to write here function func1, and the rest of the things will remain the same. So we'll write here $. We'll access the image, so we'll write here hash img1, and then we'll write here .css. We'll pass here width, and the width is going to be 500 pixels. Fine. So we are done with it. This click function over here. So if you see here, you can see this click is a function basically. So this click function over here is actually a predefined function in the jQuery library that will be used to perform a specific task on the web page. Save it. Save the program now. Move to the browser. Click on the button and you can see the size is changing. We can also use the concept of anonymous function here in place of creating a whole function. Like if we don't want to write here func1 and then we don't want to create another function, what we can do here is we can write here $. Button, and then we'll write here dot click. Inside this we'll write function. This is the body of this function. We'll put semicolon over here and we'll copy this statement from here. Fine. Now comment this piece of code, and here we have used the concept of anonymous function. Fine, it's quite simple. So save it and click on the button. You can see it's working totally fine. So this was just a tutorial of how we can use events in jQuery. So this is basically an introduction of events. Now next up, we'll be going through an event that we'll be needing every time we are using jQuery. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here $, and we are going to access document. So this document refers to the whole HTML document, and then we'll write here ready, and then we'll write here a function. So we'll create a body of this function. Now the ready function will be called after the HTML documents is fully loaded. What we want to do is we want to keep the jQuery part in a queue until the document is being loaded. So for example, let's say we have a big website with so many buttons and different things present inside it. Now the button will perform some actions on clicking, right? Let's say the user's internet speed is not adequate and the button loads before anything else on the web page. It will affect us, right? Like if the user presses the button before anything loads in the web page, then there's no way of writing any jQuery for that, right? We can't do anything for that. So what we want is we want the HTML document to be loaded fully before the jQuery part works. So for that we use the ready event. So ready is basically an event in jQuery. So make it a habit of using the ready event, guys. It is considered a good habit by programmers across the world. So what we have to do is we have to put this code in a jQuery part or JavaScript part, and then we have to write anything inside of it. So what we'll do is we'll cut it from here, we'll paste it here, and let's remove this for once. So this is how a JavaScript file will look like after including the ready event in a website. So what we have to do basically is we have to include the ready event in our JavaScript file, and then we have to start writing code for other events as well. We have been through certain types of events in the previous part. We have an idea of how to call an event in jQuery and how to use the onClick event to manipulate the HTML element. So we'll use the same code in today's video, as we'll be going through some more types of jQuery events, and you guys will have an idea of several jQuery events by the end of this tutorial. So let's start with the first event of the day. If you guys ever notice that some buttons work on double click only. In JavaScript, we use on double click for such events. Now jQuery also supports such events. So in jQuery, instead of using double click or on double click, what we have to do is we'll go to this code and we'll write here double click only. That's it. So this is the event and this is the function we have created. So what will happen is on double clicking this button, this image size will change to 500 pixels. Rest of the part will remain the same. Now I suggest you guys to watch the previous part because we have been using the same code. So I hope you guys have watched that part before going through this video. So what we did here was we changed the name of click event to double click only, and the rest will remain the same. Now save the program, go to browser and click on this button over here. You can see the button is not working on clicking it. Now double click on it and it's working totally fine, right? So this is how we can use the double click jQuery event. Now the following events we'll cover are the mouse enter and mouse exit events. If you guys remember from the animations in JavaScript video wherein we were changing the animation on mouse over, then you must have noticed that we are using the on mouse over and on mouse out events, right? So the same events with the same task we have in jQuery as well. The names are mouse enter and mouse leave. So here the mouse enter event represents the on mouse over event and the mouse leave event represents the on mouse out event. Now the rest of the things will remain the same. What we'll do here is, let me just remove this piece of code and we'll write this code again. So we'll write here dollar and then we'll access our image. So this is the ID of our image. So we'll write here hash img1 and then we'll write here mouse enter and then we'll create a function over here. So function totally depends upon us. We can create an anonymous function or we can create a separate function as well. So what we'll do here is we'll write here inside this function dollar and we'll again access this image. So we'll write here img1 dot css and then we'll pass the styles over here. We'll write here width and we'll change the width of this image to 500 pixels. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write the code for mouse leave event as well. So if you save this program for now and you can go over here on the browser and hover your mouse cursor over the image, you can see the size is changing. Now what we'll do is we'll write the code for mouse leave event as well. So for that we'll write here dollar and then we'll access the image again. We'll write here img1 dot mouse leave and then we'll create a function over here. So we'll write here function and the function will be responsible for the change in size of this image. So we'll write here dollar, then we'll again access the image. So we'll write here img1, then we'll write here dot css and then we'll write here width is going to be again to the default ones. So the default width is I guess 250 pixels. Let's check it out over here. So if you can see here, the width of this image is 250 pixels, right? So what we'll do is, we are done with it. We'll save this program and now go over to the browser. You can see that the image size increases on taking the mouse cursor over it, and the image gets back to its original size on taking the mouse cursor away from it. So simple and so easy, right? Now there exists a common event that can act like both the mouse enter event and the mouse leave event. So the hover event is used to do so. It takes two arguments and the rest will remain the same. So what we'll do is, we'll comment this piece of code for now and we'll write an alternate code for this. So we'll write here dollar and then we'll access the image. So we'll write here #1 and then we'll write here hover. We'll write here func1 and func2. So these are the two functions we are going to create. So next up, let's create these functions. So we'll write here function func1. This is our first function, and then inside this we'll write dollar. We'll access the image again. So we'll write here img1 dot css dot css. Then we'll write here width, and the width is going to be, let's suppose, 500 pixels for on mouse over event. And then we'll create another function over here. We'll write here function func2. Now inside the body of this function, what we are going to do is, we are going to copy this piece of code from here and then we'll paste it here. Fine. Now instead of 500 pixel, we want the image to get back to its original form. So we'll write here 250 pixels only. So here we are done with the programming part. Now save this program and you can see it over here that we have the exact same functionality like that of mouse enter and mouse leave events. So the hover event works almost the same. Now jQuery consists of several events and we have discussed some of them till now. So there are some more events like the form events, keyboard events and scroll events as well. We are not going to discuss all these events because the list is so long. And I hope that you guys must have got an idea about jQuery events by now. In layman terms, an effect refers to an event, condition, or state of affairs produced by a cause. For example, we click on a button on the website and suddenly the image disappears. This refers to the fade in effect, and then we click on another button and the image is back, the fade out effect, right? We have been through such effects and animations previously in the JavaScript part as well. If you guys remember, we have the zoom in and zoom out effects as well, wherein we were clicking on a button and the size of the image changes to large, and all of that stuff refers to effects and animations. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what we'll be doing in this particular video. First of all, we'll add an image to our HTML file and then we'll use different effects on that particular image. The task is straightforward, right? So let's move on to the programming part directly. Now let's add an image over here on the browser first. We can create a container as well, but let's do it with images only for now because it will be easy and more understanding for you guys. So we'll go through the hide and show effect first. So we'll add an image and 3 buttons to our web page. One for hiding, another one for showing, and the last one for both. So you'll understand it much better while working on them. So let's add the image and buttons over here. We'll write here img, src is going to be images slash j1.png. Then we'll write here alt as JavaScript. So this is a basic image we have in a images folder. We'll write here id as img1 for this image, and the width is, let's say, 250 pixels for this image. Fine. Save this program and you can see the image over here on the browser. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to add buttons as well. So we'll write here button, and let's say the ID of this button is going to be btn1 for button 1. We'll write here height, then we'll copy this statement from here and we'll paste it 3 times. The button ID is going to be 2 and 3, and the button name is going to be show, and let's say the last button name is toggle. Fine. So here we have an image over here and 3 buttons for different tasks. What we want is, we want to hide the image by clicking on the hide button, and we want the image to get back on the web page by clicking on the show button. Fine. So what we'll do here is we'll use the br tag as well. So we'll write here br twice, and here you can see we have 3 buttons over here. Let me zoom it out a bit. So we have 3 buttons over here: hide, show, and toggle. So these 3 buttons have 3 different IDs, btn 1, 2, and 3, and we have an image over here. Fine. Now let's move on to the jQuery part, and we'll see how easy it is to perform such tasks in jQuery. So here's a JavaScript file, and we have the ready function over here already. So we'll write a code inside this particular event only. Now what we'll do is, we'll write here $, and then we'll write here button 1 will access this button with ID btn1. Then we'll write here click is the event, and we'll write here function, and the function is going to be an anonymous function. Fine. Next up we'll write here $, then we'll access the image with ID as img1, then we'll write here .hide, and that's it. So what we did here was easy. We used the click event and the hide effect. Hide here is actually a predefined function in jQuery that will make the desired element completely hidden from the web page. So let's check the output for this code first. Save the program, move to the browser, and click on the hide button over here. So you can see the image is completely gone from the web page. It's not present here anymore. And you guys can see how easy it is to perform such tasks in jQuery, because we have a predefined function already present in our jQuery file. Isn't it great? We don't have to write long code for a small task, right? All we need to do is to write a single line of code and we are good. Fine. So let's write the same code for the show button as well. Now we need to access the button with ID as btn2, and the action will change to show. So what we'll do here is, we'll copy this piece of code from here and we'll paste it here again. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is, we'll be changing the ID to btn2, and the hide function will change to show here. Fine. Now save the program, move to the browser, and you can see we have both the buttons working over here. If we click on this hide button, the image is hidden, and if we click on this show button, you can see the image is here again. So these 2 buttons are working totally fine. You can see if we click on the show button, the image is back here again. Now if we want this task to be performed after 2 seconds, let's say, we can say we want the image to take 2 seconds to hide, and we know that in JavaScript we can use the setTimeInterval method or the setTimeout method, something like that. But in jQuery we have an easy alternative for this. So what we have to do is, we have to write here inside this hide action, we'll write here 2000. Similarly, we'll do the same thing for show as well. We'll write here 2000. Now 2000 here refers to 2 seconds. Fine. Save the program, click on the hide button now, and you can see the image is taking 2 seconds to get completely hidden. Similar thing will happen with the show button as well. If we click on the show button, you can see the image takes 2 seconds for that as well. So it's working totally fine, right? It seems like the fade in and fade out effects, but there is a difference between this effect and the fade in and fade out effect. We'll go through it in a moment. For now, what we'll do is, we'll add functionality to this toggle button over here. Now this toggle button over here has the capability to perform both tasks using a single button. What I mean by that is, we don't have to create 2 separate buttons for hiding and showing the image. What we can do is, we can also use a single button for this task. So let's add functionality to this button first, and for that we'll write here $. The ID for this toggle button is #btn3. Then we'll write here .click, and we are going to create an anonymous function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll again access the image. So we'll write here #img1. Then we'll write here .toggle. Fine. Let's change the timing here. Let's say we want this to take 3 seconds on using the toggle button. Now save this program, click on the hide and show button, and you can see they are taking 2 seconds to complete the task, right? 2 seconds to hide the image and 2 seconds to show the image again. Now the toggle button will work differently. What the toggle button will do is, on clicking the toggle button, it will take 3 seconds to hide the image, and if we click on this button again, you can see after 3 seconds the image is back here again. Fine. The toggle function over here is written in such a way that it can perform the tasks of both the hide and the show functions. The time we mentioned here totally depends upon us, so we can either use it or we can leave it as well. Now moving ahead, we have another type of effect present in jQuery which acts almost the same as the hide and show functions, but the animations is slightly different. So we are talking about the fade in and the fade out effects in jQuery. We'll go through them now and we'll see the difference between hide, show, toggle and fade in, fade out and fade toggle. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll add 3 more buttons in a HTML file so that we can witness the difference between all of them. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here, and we'll write here the button ID is 4, 5 and 6. Now the button names are going to be fade in, and the second button is going to be fade out, and the last one is going to be fade toggle. Fine. Save the program. And you can see we have 3 more buttons over here. Now you guys will get confused, but don't worry about it. It's an easy task. So what we'll do now is we'll use jQuery for fading in and out this particular image. Now the syntax will remain the same. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. And now what we'll do is we'll access button 4, 5 and 6, which are fade in, fade out and fade toggle. So we'll write here hash btn4 for the fade in button. So we'll write here dot click, and on clicking we'll call an anonymous function again, and then we'll access the image over here. So the image ID is img1. Then we'll write here dot fade in, and we'll pass the timestamp as well. So let's say the timestamp is 2000 for this fade in function. Fine. Now we'll do the same for fade out as well. So we'll copy this from here, we'll paste it here. The button ID is going to be 5, and instead of fade in we have fade out over here. Fine. So we have to write here fade out with a capital O and fade in with a capital I. Now we have written the code for both fade in and fade out buttons here so that it will not create any sort of confusion for you guys. The fade out effect works the same as the hide effect, and the fade in effect works the same way as the show effect. Fine. So save this piece of code, click on hide, and you can see these functions are working totally fine. The hide and show buttons are working totally fine. Now click on this fade out button and you can see the image fading out in 2 seconds. Click on the fade in button and the image is here back again after 2 seconds. So these 2 buttons are working totally fine. The fade toggle effect, the last button over here, we'll write the code for this button as well. So this fade toggle effect in jQuery acts the same as the toggle effect. It can work like the fade in and the fade out button. So let's write the code for that as well. What we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here and we'll paste it here. The button ID is 6, and instead of fade out we'll write here fade toggle. Fine. Now save this program and you can see the button over here is working totally fine. On clicking fade toggle, the image fades away after 2 seconds, or we can say it's taking 2 seconds to fade away. And on clicking this fade toggle button again, you can see the image is here again. We can see the difference here as well between the hide, show and fade in, fade out effects. The fade effect is different from the other effect. The syntax although seems to be the same and no significant differences in the syntax and the working. The only different thing is the way of achieving the desired effect. You can see the difference by clicking the button. You can see on clicking the hide effect, the animation is different from that in fade in or fade out effect. You can see there is a difference of animations only. Now let's move ahead and talk about another effect in jQuery. The upcoming effect we'll discuss is the slide effect. The syntax is same. So let's go through the slide effect quickly. Now what we'll do is we'll add 3 buttons and we'll discuss the slide effect. Fine. So what we'll do here is let's remove these buttons and okay, so let's do one thing. Let's remove these 3 buttons and we'll write here ID is 7, 8 and 9. Fine. And then we'll change the name of these buttons. So we'll write here slide up, slide down, and let's say slide toggle. Fine. Now I hope you guys must have understood the working of slide toggle by now. It will work in both ways. It will make the image slide up and slide down at the same time by using a single button. So don't worry about it. We'll remove these BR tags from here and we'll paste them here. Save this program now, and we have 3 buttons over here: slide up, slide down and slide toggle. Now what we'll do is we'll remove this piece of code as well. I hope you guys must have got it by now. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the code for slide effect. Fine. The syntax remains the same. So we'll write here $. The button ID is going to be btn7 for slide button. For slide up button, we'll write here the click event and we'll create a function over here. Fine. The task will remain the same. We'll write here again img1. We'll access this particular image and we'll write here slide up. We want this image to take 2 seconds to slide up. So we'll write here 2000 as the timestamp. Now save this program and click on the slide up button over here. You can see the image sliding in the upward direction, right? Now what we'll do is we'll write the code for slide down and slide toggle as well. So we'll write here button 8 for slide down. We'll write here slide down instead of slide up, and we'll write here slide toggle. Fine. We'll write here btn9 for slide toggle. Save the program, and you can see on the browser that all the buttons are working totally fine. If we click on slide up button, the slide up button is working fine. The slide down button is also working fine. And if we click on the slide toggle button, you can see the image is sliding up and down as well. So before wrapping up this video now, let me tell you guys about the stop method as well. So what we'll do is we'll add another stop button on our web page. We'll move to a HTML file. We'll copy this particular statement from here. We'll change the name of this button to stop, and the button ID is going to be btn10. Fine. Save this program now. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here $. We'll access this stop button. So we'll write here hash btn10 dot click, and we'll create a function over here. Now inside this function we'll write hash img1. We'll access this image and then we'll write here dot stop. So we are calling a function over here. So stop is a function basically. Now save the program and move to the browser. Now you can see if we click on this stop button when the effect is taking place. So if we click on this slide up button and then in between we click on this stop button, you can see the difference over here. We can slide down the image from here and we can do the same thing with the stop button. So what stop button is doing is it stops the effect in between, right? You can see all the buttons over here are working totally fine, and we can stop this effect in between, right? So this is why we use jQuery for such tedious tasks. A single line of code can do it so quickly and so easily. We have been using these effects to make our web pages more interactive, right? Now this animate effect we'll use in today's video is a bit different from these effects. The animate effect uses CSS properties and it can be used to make an image or an object like a rectangle or something move across the web page in a particular manner. Seems confusing, right? So let's start writing the code and everything will be clear to you guys. We'll be using an image for this task. So let's remove all this code from here first. We'll write the code again. Now we'll remove this code from here and we'll write the code again. So let's add the image over here and then we'll style that image using the style tag only. So we'll write here div. We'll be using a container for this. Inside this we'll write img. Now src is going to be images slash j1.png. So we'll be using the same image for this task. Then we'll write here alt. So let's say we are writing here something, and then we'll write here id as img, let's say. Fine. Let's close this image tag, save the program now, and you can see the image over here. The image size is quite large. We can reduce the size of our Chrome browser. So you can see this is the image. Now what we'll do next is we'll style this image using the style tag. So let's style this image as well here. We'll move to a head tag and we'll write here style. Fine. Now inside the style tag we'll access this image using the image ID. So ID for this image is img. We'll write here hash img, and then inside this we'll write some properties over here. So let's define the height of this image first. Let's say the height is going to be 250 pixels. Then we'll write here width as well. So let's say the width is again 250 pixels, and we'll use opacity over here. Fine. We'll write here opacity is equals to, let's say, 0.4. We'll discuss it later why we are using opacity here. Now the last thing we are going to do is we are going to write here position as absolute. So opacity here will define the fading effect of this image. Save this program and you can see it here on the browser. We have a picture with an opacity of 0.4. It's obviously different from the actual image. Let's increase the size of this image for now. So here's the image. Now the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be adding a button over here to call the Animate Effect. For that we'll write here after this button, and the button ID is going to be, let's say, btn. Then we'll write here the name of our button is, let's say, animate. Save this piece of code and you can see we have the animate button over here. We'll use the br tag to create some distance between the button and the image. So save this program and you can see over here that we have a button and an image. Now we'll use the animate effect to make this picture move across the browser, or we can say across the container. So we'll use the click event for the animate button. Now let's move on to the jQuery part. Here we are in the jQuery part. We'll remove this piece of code and now we'll try to access this animate button using the button ID. Fine. So for that we'll write here $. Inside this we'll write hash btn. So this is our button ID, and then we'll write here dot click. We are going to use the click event over here. Then we'll create an anonymous function. This task is easy and here we are. We have used the click event here. So the next thing we'll be doing is to use the animate effect now. So for that we'll write here $. Now we are going to use this animate effect over our image. So the image ID is img, and then we'll write here dot animate and we'll leave it for now. Now this animate effect over here has three different parameters. The first one are going to be the CSS properties, the style changes we are going to create on our picture. So we'll write those changes inside the curly braces. The second parameter is the timestamp, and let's say we are using 2000 over here. So 2000 over here is the milliseconds. Now the third parameter, which is the callback, we'll be discussing callback in the upcoming videos. For now we'll use these two parameters only. Now let's move ahead and we'll write the CSS properties here inside these curly braces. So we'll write over here, let's say we are writing here left, and we'll write here left as 150 pixels. Fine. Now this left property over here will take the image 150 pixels away from the left side of the container. So save this program and now you can witness the changes on this web page. Click on the animate button and you can see the image slides over to the right corner. The animation takes 2 seconds to complete because we have given the timestamp here as 2000 milliseconds. Let's reduce the size of this Chrome browser a bit, and now you can see it properly. Refresh the page and we'll click on this animate button and you can see the image slides over. The effect is working fine. Let's make some more changes to this image style by clicking the animate button. All we have to do is to add some more CSS properties to this animate effect, and for that we'll write here some more properties with the help of commas only. So we'll put a comma over here and we'll write here, let's say, opacity. So we'll change the opacity of this image to 1. Then we'll again use the comma and change the height and width as well. So let's say the height is going to be 400 pixels. And then we'll write here width as well. Fine. So width is going to be again 400 pixels. So we are done with it. Now the height and width of this image will change to 400 pixels along with the opacity changing to 1. It means that the image will be completely opaque after clicking on the animate button. Save this program now and move to the browser. Click on the animate button here to see the magic now. You can see the size of the image increasing gradually here in 2 seconds. However, this animate method does not have any toggle function though. So we can't retrieve the changes just by clicking on the button again. Let me reduce the size a bit more so that it will be easy for you guys to understand this effect. Here we are, we have this effect. Click on the animate button and you can see the change now. From opacity as 0.4 to opacity as 1. There are some changes in the animations, right? So this is what Animate Effect does in jQuery. Now instead of writing here 2000, what we can do is we can write here slow or fast. So let's try doing it as well. What we'll do is we'll write here instead of 2000, we'll write here slow for now. So we'll write here slow, save this program, click on the animate button again, and you can see the change. So it's not taking 2 seconds anymore. Now the slow keyword will work and the animation effect will change. Fine. So that's all that we have to discuss in this animate effect, guys. The task for you is to create another button over here to revert the changes and make the image get back to its original form. A very simple and easy task, right? Try doing it, guys, and let us know if you face any sort of problem. Let me give you guys an introduction to callbacks first. A callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument, and that particular function will get executed later on. It means that if we want to perform more than one task at a time, then we have the concept of a callback function to achieve it. For example, if we have an image and we want to apply more than one effect on that picture, but the thing is, we want the second effect only after the first one completes. Then in that case, we have to create a callback function that will be called only after the first effect is done. You guys will get it once we go through the programming part. So let's move on to the programming part directly without wasting any time. Now here we have the code from the previous part wherein we use the animate effect to make changes in an image by clicking on the animate button. The image height, width and opacity will change by clicking this animate button. If we click on it, you can see the image size changes along with the opacity as well. We discussed previously while working on the animate effects that this animate effect usually takes 3 different parameters. One for the CSS properties, the other is the timestamp, and the last remaining is the callback function. Let's say we want to perform another task after the animate effect takes place. A simple one like let's print a message first on the screen by using the alert method. So what we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file, and here we are in a JavaScript file, and we'll write here after this slow, we'll write here alert, and then we'll pass, let's say, animated over here. Fine. What we did here is we put a statement to get processed after the animate effect, right? We are expecting the animation to take place first, and then we get a pop-up with the message animated. The reality is going to be different. Now save this program, move to the browser, click on this animate button over here, and you can see the message popping up even before the animation takes place. Although jQuery processes the code line by line, but when it comes to effects, it performs the later task if the current one is taking time. There's nothing wrong with this program, but we can use the callback function to make it work more properly. Now a callback function is like we are asking the system to wait for the current task to complete and then execute another task. So let me take you through the syntax of this animate effect once again so that it will not create any sort of confusion. What we'll do is we'll write here the syntax, we'll comment it out. Now the animate effect takes 3 parameters, right? The syntax goes like this. We write $, then we have bracket, and we try to access the element, right? So let's say we have the ID as img here. Then we'll write here animate, and animate is basically a method, right? Now inside this we'll write a pair of curly braces, comma, timestamp, and we have another thing over here. So what we'll do is we'll write here function for now, and this is the correct syntax of Animate Effect with all the three parameters. Now the curly braces over here are for the CSS properties, as we know. Then we have the timestamp, and the last function over here is the callback function. Now whatever task we want to perform after the animate effect takes place is what we'll be writing inside this callback function. For now, let's say we want to print this message on the screen after the animation takes place. So for that, we'll create an anonymous function after this timestamp in the animate method. What we'll do is we'll remove this piece of code from here, and here we have to add another argument. So this whole thing lies inside the animate method. Now we have to pass another argument over here. So what we'll do is we'll write here function, and this is going to be an anonymous function. Now what we want is we want to print a message after the animation takes place, right? So we'll write here alert, and then we'll write here, let's say, animated. Fine. Now save this program and move on to the browser. Click on the button over here, and you can see the animation will take place followed by the pop-up message. I hope you guys have got an idea of what callbacks are and how to use them. Right. Callbacks are not used with the animate method only. Instead, we can use callbacks for other methods as well. So let's try to use it with the slide up and the slide down animation effect. What we'll do is we'll access the same image using click event, and for that what we'll do is we'll remove this piece of code from here and we'll start writing the code again. So we'll write here dollar, and then we'll access the button. So for that we have to write here hash btn, as btn is the ID for animate button. Then we'll write here click is the event, and then we'll create a function inside it. Fine. So this is the body of this function, and now inside this function what we'll do is we'll again try to access the image to make animation changes over it. So we'll write here dollar, then we'll write here hash img, the ID of our image, then we'll write here slide up, and we'll write here, let's say, 2000 as the timestamp, and after this we'll create a callback function. So for that we'll write here function, and inside the body of this function what we'll do is we'll access the same image, but this time we'll do it with slide down effect. Fine. So we'll write here dollar, then we'll again access this particular image, we'll write here dot slide down, and we are good to go. Fine. What we did here was quite understandable. If you didn't understand, let me tell you again that we have used the slide up effect, and then we are trying to slide down that image right after the slide up effect occurs. So let's check it out if it's working or not. Save it and move on to the browser. Click on the animate button over here, and you can see that this image slides up in 2 seconds, and right after it the slide down effect is taking place. We can also make the slide down effect work for 2 seconds by giving the timestamp over here. If we write here 2000, then both the effects will take 2 seconds to complete. Click on the animate button, and you can see both the animations are taking 2 seconds now. Now let's move ahead to Jquery chaining. So chaining in Jquery allows us to run multiple methods within a single statement. For example, we can chain more than one effect or method to a single HTML element. In chaining, if one task takes some time to complete, the following process could execute before completion. So let's go through the syntax one, and you guys will understand it. What we'll do is we'll remove this piece of code from here. Now we have a button click event over here. Inside this we'll write dollar. We'll again access this image. We'll write here hash img. Then we have the slide up effect. So we'll write here slide up, and we'll pass the time as 2000 milliseconds over here. Then we'll write here dot, and we'll write here slide down. So what we did here is we changed two different effects. We changed slide up and slide down. So let's write here the timestamp as well. Let's say we are writing here 3000 for now. Now you will not spot any difference here though. We have changed two effects here. The slide down effect will take place right after the slide up effect. Save this program and try running it. You can see the opacity changing before the slide up effect takes place. So this is the difference between chaining and callbacks in Jquery, guys. We can chain as many effects as we want. So if we write here let's say dot fade in, and we'll write here 2000. Then we'll write here dot, okay, let's call the fade out effect first. So we'll write here fade out, and then we'll write here fade in, and we'll write here 2000 again. So we'll change this to 2000 as well. And we have 5 different effects over here. We have slide up, CSS, slide down, fade out, and fade in. Fine. Save the program and try running it now. You can see on clicking the animate button, we have 4 different effects working together. We have slide up, slide down, fade out, and fade in, all working on time, right? Before we move on to DOM manipulation in jQuery, let's recall the definition of DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript or jQuery so that other functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of objects and nodes, whether it be elements or tags or anything in the document stored in the document object model. The entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by using JavaScript or jQuery. You can go through the DOM manipulation video and you will find it in the playlist. Now that we have enough knowledge about the document object model, we'll start writing the HTML code, and then we'll try to access that HTML document with the help of jQuery. So let's start this video, and we'll add a simple and small box over here with some text present inside and outside of it. So what we'll do is, we'll write here inside the HTML document. We'll write here, let's say, we'll use the h2 tag and we'll write inside it, click on the button present below. So this is some text we have been adding here. So save it and you can see the text on the browser. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the span tag over here. So we'll write here span, and then we'll use id is equals to, let's say, span1, and we'll leave this tag for now. I'll tell you why we are doing so. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to add a container over here, inside which we are going to add a box. So we'll write here for that div, and then we'll use the class attribute. The class is going to be, let's say, div1, and then we'll write here style as background color, and the background color is going to be, let's say, aquamarine. Fine. So we'll close this div tag over here. Now inside this div tag, what we'll do is we'll write some more code over here. So we'll add a paragraph over here. We'll write here p, and the class is going to be p1 for this paragraph tag. Now we'll close this, and inside this paragraph tag, let's say we are writing this is box 1. Fine. We are done with it. The last thing we are going to do is we are going to add a button over here. We'll write here button, and the ID is going to be btn1 for this button. Then we'll close it and we'll write the button name. So let's say the button name is click me. Fine. What we did here was an easy task, right? We have been doing it all the time. Although there's a specific reason for using class here in place of ID for the paragraph tag and for the division tag. Save this piece of code and you can see this is our division, inside which we have a paragraph over here which says this is box 1, and then we have a button over here. Now let's style these elements for now to make it look more cleaner. So we'll style these elements here only with the help of a style tag. So for that we'll move to a head section and we'll write here style. So inside this style tag, what we'll do is we'll start styling our elements. So first of all we'll write here div1. We'll start with the box. So we'll write here height as, let's say, 250 pixels. Then we'll write here width as 250 pixels again. Then we'll write here border, and the border is going to be, let's say, 5 pixel thick, solid, and black in color. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here margin. Margin is going to be, let's say, 50 pixels. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here font size as extra large. And then we'll write here font weight. So the font weight is going to be bolder. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style a paragraph. So we'll write here .p1 and then we'll write here text align at the center, and margin is going to be, let's say, 100 pixels. Fine. Save this, and you can see we have a box over here with some text present inside it. The text says this is box 1. Now let's move on to the jQuery part and we'll see what else we can do with these elements now. So here is a JavaScript file. We'll write a jQuery code right over here. So let's discuss what manipulation is before we start manipulating the HTML document. Manipulate refers to control something with skills, right? We want to control a HTML document on certain events. We ain't going to try something new or something different. So we'll use methods to do so. These methods are predefined in jQuery and all we have to do is to use them with the correct syntax. That's it. We'll be good to go. Now let's try to access the text present inside the box first. What we'll do is we'll get the text from the box and then try to print this text on the screen with the help of jQuery method. So we'll write here $, then we'll access the division. So for that we'll write here .div1 because this is the class name for a box. Then we'll use event over here. So we'll write here click and then we'll create an anonymous function. So this is our function. Inside this we'll write, let's say, where x will hold the value of the text. Then we'll write here $. We'll access the paragraph with class p1. Then we'll write here .html. So HTML here is the method. Then we'll write here $, and we'll try to access span tag. So we'll write here hash span1. Then we'll write here .text and we'll pass x over here. Fine. Now over here what we did is we used the HTML tag to access the text present inside the paragraph tag. The HTML method gets the HTML content, or we can say the inner HTML of the matched element. Next up, we are using the text method to print the message on screen. So the span tag here inside the HTML document, you can see it over here. We have kept it empty on purpose because we want to print this particular text inside the span tag. That's why we left it empty over there. Now let's save this program and try to run it. Fine. So you can see the text here on the screen on clicking the box. You can see here this is box 1 present inside the span tag. Fine. Now there is a difference between the HTML method and the text method. So we'll see it now. What we'll do is we'll write here, we'll remove this piece of code, or we'll just comment it out. Fine. So that it will be easy for you guys to understand later. Now what we'll do is we'll write here $. Then we'll again try to access this division. So we'll write here .div1. Then we'll write here .click and we'll create a function over here. Fine. So this is an anonymous function and inside it we'll write alert. We'll try to access a paragraph tag. So for that we'll write here $, and inside this we'll access p1. So we'll access our paragraph and then we'll write here .html. Fine. Now this HTML method will give us the text present inside the element with class as p1. But there will be a difference. So before that, what we'll do is we'll move to a HTML file and make some changes over here. So we'll insert an I tag somewhere inside this paragraph. What we'll do is we'll write here I over here and we'll put box 1 inside the I tag. So it will change the style a bit. It will change box 1 to italic and rest of the thing will remain the same. Save the program now and you can see the change in the box here. There is some italic text present in between the paragraph. Now click on the image and you can see we have an alert box over here. If you can see here, we have the alert box and the italic tag is clearly visible. The HTML method gives us the whole thing present inside a particular tag. You can see it over here. It says this is, then it has I tag, box 1 and then I tag close. So this is how the HTML method in jQuery actually works. Now if we use the text method here in place of the HTML method, the scenario will change. So let's try to do it as well. What we'll do is we'll write here text in place of HTML. Save this program, click on the image over here, and you can see the text here inside the alert box. It's the plain text over here. You can see it says this is box 1 only. So guys, this is the difference between the HTML method and the text method. So I hope you guys understood. The next method we are going to discuss here is the attribute method. This method helps us in getting the attribute's value, or we can also change the attribute value as well. So let's say we want to know the ID of this particular paragraph tag. What we can do here is we can write here. So let's comment this piece of code as well first, and then we'll write here $. Then we'll again access the paragraph. So for that we have class as p1. Then we'll write here click, and then we'll create a function over here. Fine. Now inside this, what we'll do is we'll use the alert method again. Inside this we'll write $, and then we'll write here dot p1. Then we'll write here dot attr. So attr is the short form of attribute method. Then we'll write here, let's say class. Fine. Save this piece of code, go to the browser, click on the box, and you can see it says p1 over here. This is a class name. We can't change this class name for now. So what we'll do is we'll move to a HTML file and we'll give an ID over here to the paragraph tag as well. So let's say we are writing here ID as ID p1. Now this is the ID of our paragraph tag. Save this piece of code, move to the jQuery file, and now we'll try to access the ID over here. So we'll write here ID, save the program, click on the box over here, and you can see the ID is ID p1. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to change this ID. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll change the ID of this paragraph tag on button click, on this button click. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here before this piece of code, we'll write here $, and then we'll try to access the button. So the ID for a button is btn1. Then we'll write here dot click, and we'll create a function over here. Fine. Now inside this function we'll write $, and then we'll write here the class name as p1, and after this we'll write here dot attr. We'll write here ID. So we want to change the ID. The next parameter is going to be the new ID. So we'll write here inside double inverted commas ID p2, or we can say we can write here p2 ID. Fine. So that there will be no confusion for you guys. Now save this program. So let's check it out if it's working or not. Click on the box. You can see it says ID p1. Right. This is the ID, and this function is currently working. Now click on the button over here. You can see we have clicked on this button. Now click on the box again, and you can see it says p2 ID. The ID of this paragraph tag is changed. We can do it with the help of attribute method only. This method is useful if we want to change the style or something of any element, or we want to change something inside an element. So this method is simple and easy. You guys can do it by yourself as well. Now the next method is the CSS method. We have been using this method since we started the jQuery part, right? So we can get the CSS properties of any element with the help of this property. What we have to do is we have to comment this piece of code first. So we'll comment it out first, and we will write here. Now what we want to do is we want to access the CSS property of any HTML element. So we'll write here $. We'll try to access the CSS property of this box. So we'll write here dot div1. This is the class of our box. Then we'll write here click again. This is an event. We'll write here function, and inside this function what we'll do is we'll write a code. Now we'll write here alert. We'll use the alert method. So we are trying to display the properties of this box inside the alert method. What we'll do is we'll write here $. Then inside this we'll write dot div1, and after this we'll write dot css, and we want to know, let's say, the background color of this box. Fine. So we'll write here background color. So this code over here will return the RGB value of the background color of the box. Save the program and click on the box. You can see we have the RGB value as 127, 255, 212. This is the RGB value of aquamarine color. Of course, we can change this property as well. We can change the background color on button click. So we'll do this again. What we'll do is we'll write here before this piece of code $, and we'll again access the button. We'll write here #btn1, then we'll write here click, and we'll create a function. Fine. Now inside this we'll write $, then we'll again access the division. So we'll write here .div1, then we'll write here .css, and we want to change the background color. Fine. Now the background color is going to be, let's say, green. So we did it here. We want to change the background color. So we have the first argument as the CSS property, which is background color, and the second argument is going to be the change. So we want to change the color to green. Now what we'll do is we'll save this piece of code, and you can see the color is changing to green on clicking the button over here. If we click on this box again, you can see the RGB value is also changed now. You can see the RGB value is 0,128,0, which is the RGB value of green color. We can make certain styling changes to HTML elements using this method. Like we can change the font style, font color, or basically we can change any CSS property using this CSS method. The first method we are going to discuss is the append method. The append method is used to append something inside a particular element. Let's say we want to add something inside this box after paragraph 1. Let's say we want to add an image or some text or anything we can add. For doing such tasks, we have the append method and the prepend method. So both these methods work within a particular tag. It means that if we are using the append method, then it will add something inside the specific box only, not outside of it. The same goes with the prepend method as well. So let's see how these methods actually work in jQuery. What we'll do is we'll add another paragraph over here inside the box, but this time we'll use jQuery for that. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. Here's a JavaScript file. We'll comment this piece of code as well. Or let's say let's remove this piece of code. You can get this code from the last part. Now what we'll do is we'll write here $. Then we'll try to access this button over here. So we'll write here button1. This is the ID of our button. Then we'll write here click, and we'll create a function over here. Fine, an anonymous function. So this is a function. Now inside of this function, what we'll do is we'll use the append method within the div tag. So we'll write here $. Then we'll try to access the div tag with class as div1. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the append method. So we'll write here append, and inside of it we'll write here inside double quotes P. P stands for paragraph tag. We have to write the HTML part over here. Now inside this we'll write this is paragraph 2. We can also write here this is box 2. It totally depends upon us what we want to write. Now this will add a paragraph inside this box. Save the program, click on the button over here, and you can see a paragraph present inside the box over here. You can see the paragraph says this is paragraph 2. Similarly, we can add images or anything here in place of this second paragraph. All we have to do is to pass the HTML code here as a parameter to this append method. For example, let's say we want to add an image over here. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here, we'll copy this piece of code from here and we'll paste it here. Fine, we'll comment this piece of code for now because we are adding images. So we'll comment it out. Now inside here what we'll do is, instead of passing this paragraph tag over here, what we'll do is we'll write here the img tags. So we'll write here img, src is equals to, let's say, images slash j1.png, and then we'll write here, okay, we have to put this inside double quotes. So then we'll write here height. Let's define the height and width as well. So we'll define the height as, let's say, 100 pixels, and we'll define the width as well. So we'll write here width is equals to 100 pixels. Fine. So here's our code. Now we have to close this image tag over here. So we are done with it. Now keep one thing in mind, guys, that if we want to use double inverted commas within the HTML tags, like we are using double inverted commas for height and for image source as well. So in that case, we have to use single quotes to pass the element as the parameter. Just keep this thing in mind, otherwise jQuery will not work. So save this program for now and click on the button over here. You can see on clicking the button we have an image over here inside the box. It's not totally inside the box because we have used some styling for this box as well. So we have to style this box as well. For that we can pass the ID over here as well, and then we can define those properties inside the CSS file with that particular ID. Fine. I hope you guys can do it by yourself. Now the following method is the prepend method that does the same task, but it adds the element at the beginning of the box. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll create a button for prepend over here first. So we'll copy this piece of code, we'll paste it here, we'll change the button ID to btn2 and we'll change the name to prepend. Fine. Let's change this name to append as well. So we'll write here append. Save it now. You can see we have two buttons over here, one for append and the other one is for prepend. Fine. Now we'll add some text before the paragraph. So what we want to do is we want to add some text before this paragraph somewhere here inside the box. So for that we have to use the prepend method. The syntax remains the same. So what we have to do is we have to again write here $. Then we have to access the prepend button. So for that we have the button ID as btn2. Then we'll write here .click and then we'll create a function over here. Fine. Now inside this function we'll again access the division. So we'll write here again .div1. Now instead of append we'll write here prepend. Fine. As we want to add a paragraph over here, so what we can do here is we can write here inside double quotes p, and then we have to close this as well. So now we'll write here this is paragraph 2 using prepend. Fine. Save it now. Click on the button over here, click on prepend. You can see we have this is paragraph 2 using prepend over here inside the box, and this is present before the actual paragraph. We can also use the append method. So if we click on this append button, you can see we have an image, but this image is outside of the box. This is because of the CSS properties. So what we can do is we can remove some of the CSS properties from here and it will work fine, I guess. So we'll remove these properties from here. Now let's see if it's working or not. Save it now. Click on append. You can see the image inside the box after this paragraph, and click on prepend. You can see we have a paragraph over here and it says this is paragraph 2 using prepend. Remove this margin top as well. Save the program now, and now I guess it will work fine. Click on append. You can see we have an image over here after this paragraph. Click on prepend and you can see we have a paragraph over here. Fine. So here we can use both the append and the prepend methods simultaneously to add anything to our HTML element. Now the next two methods are the after and before methods. Both these methods do the same task, but the only difference is these methods do such tasks outside of the element. For example, the after method will add a paragraph, but the location of the paragraph will be outside of the box. Fine. So the syntax is also simple. So let's add the buttons over here for after and before method. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here and we'll paste it here. So we have two more buttons. We'll write here before and then we'll write here after. We'll change the button IDs as well. So instead of 1 and 2 we'll write here btn3 and btn4. We'll save it and you can see we have 4 buttons over here. Fine. What we'll do is we'll use the br tag over here to make it more clear. So you can see now we have append, prepend, before and after. So we'll write the code for before and after now. So what we'll do here is we'll use these buttons to add text to our HTML file. So for that we'll write here $, and then we'll again access btn3 for the before method. So we'll write here function and we'll create an anonymous function. Now we'll do the same task. We'll write here dollar and then we'll access the division. We'll write here div1, then we'll use the before method for before button. So we'll add a paragraph over here. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here. So we'll add the same paragraph. We'll make some changes. So we'll paste it here and we'll write using before over here. Fine. We'll do the same thing for after as well. We'll copy this piece of code. We'll paste it here and instead of 3 the button ID is 4 and instead of before we have to write here after. Fine. We'll change the text as well. We'll write here after and now we are good to go. Save this piece of code. Move on to the browser and click on before button. You can see it's not working as of now. So there's something wrong. Okay, we have an error over here. So what we did wrong is we have an extra pair of these brackets over here. Save it now. Click on the before button. You can see we have a paragraph over here which says this is paragraph 2 using before. So this is the result of before method. And if we click on after button, you can see the paragraph after the box. These paragraphs are not present inside the box. If we want to use the append method, you can see on clicking the append button, the text or the image is present inside of the box after a particular paragraph, and on clicking the prepend button the paragraph is present inside the box only. So this is the difference between append, prepend and before after methods in jQuery. I hope you guys should have got the difference between the append method and the after method as well as the prepend and before method as well. So let's move ahead and we'll discuss two more methods now, the remove method and the empty method. The remove method is used to remove any tag from the HTML document. Like if we write here, so let's add the buttons for these methods first. What we'll do is we'll copy this from here and we'll add two more buttons. Fine. We'll add the buttons after using br tags. So the button IDs will change to 5 and 6 and the button names is going to be remove and empty. Fine. Save it and you can see we have two more buttons over here, remove and empty. We'll again use the br tag over here to make it more clear. Save it and you can see we have 6 buttons now. The remove and empty buttons are not working as of now. So let's write the code for these buttons as well. Now what we'll do is we'll remove this whole box from the screen on clicking the remove button. So for that we have to write here $. We have to access the remove button. So we'll use the ID over here. The ID is 5. Then we'll write here again click. This thing remains the same every time we use jQuery. So the next thing we are going to do is we are again going to use the div class. So we'll write here div1 and then we'll write here remove. Fine. We have to create a method remove and we are good to. So save this program and click on the remove button over here and you guys can see the whole box is completely gone. However, the empty method works a bit differently from the remove method. It makes an element empty without deleting the HTML element. It will remove the paragraph, but the box will remain there. So let's write the code for empty method as well. What we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here. We'll paste it here. We'll change the button ID to 6. And instead of using the remove method, we'll use the empty method. Fine. Save this program. You can see on clicking the remove button, the box is completely gone. And on clicking the empty button, the paragraph is gone, but the box is still here. Fine. So this is the difference between the remove and the empty methods in jQuery. Jquery Ui is an open source JavaScript library built on the top of Jquery library. So let's go through the website for Jquery Ui and the rest we'll discuss over there only. What we'll do is we'll go to Chrome and we'll write here Jquery Ui, press enter and click on the first link. So here we are on the website of Jquery Ui where we have several options present, whether it be downloading Jquery or we can also glance through the website to know more about the new features added to Jquery Ui. You can see over here, if I zoom it out a bit, you can see it's written over here that jQuery UI is a curated set of user interface interactions, effects, widgets, and themes built on top of the jQuery JavaScript library. Whether you are building a highly interactive web applications or you just need to add a date picker to a form control, jQuery UI is the perfect choice. It basically contains several interfaces, effects, widgets, and much more things that make jQuery UI quite helpful and essential for making a web page more interactive. All these effects, widgets, and interfaces are predefined in jQuery UI. All we have to do is to use them with the correct syntax and we are good to go. You can see over here, if we click on these draggable, droppable, or any of these interactions, click on it and you can see we have a box over here. We can drag it around. We have the source code for this and we have to write this code to make a box movable around the screen. So this is why we use jQuery UI, or jQuery UI allows us to do such tasks more easily than JavaScript or jQuery. So let's move ahead and we can also go through the about section over here. If we click on about over here, and if we want to know more about jQuery UI, you can see all the goals and visions behind creating jQuery UI and all. It is an open source and transparent library. It means that all the members in the community, whether it be developers, designers, or experts or managers, anyone in the community is free to connect with the jQuery team. If you scroll down, you can see the list of all the prominent contributors here. All of them gave something to jQuery UI in different ways. Now let's move ahead to the downloading part and we'll download the jQuery file and open the RAR file. So we have to extract this file in the same folder wherein we are saving our jQuery related programs. What we'll do is we'll save all the files inside a new folder and we'll name it jQuery UI. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll move to the home page and you can see over here we have the stable version, or we have the old and unsupported versions as well. This jQuery 1.8 is the stable version. We'll click on it and it will automatically download. So here you can see we have WinRAR over here. It is a RAR file. Now what we have to do is we have to extract this file. Fine. So we'll extract it. We'll go to jQuery, we'll create a new folder, we'll name it as jQuery UI and we are good to go. We'll click on OK and the file is now extracted. You can check it by going through the same folder. So what we'll do is we'll close this WinRAR. Now the only task left now is to add these files inside our HTML files. So we'll add all the required files and let's quickly take a look inside the jQuery UI folder and see what we have here. Fine, we'll move to our jQuery UI folder. So here's a jQuery UI folder inside the jQuery folder. This is the jQuery UI and inside this what we'll do is we'll create a single folder. So we'll cut all these files from here and we'll paste them here. Fine, we'll delete this particular folder. Now here we are inside the jQuery UI folder. You can see we have external and images. We have two more folders over here. The external folder contains the jQuery file and the images folder have certain images over here. You can see these all are icons. Now we have these CSS files over here. We have the jQuery JS file as well. We have jQuery UI.js file as well. And we have all the minified versions as well. Now the reason behind having a lot of external CSS files and images over here is jQuery UI consists of widgets and user interfaces. That's why it requires some external CSS files and images to make it work more efficiently. Now the plain jQuery library is plain JavaScript, but jQuery UI consists of some images and CSS files as well. So let's add these files to our HTML file now. What we'll do is we'll open VS Code and Chrome browser side by side. So here is the result of our first program. Now what we'll do is we'll add these files inside a HTML file. So first of all we have to include the JavaScript file. For that what we'll do is we'll write here script and then we'll write here src is going to be jQuery and let's check out the name of that folder again. So here you can see we have the folder name as jQuery -ui. So we'll write here jQuery UI / and inside this we'll add this particular file we'll add jQuery Ui.js because we want to include the JavaScript file, right? So we'll write here type is equals to text slash JavaScript, and we are good to go. Close the script tag, save it, and we have added the JavaScript file over here. Now we have to include some more files to use jQuery UI completely, in particularly the CSS files. Now the question in your mind may come, what are these other files used for? Right, these files are the minified versions of same jQuery and CSS files, smaller in size, but the working remains almost the same. So what we'll do is we'll add the CSS files as well over here. For that, we'll move to a head section and we'll write here link rel, and inside this we'll write jQuery -ui slash. Now we have to include three files over here. The first file name is jQuery Ui.css. So we'll write here jQuery. Okay, what we'll do is we'll write here rel, then we'll write a style sheet, and we'll pass the source inside href. So we'll write here jQuery Ui slash, then we'll write here jQuery Ui.css. So we'll write here jQuery Ui.css. Now we have included one file over here. We'll close this link tag and we'll copy this as well. Fine, to add other two files. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here twice. Fine. Now we have three CSS files over here. We'll change the names. So the first one is jQuery UI. The second one is jQuery Ui.structures.css. So we'll write here structure.css, and the last file is jQuery Ui.theme.css. Fine. So we have added all the required files to our HTML file. Now we don't need any more files now. We can check it by going through the console if there's anything wrong in the program or not. Now before we wrap up this video, one more thing is this jQuery UI file, this JavaScript file which we are adding, we have to add this file after the plain jQuery file only, because the code executes line by line and we may have to face so many errors or difficulties because of it. So that's why we add the jQuery UI file only after the plain jQuery file always. Keep this thing in mind, guys. Before we move on to the date picker widget in jQuery, let's discuss what a widget is. In simple terms, a widget is an application or a component of an interface that enables a user to perform a function or access a service. Suppose you use any Android or iOS device, then you must have noticed the feature of widget that allows the user to do certain things without opening the actual app. For example, mobile phones have widgets that help us play music or know about the weather outside. Or maybe some particular apps sometimes have the option to use them with the help of widgets only. Similarly, jQuery UI has some predefined widgets that allows us to do specific tasks with less amount of code needed. The date picker widget helps us in picking the date from the calendar. An example of this date picker widget is when we try to make any travel booking and it asks the user to pick a date within which they want to travel. Then on clicking the tab, we get the calendar to pick up a date. That calendar refers to the date picker widget. Let me take you through the widget from the official website of jQuery UI and you guys will understand it much better. Here you can see we are on the website, and if you can see here, we have different interactions and widgets over here. If we click on the date picker widget from here, so this is the date picker widget. If we click on it, you can see we have an input box over here and the date is written here, right? You can see date written over here. Now, on clicking the input box, here we have a calendar to pick a date from it. Pick up any date from it and we have the date as input in the text box, right? So we'll create this text box and use this widget in today's video. You can also check the source code from the website if you want to, but let's create the whole thing again here. Fine. So we'll move back to a VS Code and we'll open this document for now. Now, We'll create a container box for this first, and then we'll put an input box inside it. The task is easy, so we'll move to a HTML file and we'll write here div id is equals to, let's say, div1, and here we have a container. Now let's style this tag a bit so that it can be visible properly. So what we'll do is we'll move to a head section and we'll style this div tag over here only. We'll use the style tag. We are not going to create any external CSS file for this. So inside this we'll write hash div1. So this is the ID of a container. Then inside here we'll write height. Height is going to be, let's say, 500 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here width, and width is again going to be 500 pixels. Then we'll give the border as well. So we'll write here border, and border is going to be 3 pixels, black in color, and let's say solid. Fine. So we are going to write here solid, and then we'll define the border radius as well to make it look more attractive. So border radius is going to be, let's say, 25 pixels. And then we'll write here position, and position is going to be relative. Then the last thing we are going to write here is the margin. Margin is going to be auto. Save it, and we have a box over here at the center of our web page. If you open the browser completely, you can see over here we have a box. So for now what we'll do is we'll reduce the size from here. So instead of 500 pixels, let's say we have a box of size 200 pixels. Fine. We'll define the width as well. So save it now. You can see we have a box over here. The box looks a bit smaller, we can say. So we'll again change the height and width. We'll write here 300 for height and 300 for width. Save it now, and it looks fine now. So let's move on, and we'll add an input box inside this container now. For that, what we'll do is we'll write here inside the div tag. We'll use the paragraph tag, and then we'll put date inside it. Then after date, we'll put the input tag inside the paragraph tag, and input type is going to be text. And let's give the ID as well. So let's say the ID is date for this input tag, and we'll write here placeholder as well. So let's say inside here we'll write enter date. Fine. We have to close this input tag, and we are good to go. Save it now, and you can see we have an input box over here inside the container. Fine. So let's make some style changes to make it look more appealing. So what we'll do is we'll style this paragraph tag. We'll style the whole paragraph tag. So we'll write here P, and then inside it we'll write text align is center. We want the text to be present at the center of the box. Margin top is going to be, let's say, 150 pixels. We want the text box in the center of this container, so margin top is 150 for that. Then we'll write here, let's say, font weight. Fine. We'll write here bolder. Save it now, and you can see we have the input box at the center of this container. So what we can do here is we can put a space between this and save it now. You can see it looks fine now. Now we are done with the HTML and CSS part. We are doing all this so that you can stay in touch with HTML and CSS, and it will also make the learning part easier for you guys. So let's move on to the jQuery UI part now, and we'll add the date picker widget to this input box over there only. So we'll move to a JavaScript file, and what we'll do here is we'll add the date picker widget to our input box. So for that we'll write here $. We are again going to access this particular input box. So for that we have the ID as date. We'll write here dot. Then we'll write here date picker. Fine. We are done with it. Can you guys believe that we don't even have to write so much code to add this widget? One line and we are done. Save the program and click on the input box now. You can see we have a calendar over here. We can select any date from here and the date will appear inside the box. You can see we have 12/1/2021. Fine. The date format here will be month, day and year, which is DD and YY. Fine. And the date will appear inside the text box only. The good thing about this date picker widget is that we can control it. For example, you can see here that the month of December starts from 1. Fine. and there are no values present before that month. So what we want is we want it to show the dates from the previous months as well. For that, what we can do is we can write here inside this. We have to put curly braces over here, and then inside these curly braces we'll write here show other months. So we'll write here show other months. So this is case sensitive, guys. So keep this syntax in mind. We have to write here show with small s and then other with capital O and months with capital M. We'll write here true and save it now. Click on the input box and you can see we have the dates over here as 28, 29 and 30. Fine. However, we can't select these dates right now. For making them available for selection, what we have to do is we have to write here after a comma. We have to write here select other months. Fine. Now pass this as true. Save the program. Click on the input box. Try to select 29 from here and you can see it says 11, 29, 20, 21. Fine. We can also show the button bar over here beneath the calendar. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here after a comma show button panel and we have to pass this boolean as true. Save it now. Click on the input box and you can see we have two buttons over here. One is today and the other one is done. Fine. One of the button will take us to the current date. For example, if we are in the month of March, if we click on this today button, you can see we are here back in December. And if you are done selecting the date, then you can click on this done button over here. This widget has some more functionalities, like we can also show the menu for changing the months and years. As you can see here, for now, we have to go to other months with the help of these arrow buttons only. What we can do is we can pass the boolean options and the value will be set to true for change months and change year. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll write here after comma change month and we are going to pass it true and we are going to write here change year as well. Fine. The value is going to be true again. Save it now. Click on the input box and you can see here we have the menus for months and years here. We can choose any month from this list. Let's click on July and here we are in the month of July 2021. Similarly, we can choose years as well. We have years till 2031 from 2011. Fine. Now widget functionalities makes it easier for the user to choose any date from the given dates. We can also restrict the years according to our needs. So if we want to restrict the years according to our need, we have to write here min date and we have to pass the date here. We'll write here new and then we'll write here date. Then we'll write here the year. So let's say we are writing here 2016 1,5 and then we'll write here max date. Fine. We'll use the same syntax. We'll write here new date and let's say we are writing here 2023. Then we'll write here comma 1, 6. Fine. So we have an error over here. We'll remove it and we are good to go. Fine. The format will remain the same for year, month and day. Numbers in the programming start from 0. So January will be 0. Our calendar will allow us to choose between February 5, 2016 and February 6, 2024. All the other dates will either be removed or not available for selection. So save it now. Click on the input box and if you try to click here in 2021, you can see we have 2016 as the first option. We'll click on 2016 and you can see we don't have the month of January in the year 2016 because the numbers start from 0 and we have written here 1. So the calendar will start from February 2016. Inside here we can't choose these dates. We can start from 5th February 2016 only. Fine. We can show more than one month at a time as well. So what we can do here is we can write here comma number of months. So we'll write here number of months and we'll pass here let's say 2. Fine. Now we can select any date from 2 months. So click on the button over here and let's increase the size of this Chrome browser. Save this program now. click on the input box, and you can see we have 2 months over here. We have December 2021 and January 2022. Fine. So these are the functionalities the date picker widget can perform. The list is quite long and we can't discuss all of these functionalities. So you guys can check them by going through the official Jquery Ui website. I want you guys to go through them and let us know if there is any crucial functionality we left out. A tooltip is basically a message which appears when a cursor is positioned over an icon, image, hyperlink, or other elements in a web page. So let's go through the Jquery website once and we'll see what this widget actually does. Here's the website of Jquery Ui. We have seen the usage of the date picker widget from this website and we are well aware of this website by now. So let's quickly go through the tooltip widget and then we'll start using the widget in our own program. What we'll do is we'll go to widgets and we'll look for the tooltip widget here. You can see here at the bottom this tooltip widget. Click on it and it will take us to another web page. Now here we have a text box, and on hovering over the text box you can see a box with some text present inside it which says we ask for your age only for statistical purposes. This is known as the tooltip widget in Jquery Ui. Where we can use this widget? Any idea, guys? Now imagine we are working on an e-commerce website where we have certain different types of products, and what we can do is we can use this tooltip over our products. It will look nice, right? It will give the user a bit of information about the product and the website will look more interactive. This was just an example of where we can use this widget. So let's use this widget in our program now. What we'll do is we'll use the same code from the previous video with an input box present inside a container. So let's make some changes over here in the HTML part first. We'll add an attribute over here. We'll add the title attribute. So let's write the code again. We'll write this code again. What we'll write here is we'll again use the p tag because we have styled the p tag already. We'll write here name. Then we'll put some space and after this we'll write here input. Type is equals to text, and then we'll write here id is equals to, let's say, tool, and finally we'll write here title. Let's say title is enter your name here. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use a placeholder, and inside this we'll write enter name, and we'll close this input tag now. Fine. The same task, but we changed the name and added the title attribute here. This title attribute is a default HTML attribute. So if you save this program for now, and you can see here on taking the mouse cursor over the input box, a small message appears on the screen. So this tooltip is actually very basic. This is the default HTML tooltip. Now the next thing we'll do is to use the tooltip widget. We'll use the Jquery Ui tooltip widget. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll try to access this input box with the ID first. So here is a JavaScript file, and what we'll do here is we'll try to access this input box over here. So for that we'll write here $, and then we'll use the ID. So the ID is tool, and then we'll write here dot tooltip. Fine. This is a method. We'll use brackets over here. So that's it. The tooltip widget will take care of the rest. Save the program, move to the browser, and you can see here if we take our cursor to this input box, we have a message over here. So this tooltip is a bit different from the HTML one, right? The tooltip is larger in size and it's a bit different as well. So what we can do is we can also make customizations to this widget. We can control the effects and animation of this widget by giving several Boolean parameters and by setting their values. For example, we can track the mouse cursor here and the tooltip will move along with the mouse cursor. Just a single property we have to give and we are good to go. So let's do it here and you guys will understand it much better. What we'll do is we'll use curly braces over here, and then inside here we'll write track and we'll pass the value as true. Fine. Save the program, move to the browser, and you can see it on the browser that the tooltip tracks the mouse cursor and the box is moving along with the cursor, right? You can see the box moving. It moves to either of the sides along with the cursor of a mouse. Now if you see here carefully, The animation here is the fade in and fade out by default. You guys can see the tooltip fading in and out on taking the mouse cursor over the input box and on taking it away from here. Now the next thing we can do with this widget is we can control the animation of this widget. So we have two parameters to control the animation, which are the show and the height property. Both the properties can take multiple parameters like the timestamp, delay, and the type of effect we want. So let's say if we write here after a comma, so let's say we write here show, and then we have to use curly braces because we have to pass multiple parameters over here. Inside here what we'll do is we'll write here effect, and the effect is going to be, let's say, slide down. Fine. This is a predefined effect present in jQuery UI already, and we don't have to do anything else. We just have to write the name of the effect and jQuery UI will take care of the rest. Now here we'll write duration, and the duration is going to be, let's say, 2000. Fine. Then we'll also write here delay as well. So we'll write here delay, and delay is going to be, let's say, 250. Fine. Slide down here is the effect, and the duration defines the time this effect will take place for. Delay here is the time taken before the effect starts taking place. If you want to check the output, save the program, go to the browser, and we'll move our cursor inside the input box. You can see the change in the animation. The tooltip is sliding down on taking the mouse cursor to this input box, and if we take it away from here, the tooltip fades out, right? So you can see the animation. It takes certain time to appear, and then it suddenly goes out if we take the mouse cursor away from the input box. Fine. Now we can change the effects as well. We have several effects present, like we have highlight, we have pulsate, and we have bounce as well. So let's use some more effects here. What we'll do is we'll change the slide down to, let's say, highlight. Fine. Now the tooltip will get highlighted for some time. Save the program and move to the browser. You can see here on taking the mouse cursor to the input box, we have the tooltip highlighted for some time, right? Another tooltip effect we have in jQuery UI. We have the pulsating effect as well. What we can do is we can write here pulsate in place of highlight. So this is another effect we have in jQuery UI. Save the program, and now the tooltip animation will change. You can see on taking the mouse cursor, the tooltip is pulsating, right? So let's move ahead and we'll now see the height feature as well. We want some animation in the end as well. So when we take the mouse cursor away, basically, for that, what we can do is we can define another property over here. We can write here height, and the syntax will remain the same for height as well because we have to pass several parameters. That's why we are using curly braces over here. Effect we will write here as, let's say, explode. Fine. Then we'll write here duration as well. Duration is going to be, let's say, 2000. Fine. Let's remove the delay from here as well because we don't want any delay in a tooltip animation. Save the program now. Take your mouse cursor over this input box and you can see the pulsating effect here. Now take it out and you can see the explode effect is not working. So we have to remove this L from here. Save it now. Now try to do it. You can see the pulsating effect here, and on taking the mouse cursor away, you can see the tooltip exploding into pieces here. Now one more thing we can do here is we don't actually need the whole title attribute to use the tooltip. What we can do is we can use this tooltip without the attribute value as well. What we can do is we can remove the value from here, and let's say we are removing this value from here. So this is the value of our tooltip basically. Now save the program. What we can do instead of it is we can write here content, and let's write here something. So let's say we are writing here this is the place for name. Fine, we'll write here comma, save it now. What actually happens is jQuery UI dynamically takes this value from content and puts it inside this title attribute. Now this will work totally fine. Save the program, move to the browser and take your cursor over this, and you can see we have the tooltip widget as this is the place for name. And when we take the cursor away from this input box, you can see the tooltip exploding into pieces. So these are the customizations we can make in the tooltip widget in the jQuery UI. The list of features is quite long, so you guys can check them by going through the website. The task for you guys now is you have to put this tooltip over an image and see the result. Let us know if you face any sort of problem and we'll be more than happy to help you guys. The accordion widget is mainly used for descriptions, or we can say it is a jQuery based expandable and collapsible content holder that is broken into sections and probably looks like tabs only. So we have been through the syntax of the previous two widgets we discussed. There's not too much of a difference. So let's quickly go through the introduction of this widget from the jQuery UI website and then we'll use it in our program. So here we are on the official website. We'll quickly go through the accordion widget. So here's the widget. You can see the first widget present is the accordion widget. Click on it. And we can see we have some sections over here, right? We have section 1, we have section 2, 3 and 4. If we click on any of the sections here, like if we click on section 2, you can see this section expands and we can go through the description of that particular section. So let's try to achieve this thing by ourselves and then we'll see the customizations allowed in the accordion widget. So we'll move to the VS Code, and first of all what we'll do is we'll add some sections over here along with the description only. So here is the output of this particular document for now. What we'll do is we'll add some particular sections over here. So we'll write here div. Let's say the ID for this div tag is div1. Fine. So here's our div tag. Now inside this, what we'll do is we'll add some headings and the description part, right? So we'll write here, let's say h2, and inside this we are writing, let's say HTML. Now what we'll do is we'll create another div tag and then inside this div tag we'll write p, and now we'll write something about the HTML. Fine. So we'll write here, let's say HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. And then we'll write here, let's say it is used to structure a web page. Fine. So let's write something more here and we'll write here and its content. Fine. Save the program. You can see it over here. We have a heading as HTML and then we have a paragraph which says HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and it is used to structure a web page and its content. Fine. I hope you guys got this. So now what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here and we'll paste it again. Fine. We have pasted it 4 times. We'll change the headings and the paragraphs as well. So let's say we are writing here CSS, then we'll write here, let's say we are writing here CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet, and we'll write here it is used to style a web page in different ways. Fine. Save it, and you can see here we have some headings and some text below them. You can see it over here. It says CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. It is used to style a web page in different ways. Similarly, we'll change these two as well. So let's do it first. We'll write here JavaScript and then we'll write here, let's say JavaScript was introduced in the year 1995. And then we'll write here it is used to add functionality. Fine. I hope you guys must know all of this by now. So we have been through all this already. Now the last thing we are going to do is we are going to write here jQuery. Fine. Then we'll write here inside this paragraph tag, we'll write here jQuery was introduced in 2006. So we'll write here jQuery was introduced in 2006, and let's say we are writing here jQuery is an open source, fast, tiny and rich feature library. Fine. And that's it. We are not writing anything more because this is just for illustration purposes. So we'll save this. And here you can see we have all the 4 headings. We have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery. So this is the HTML part. We are done with it. Now let's use the accordion widget to make this okay looking web page a bit attractive. So we'll use the widget only. We'll move to a JavaScript file. Here we are in the JavaScript file, and we'll write here inside this. Let's say now we want to access the whole division, right? So we want to access this particular division with ID as div1. So we'll write here $, and then inside double inverted commas we'll write div1. This is the ID. Then we'll write here dot accordion. Fine. This is a method, so we'll use brackets over here. That's it guys, we are done with it. Save the program and you can see how nice this thing looks now. We don't have to put any effort into adding functionality to this web page. A single line of code can do this task for us. So this is the actual use of jQuery UI. It allows us to do certain tasks with a single line of code. Now, the first section always remains open like this. And if we want to make it collapsible, like you can see, we can click on any of these sections now and that particular section will expand. But if you refresh this page and you can see it over here, the first section always remains open. Now what if we want to make it collapsible? We don't have to do so much of a task. What we have to do is we have to pass some properties and jQuery UI will take care of the rest. Now what we'll do is we'll write here inside the brackets, we'll use curly braces over here, and now we'll write here collapsible and we'll pass it as true. Fine. Now save the program and you can see if we click on this HTML again, you can see it collapses on clicking it. So this property is working totally fine and it allows us to make a section collapsible or expandable. Fine. jQuery UI helps us do such tasks without any problem. So what else we can do here is we can change the icons as well. Here you can see that we have these arrow shaped icons over here in the header part. If you guys remember, jQuery UI has some predefined CSS properties, or we can say it has some predefined CSS libraries as well, through which we can also change the style. So let me show you the icons we have in jQuery UI, and for that we'll go back to the website. Here are the icons. We can use any of the buttons from here. You can see the names. We don't have to do so much of a task. You can see the icon type. You can see it over here. It's written that UI icon arrow 1n. So these are the names for these particular icons. We can use any of these icons. We don't have to do much of a task. We have to copy the names from here and we have to paste them into a JavaScript file. So let's move back to a jQuery file once, and first of all we'll write the property over here. We'll write here icons, and this is a little bit tricky, we can say. We have to use curly braces over here, and inside this we have to write header. We are going to use different icons for header and for active header. So we'll write here header and we'll take one icon from here. Fine. Let's say we are taking this UI icon caret1. So we'll copy the name from here. We'll paste it in a jQuery file. Then we'll write here comma. We'll again do the same thing for active header as well. So we'll write here active header. And then we'll take one more icon. So let's say we are taking this icon from here. Copy it from here. Paste it here. And we are good to go. Fine. So this is how we can change the icons using jQuery UI. Now let's go through the output once. Save this program. And you can see the icons are changed now. We have these icons over here. So let me comment this property for once. Save it now. You can see these were the icons we had before we are using the icons property. Now after using this property, save it, and here you can see the icons are changed. Fine. So this is how we can change the icons using jQuery UI. So some more customizations we can make in this widget are, we can also change the time for the animation to take place using the animate property. Now we don't have to do so much of a task for that. We'll use a comma here and we'll write here animate. We'll pass the time in milliseconds. So let's say we are writing here 2000. Save it, and now the animation will take 2 seconds to complete. You can see the change in the speed here. It takes 2 seconds to expand and 2 seconds to collapse. Fine. We can also change the event from click to mouse over as well. So for that we have to write here After a comma, we have to write here event, and then we can write here, let's say, mouse over. I hope this will work. So the default event is the click event, and we can change the event using this event property only. So let's save this program, and if we take our mouse cursor over any of these sections, you can see that particular section expanding and collapsing with the mouse cursor, right? You can see the mouse over event working over here. So these are some basic customizations we can make in the accordion widget in jQuery UI. The list is so long and we can't discuss all the properties. So you guys can go through them from the official jQuery UI website and let us know if we missed out on anything important. Now that we are aware of what widgets are and we know a lot about them from the previous few widgets we have been through till now, we know quite a bit about them and their usage, right? So widgets make it easier for us to do certain things without writing much of a code. Now the message box we are talking about here is a message kind of thing that appears on the screen, and it looks more attractive than the traditional alert method. We can also customize the box with some properties and make a web page look more interactive to the user. The actual widget name is dialog. It's not message box. Actually, the widget name is dialog, and the work of this widget is to put a message on the screen inside a particular message box. So let's go through the jQuery UI website quickly, and we'll then use this widget in our program. Here we are at the official website of jQuery UI, and we'll quickly move to the dialog widget to know more about it. So here you can see this is the dialog widget. Click on it and you can see it over here. We have a dialog box with some message on it, right? So this is the dialog box over here. It has a heading which says basic dialog, and inside this we have some content over here, right? Now if we take the mouse cursor over the title, you can see the cursor changes and we are now able to drag this widget across the screen. Fine. We can also change the size of this widget with the help of our mouse. You can see the size changing if we try to change it, if we try to increase the size, or if we try to reduce the size. We can do it with the help of this widget. Now you can also go through the customizations allowed in the dialog box from the website only. But let's use this widget in our program and we'll see some customizations there only. Here we are in the VS Code. Now there are two simple steps to get the jQuery dialog box. We can either place the content inside the div element and then we can access the content from there, or we can just use the dialog function in our JavaScript file as well. For now, we'll be using the first method, in which we'll create a division and add some content inside it. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll write here inside this body tag, we'll write here div, and we have to provide an ID. So let's say the ID for the div is dialog. We'll close this and here we are. Now we'll write something inside this div tag. So let's say we are writing here, this is a customizable dialog box. Fine. So this is our text. Save the program and you can see it over here. We have the text as this is a customizable dialog box on the browser. Now what we want to do is we want the content of this div element inside the dialog box. For that, we'll move to our JavaScript file. So this is a JavaScript file and we'll write here $. We'll try to access this div tag. So we have the ID as dialog. We'll write here hash dialog. Then we'll write here dot. So the widget name is dialog. So we'll write here dialog and that's it. Now the dialog widget will take the content from the div element dynamically and put it inside as a message. Save the program and you can see here we have a message box with the same message as the content from the div element. You can see this message box over here has no title as of now, although we can drag this message box in a web browser or we can also resize it. You can see it over here. Now to add the title, we have two ways. First, we can either use the title attribute in the HTML div element, or we can use the title property here inside the dialog function only. So let's give it a try. What we'll do is we'll move to a HTML file and we'll use the title attribute over here. So we'll write here title and let's say the title is title using attribute. Fine. Save it and you can see we have the title over here as title using attribute. Now we can also use the title property as well. So for this, we'll move to a jQuery file or JavaScript file we can say, and then we'll write here inside this dialog function, we'll use curly braces and we'll write here title. Then we'll pass the title here. So let's say the title is title using property. Fine. For now, we have the title as title using attribute because we are using an HTML attribute for the title. So save this program now and you can see the title changes to title using property. Fine. I didn't remove the title attribute from the HTML file to let you guys know that the title property here will override the title attribute if it ever gets into a situation where we have used both of them. So I hope you guys got this. Now the next customization we can do is we can change the dragging of this message box. Right now we are able to move this message box within the browser. You can see it over here. We are free to move it. So to stop the user from doing this, we have to set the draggable property to false. So what we can do is we can write here after a comma draggable, and we have to set this property to false. All the properties here are by default set to true mostly. So we have to set it to false, save the program and now try to move this box. You can see we are not able to move this box now. So this is how the draggable property works. Although the size can still be changed with the help of mouse cursor only. We can change the size of this dialog box. So to stop this from happening, what we have to do is we have to write here resizable and we have to pass this property as false. Fine, save it now and you will notice that we are not able to resize this dialog box now. So these are some of the basic properties of this dialog widget. Now we'll further move on and we'll see some more properties over here. Now the following property is close on escape. So if you press the escape key from the keyboard, you can see the message box closes. If we set the close on property to false, then it will not allow us to close the dialog box by pressing the escape button. This is one more property of the dialog widget. So what we have to do is we have to write here after a comma close on escape. Fine, we have to set this to false and we are good to go. Save it now and press the escape key from the keyboard and you can see we are not able to close this dialog box by using the escape key anymore. For the next property, let's add an input box first. We'll see why in a moment. So let's add it first. We'll move to a HTML file and we'll write here before the div tag. So let's say we are writing here first name and we'll use an input tag. So we'll write here input type is equals to text and that's it. Fine. Save the program. You can see we have the input box on the browser. You can see we have it over here. The reason behind adding it is to show you guys that if we try to interact with an element while the dialog box is there on the screen, jQuery will not stop us until we use the model property. So if we try to write here any name, so you can see we are able to do that and we have the message over here as well. Now to make this dialog box a model dialog box, what we have to do is we have to pass the model property to true here. Fine, we have to make the dialog box as a model dialog box. So we have to write here model and we have to pass here true. Save the program and now you can see we cannot access the input box anymore. If we try to click over here, you can see we are not able to do anything with this input box. So what we have to do is we have to close this dialog box first. So let's close it and now we'll try to write something inside this input box. You can see we are able to write anything over here. Right. Now you guys might wonder that this dialog box is opening every time, right? What if we want to open it on a button click? For that, what we have to do is we have to set the auto open property to false first and we have to add a button as well. So let's start by adding a button and then we'll set the auto open property to false. We'll add a button over here. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this input element, we'll write here button. We have to pass an ID over here. So let's say the ID is btn1 and the name of this button is, let's say, dialog box. Fine. Save it now and you can see we have a button over here named as dialog box. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to set the auto open property to false. So for that we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here auto open. Fine. And we'll set this property to false. Save the program and you can see the message box is not opening by default anymore. Now to open the dialog box on the button click, we have to access the button first and then we have to use the open method. Seems a bit confusing, right? So let's try to do it and you guys will understand it much better, I guess. So what we'll do is we'll write here before this dialog box. So we'll access the button first. So we'll write here $. The button ID is btn1. Then we'll write here dot click. We are using the click event. We'll create a function over here. And now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to open the dialog box. For that, we'll write here $. We'll again write here dialog because we want the content from the div element for the dialog box. Then we'll write here dot dialog. Fine. Now we'll write here inside this open. And that's it. We have to pass the open method here as a string because we want to open the dialog box on a button click. Now save the program and you guys can see here we have to click on the button over here to open the dialog box. Click on the button. You can see on clicking the button the dialog box is opening and we are not able to write anything still here. Right, we are not able to write any name over here. For that we have to close this and then we'll be able to write here anything. And for the dialog box to appear, we have to click on this dialog box button. So guys, these are some of the customizations we can make in this particular widget. I hope you guys got this. One of the most accessible and widely used widgets in Jquery UI is the autocomplete widget. It helps the users complete the text they are writing in an input box or somewhere by giving suggestions. So let's go through the Jquery UI website quickly and then we'll see the syntax and all for this particular widget. So here we are on the website. We'll look for the autocomplete widget and here's the autocomplete widget. Click on it. Now you can see we have a text box over here. So before we do something, let's go through the description given over here for this autocomplete widget. It says the autocomplete widgets provides suggestions while you type into the field. Here the suggestions are the tags from programming languages. So if we write here, let's say Ja, you can see we have two different options. We have Java and JavaScript, right? So this is what the autocomplete widget is. Now let's use this widget in our program. So here we are in the VS Code. What we'll do now is we'll create an input box first and then we'll use this particular widget. So for creating an input box, what we'll do is we'll write here, let's say we are writing here favorite language. Fine. Now we have to create an input box for this. So we'll write here input type is equals to text and let's provide the ID as well. So we'll write here ID. So let's say the ID is input for this text box. Now let's add a button over here as well to make it look nicer a bit. So what we'll do is we'll add a button over here. We'll write here button. So let's say we'll give the ID as btn1. We don't need this, but let's do it here. So let's say the button name is submit. Now save the program and you can see it on the browser. We have an input box where we have to mention our favorite language and a submit button as well. So let's move on to the Jquery part now and we'll use the autocomplete widget. Here we are in the JavaScript file. Now the syntax is the same. So we have to use this widget with the ID of a HTML element. What we'll do is we'll write here $. So the ID for input box is input. So we'll write here hash input. Then we'll write here dot auto complete. Fine. That's it, right? The syntax for all the widgets we have been through is similar to this one, but there is a slight difference in this particular widget. What this widget does is it provides us with suggestions. So we have to give those suggestions by ourselves to the system to let Jquery UI go through them, and then only it can provide us with certain recommendations. The suggestions will be the name of some languages in this particular case. So let's create an array over here of all the languages we want. What we'll do is we'll write here before this document.ready method or event we can say. We'll create a variable over here. So let's say the variable name is language. Then we'll create an array. So let's say we have certain names of particular languages stored inside this array, right? So we'll write here HTML, then we have CSS, we have JavaScript as well. So we'll mention all the languages we know. We'll write a JavaScript, then we have PHP, and we have Java. So then we'll write here Python, and then we'll write here, let's say C. We have C++ as well, so we'll mention that as well. So we'll write here C++, then we have C#, so we'll write here C#, and we have Perl, so we'll write here Perl. We'll write here, so we have to put this inside double inverted commas. Then we'll write here, let's say Ruby, and we have Scala, so we'll write here Scala. Then we have COBOL as well. So these all are languages. Then we have Basic, so we'll write here Basic, and let's mention some more. So let's say we are writing here Fortran, so we'll write here Fortran, and then we have Lisp, and finally let's add here TypeScript. Fine, so we'll write here TypeScript. I guess these are enough for now. So the next task we have to do is to let the autocomplete widget know about this particular array. For that, we have to pass this array as a parameter to this autocomplete widget over here. Fine. Now the thing to keep in mind here is that we have to pass two parameters in this widget. One is for the source of the array, we can say, and the other one is for the customizations. So we have to pass them inside curly braces. This means that we have to use two pairs of curly braces, right? So we'll use two curly braces over here. We'll separate them with a comma. So the first one is for the source and the second one is for the customizations. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to pass the source to this autocomplete widget. The source is the array, right? For that, what we have to do is we have to write here inside this first curly braces, we have to write here source, and we have to give the name of a array over here. So we'll write here language, and that's it. Fine. We are done with the autocomplete widget. So let's check the output now. Save the program and move on to the browser. Here we have an input box. Now try to write something over here. What we'll do is we'll write here, let's say C. You can see we have the names of all the languages which have the letter C present in their names. This is the basic working of this autocomplete widget. It suggests all the related names to the user and lets them choose from any of them. So if we click on C++, you can see we have the input as C++ over here. And if we write here Java, we have two options. We have JavaScript and Java. We can click on any of them and that will be present as the text inside the input box. Now we can also use the array inside the autocomplete widget as well. We don't have to create any variables or anything. Just copy the array from here, and what we have to do is we have to paste it here inside the autocomplete widget. Fine. We'll comment this piece of code. We'll comment it out, save it now, and you can see on writing here C, we have all the options with C present in their names. Fine. So this is working totally fine, I guess. Now, talking about the customizations we have in this widget, we'll be going through three different types of customizations. What we'll do is we'll write here first. So we have this pair of curly braces over here for the customizations. So we'll write inside it, let's say delay, and let's pass the value as 500 over here. Fine. Delay as 500 means the suggestions will be shown to the user after 500 milliseconds. If we write here 2000 instead of 500 and save the program, now try to write something over here and it will take 2 seconds to complete. For example, let's say we are writing here Java. Now wait for 2 seconds and then the options will appear on the screen. Fine. So this is a property of the autocomplete widget. Now the second property is the min length property. This property defines the minimum length required for the suggestions. So for example, if we write here min length, and if we pass the value as, let's say, 3, save it now. If we write here C, fine, we have the min length as 3 and C is of single letter. We'll not get any suggestions because the minimum length is 3. Instead of C, if we write here JA, we are still not getting any suggestions because the minimum length is 3. Right here V, and you can see after 2 seconds we have 2 suggestions over here as Java and JavaScript. Let's change the delay to 500 over here again. And now what we'll do is we'll try to search for another language. Let's say we are searching for Python. Now we have 4 letters over here and you can see we have the suggestion as Python. So this is how the min length property of this autocomplete widget works. Now the last property is the autofocus property. Let's go through the example directly. We'll write here after a comma autofocus. Fine, we'll pass this as true because this is a Boolean property. Save it now. Now go to the browser and write here something. Let's say we are writing here COBOL, and you can see we have the first option in focus because of this particular property. Now try to write here Java, and you can see we have 2 options. The first one is in focus, and if we pass this property as false, save this program, write here Java again, and you can see none of the 2 options are in focus now. So these are some of the customizations we have in the autocomplete widget. A widget is an application or a component of an interface that enables a user to perform a function or access a service. This was the definition of widgets, and we know how to use certain widgets like the date picker widget, accordion widget, tooltip widget, and many more such widgets, right? So let's suppose a scenario now wherein we are already using a widget in our program and we have customized the widget according to our needs. Now what we want is we want to change the property of a widget by clicking on a button. How we can achieve this thing? We can't write the whole thing again, right? Here comes the concept of widget modification in Jquery Ui. What we need to do is we need to modify a particular property of a specific widget. Is it possible in Jquery to do so? The answer to this question is yes. It is possible to modify any widget property in Jquery with the help of specific methods. Let's go through the programming part directly and you guys will understand it much better. We'll use the dialog box widget and then we'll try to modify a particular property of that widget. So let's write the code again so that you guys can get a fair idea of what's coming. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag, we'll create a division. So for that we'll use the div tag. The ID is going to be, let's say, dialog for the dialog box, and we'll define the title here as well. So let's say the title of our dialog box is going to be title 1. We'll close the div tag. Now inside there we'll write this is a customizable dialog box. Fine. Save the program. And you can see we have the text over here which says this is a customizable dialog box. Now we have to add the dialog box. For that we are going to use the Jquery Ui widget. But before that, let's add some buttons over here as well. We'll add 2 buttons because we have 2 different properties. So we'll write here button and the ID is going to be btn1 for button 1 and the name is, let's say, get. Fine. We'll add another button. For that we'll write here button, ID is going to be btn2 and the name of this button is going to be set. Save this program and you can see we have 2 buttons over here. We have the get button and the set button. Now this is going to be a basic dialog box. The next thing we'll do is we'll move to the Jquery part and we'll write some code there. So here we are in the JavaScript file, and what we'll do is we'll write here $. We'll access this whole division. So for that we'll write here hash and the ID is dialog for the division. Then we'll write here dot dialog. This is a method, so we have to use parenthesis over here, and then we'll use curly braces to define all the properties of this dialog box widget. Now inside here we'll write properties. So let's say we are writing here draggable and we are passing this property as true for now. Then we'll write here resizable, and the property value is going to be true again. Then we'll write here close on escape. We'll write here true for this one as well. Now the next property we are going to use is the model property. We'll write here false for model, and then we'll use the auto open property. Fine, we'll write here auto open, and then we'll write here true, and that's it. So what we are doing here is we are defining the customizations allowed in this particular widget. I hope you guys already have an idea of what we are doing because we have discussed it in the dialog box widget video. Now save the program, and you can see we have a dialog box with title as title 1, and inside it we have a message which says this is a customizable dialog box. If you try to drag this dialog box, you can see we are able to do that because we have defined the draggable property to true, and we can also resize this because the resizable property is also set to true. Now what we want is we want to change a particular property on a button click, right? For that we have to use the click event with the buttons. So we'll use the click event with buttons first, and then we'll use methods. Fine. So first of all we'll write here $. The ID for button 1 is btn1, which is the get button. Then we'll write here dot click, and we'll create a function over here. Fine. And we have the body of this function. Now inside this we'll write alert, and let's see if this button is working or not. We'll print a message. So we'll write here get is working. Save the program. Click on the get button. You can see we have a message with get is working as output. Now copy this piece of code, and we'll do the same thing for set button as well. We'll change the button ID to btn2, and instead of get we'll write here set. Save the program. Click on set over here. You can see this button is also working fine. So basically we were checking if these buttons are working or not. We'll comment this piece of code for now. Now the idea is to get the value of any particular property and then change it, right? For that we have two methods in Jquery Ui, the getter method and the setter method. The getter method is used to get the value of any particular property, and the setter method is used to change that particular value. You can also go through the documentation present on the Jquery Ui official website, but let me just tell you about these methods. The syntax for the getter method goes like this. What we have to do is we have to take a variable that will store the value. So for that we'll write here var model, let's say. Then we'll access this dialog box. We have the ID as dialog for that. Then we'll write here dot dialog, and inside brackets we have to pass two parameters. One is the option, and the second one is going to be the name of that particular property. So we'll write here option. Option refers to these properties. So basically we are telling the computer that we want to access these particular properties. The option parameter will remain the same for all Jquery widgets. The second parameter is going to be the name of a particular property. So let's say we are writing here model, and on saving the program, if we click on the get button, the output we'll get is false because the model property is initially set to false. Click on the get button, but before that we have to write here some more things. So what we'll do is we'll print the model variable inside the alert method. So we'll write here alert model, save this program, click on the get button. You can see we have the output as false because this is the initial value of this model property. Now let's move ahead and we'll try to change this property to true now. For that we have the setter method in Jquery Ui. The syntax for setter method is almost the same. We'll copy this piece of code from here. We'll paste it here inside this, and now what we'll do is we'll pass one more parameter over here. The third parameter is going to be the change. So till now the value of this model property is false, but what we want is we want to change it to true. So we'll write here true, save it now, click on the get button. You can see the output is false. Click on OK. Now click on the set button. You can see there's no change in the browser, but click on the get button again and you can see the output is changed to true. This means that the model property is now set to true. Fine. We can change any property by using these methods. So let's try this thing with some other properties as well. what we'll do is we'll write here instead of model, let's say we are writing here draggable. Fine. So the initial value of draggable was true. What we'll do is we'll write here draggable again and we'll change this to false now. Fine. Save the program, click on get. You can see the output is true because the initial value of draggable property was true. Now click on set and you can see we are not able to drag this dialog box anymore, right? This is because the draggable property is now set to false when we clicked on this set button. Click on get again and you can see the property is false. So this is how the widget modification in jQuery actually works. We can also change the height and width of this dialog box. For that we have to define the height and width over here. Let's define them. We'll write here height. Height is going to be, let's say, 250, and we'll define the width as well. So the width is going to be, let's say, 250 again. Fine. So here we have the dialog box. The height and the width are 250 pixels. We can resize it obviously because the resizable property is true. Now what we want is we want the height. So inside this getter method we'll write here height and click on the get button. After saving this, click on get. You can see we have the height is 250 pixels. Now what we want is we want to change the height, right? We'll write here height again. Now the new height is going to be, let's say, 300 on clicking the set button. Save the program, click on get. The initial height is 250. Fine. Click on set. You can see the change in the height. Click on get again. You can see the height is changed to 300 pixels now. Fine. So this is how we can make modifications in the widgets afterward. And this thing remains the same for all the widgets in jQuery UI. The name of the widget is the only thing that will change. Rest everything will remain the same. So far, we have covered widgets and their usage in the past few videos. Widgets make it easier for us to perform a function or access a service with less code required. We came across different types of widgets and their usage. It's quite easy to use widgets in jQuery. All we have to do is to call the widget with specific name and that's it. jQuery even allows us to make customizations in widgets, right? Now, talking about interactions, they have almost the same syntax as widgets, but the working and customizations makes the difference. Interactions basically let the user perform various actions on the DOM element with the help of mouse without changing the appearance of the element. The first interaction we'll be going through today is the draggable interaction in jQuery. This interaction enables draggable functionality to any DOM element. It is used to move the draggable object by clicking on it with the mouse and dragging it anywhere within the viewport. This interaction allows us to move a particular element, whether it be an image or a box or anything movable across the screen. We can customize the way we can move the box with the help of certain customizations as well. Let's go through the official jQuery UI website to see the working of this interaction and then we'll use it in our own program. Here we are on the official website of jQuery UI and you can see over here we have all the interactions which are placed differently from widgets, right? We have all the interactions over here, then we have widgets as well. Click on the draggable interaction. Draggable interaction is the first interaction available here. Click on it and it will take us to a new page. You can see over here we have a box with some text present inside it which says drag me around. Click and hold over the box and try to drag it. We are able to drag it here, right? So let's achieve this thing in our own program now and then we'll go through the customizations as well. Here we are in the VS Code. Now we'll do the draggable thing with two different boxes. So let's add them quickly. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. We'll use the div tag. We'll write here div. And inside this div tag we'll create another division for box 1. So we'll write here div. ID is equal to, let's say, okay, we'll use class for this. So we'll write here class is equals to, let's say, box, and we'll close this div tag. Now we'll write something inside it. So let's say we are writing here box 1. Now we'll create another box. For that we have to use another div tag. We'll write here div, class is going to be the same. We'll write here box. Then we'll write here inside this box 2, let's say. Fine. Save this program. And you can see here we have some text present on the screen which says box 1 and box 2. So let's style these boxes as well. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the head tag. We'll use the style tag for this. So we'll write here style, and inside this we are going to make some style changes in these boxes. So we'll write here box, because box is the class. We'll write here dot box. Now inside this we'll write, let's say we are using border. Border is going to be, let's say, 5 pixel solid, and let's say black in color. Fine. Let's keep it simple for now. We'll use the height over here. We'll write here height as, let's say, 100 pixels. Then we'll define width as well. Width is again going to be 100 pixels. And finally after this we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be, let's say, 10 pixels. And we'll align this text to the center. So we'll write here text align at this center. Fine. Now we are done with it. Save the program, and you can see we have 2 boxes now. The next thing we want to do is we want to move these boxes with the help of a mouse button, right? For that, we have to use the draggable interaction from Jquery Ui. We discussed earlier that the syntax remains almost the same for interactions and widgets in Jquery. So let's add the interaction to our program now. Here we are in the JavaScript file, and what we'll do is we'll write here $. Now we need to access these boxes. For that we have the class as box. So we'll write here dot box, and then we'll write here dot draggable. It is a method, so we'll use parenthesis. Now that's it guys, we are done. Now we'll be able to move those boxes in our browser. Save the program and try doing it. So you can see we are now able to move these boxes across the browser. We are able to move them freely. Try moving them to the bottom and you can see the scroll bar appearing over here, right? The same thing will happen if we try to move it horizontally. If we try to move it horizontally, you can see the scroll bar at the bottom of our browser. So we are good to go with that. Now talking about the customizations we have in this interaction, we can control the dragging path of the element. We can either make it draggable along the x-axis, which means horizontally, or along the y-axis, which means vertically. So for that, we have to write here inside this, we have to use curly braces for customizations. The same thing we did with widgets as well. Now we'll write over here axis. Axis we are going to define. So let's say we are writing here x. We are going to drag the box along the x-axis now. Save the program. And you can see we are not able to move the box towards the bottom side, right? We are not able to move the box along the y-axis. What we can do is we can move this box horizontally only, because we have defined the axis as x, and now we will be able to move the box horizontally only. The next thing we can do is we can also change the cursor upon dragging the box to make it look a bit more interactive. What we have to do is we have to write here after a comma, we have to write here cursor, and we have to define here grabbing. Fine, this is the cursor name. Now save the program, and you will notice on dragging the element the cursor changes, right? We can also change the opacity of this element on dragging. You can see we have the opacity as 1 because the black color is completely visible for now. We can change it. Just write here after a comma opacity, and we'll define the opacity as, let's say, 0.5. Fine. Now save the program, try to drag this box, and you can see on dragging the opacity changes to 0.5 of this particular box. The same thing will go for box 2 as well. Because we have defined the axis as x, we are not able to move the box in other directions. So let's comment this axis for now, save it now, and you can see now we are able to move these boxes freely. Fine. The next thing we can do here is we can also limit the dragging area of this box. We can either limit it to the division or to the document as well. So for that we have to define a property over here. We have to write here after a comma containment, and then we have to write here either parent for division, and for document we have to write here document only. So let's do it with parent. Save the program, and you can see the area is limited now. We can drag it till here only. We can't drag it out of this box because we have a division over here defined as well, and these boxes are present inside that division. If you go back to the HTML document, you can see here we have this div tag as well. we can move these boxes only inside this div tag. We can't go out of this. So this is how we can limit the dragging area of a particular element. Another property we can use is the grid property. So let's write here first and then you can understand it much better, I guess. So we'll write here grid and we'll define the grid inside these brackets. We'll write here 300, 300. Now save the program and you guys will get it much better. But before that, let's comment this piece of code. We are not going to limit the draggable area of these boxes. Save it now. And now on dragging the box, you can see that it automatically stops after 300 pixels. And the in-between movement of the box is not visible. Let me zoom out the browser for you and you can see it more clearly now. You can see the box stopping after 300 pixels and the in-between movement of this box is not visible. So this is how we can use the grid property to make it look more interactive to the user. Now the last two properties we are going to discuss today are the snap and the snap tolerance properties. If the snap property is set to true, then the two boxes will stick together if closer to each other. The snap tolerance property defines the distance between the elements to stick together. So let's use them here first. We'll comment this grid as well. We'll write here after this snap. So snap is a Boolean property. We'll write here true for that and we'll write here snap tolerance. Fine. And we'll set snap tolerance to, let's say, 100 pixels. This is in pixels. Keep this thing in mind. Now, if the distance between the two boxes at any time becomes 100 or less than 100, then both the boxes will stick together. Save the program and you can see over here that moving the first box near to the second one, they are sticking together, right? The snap tolerance is 100. It means that if we try to bring the box near to box 2 and the distance between them is either 100 or less than that, then the boxes will stick together. So this is how we can use the draggable interaction to make our web page more interactive. I hope you guys got it. The basic definition states that interactions let the user perform various actions on the DOM element with the help of the mouse without changing the actual appearance of the DOM element. The sortable interaction we'll be going through today is used to sort elements just by dragging them. So let's go through the Jquery Ui website quickly and then we'll use it in our own program. Here we are on the official website of Jquery Ui. We'll go to the sortable interaction directly. Here it is. Click on it and here you can see we have a list of items. We can sort them according to our needs. If we pick any one of them from its position and if we try to drag it to another place, you can see we can do so because of the sortable interaction in Jquery Ui. The sortable interaction enables a group of DOM elements to be sortable. Click on it and drag the element to a new spot within the list and all the other items will adjust according to this particular item. It shares all the properties of the draggable interaction by default. We'll see them after going through the syntax of this interaction. So let's move on to the VS Code and we'll try to implement this thing in our own program now. Here we are on the VS Code. The first thing we'll be doing is to add those elements to our web page. For that, what we'll do is we'll take a div tag and we'll define the list inside that particular div tag. We'll write here div, close it. Now what we have to do is we have to declare an unordered list. For that we'll use the UL tag. We'll write here UL. Class is going to be, let's say, sort. We'll close this tag and now inside this we'll define the list. Fine. We'll use the li tag for that. We'll write here li. id is equals to, let's say, sortable. We are giving all these elements IDs because we want to style them as well. So for styling purpose, we'll be using the ID attribute. We'll close it and here we'll write the name of item, let's say item 1. We'll copy this piece of code from here. We'll paste it certain times and then we'll change the name of items. Fine. We'll write here item 2. Then we have item 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Fine. We have a list of items on our web page. So you can see we have 7 different items over here. Now let's style them as well. For that, what we'll do is we'll move to the head tag of a HTML file and we'll use the style tag over here. We'll write here inside this style tag hash sortable. This is the ID. Now we'll style these elements. We'll write here border. Border is going to be 2 pixels, solid in nature and black in color. Then we'll write here height. So let's say the height is 20 pixels for each box. Then we'll write here width. Width is going to be, let's say, 100 pixels. They are going to be rectangular in shape, not squares. So height and width is going to be different. Let's define the margin as well. Let's say margin is 10 pixels. Then we have text align as well. Fine. So let's say we are writing here text align at the center. Save it now. And here you can see we have all the boxes over here, but it's still not working. Let's see what the problem is. So you can see over here we have a mistake. We have written here SLOID. So we'll correct it. We have solid over here now. Save it. And you can see we have all the items over here. We have 7 items. All are placed inside boxes. Now we did some basic styling here. Everyone can understand it because it's so basic. The next thing we have to do is to use the sortable interaction here. For that, we'll move to a JavaScript file. So here is a JavaScript file. Now we have to use this interaction in all the items. So we have to use it with the parent element to make each box movable within the area covered by the UL tag. So we'll be using the class attribute here. We'll write here $. Now we are going to take a selector. So for that we'll write here .sort because this is the class name, and then we'll write here .sortable. Fine. This is the interaction name. It is basically a method. That's why we are using parentheses over here. That's it guys. The sortable interaction can do the rest of task by itself. This interaction over here is already defined inside the jQuery file. All we need to do is to pass it as a method and jQuery will take care of the rest. We are done with it. Let's save the program. Save it, and here you can see it on the browser that we are able to move a particular box now. Click on item 1 and you can see we are able to drag it, and if we put it down here you can see all the other items adjusting themselves without any problem. So we have already discussed that the sortable interaction has all the customizations of the draggable interaction by default. Let's use them. What we'll do is we'll write here inside curly braces, we'll write here, let's say, opacity. This property we have used in the previous interaction as well. So let's define the opacity as 0.5. Then we have cursor. We can write here cursor as, let's say, grabbing. A hand-like thing will come when we try to grab the boxes now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here containment. It can either be document or the parent. So for now we'll be using parent over here. Then we have, let's say, delay, and we'll define the delay in milliseconds. So let's say the delay here is 300 milliseconds. And the last thing we are going to do is we are going to write here distance. Fine. We are going to write here 50 now. So here we have all the customizations allowed by this interaction in jQuery Ui. Almost all of them are from the previous interaction, that is the draggable interaction. The distance here is in pixels, and it means that this interaction will work only if we drag the element for 50 pixels. Save the program. Now try to move a box. You can see we are not able to move a box until the distance reaches 50 pixels. Fine. So this is how this distance property actually works. Now the delay property defines the time interval taken by the interaction. So here the time interval is 300 milliseconds. When we try to move a box, it will take 300 milliseconds and then only the box will move. So these are some of the few properties that I think are the most important to understand. You can find more from the API documentation present on the official jQuery Ui website. Here's a task for you guys. What you have to do is to add an image in this program and then see if this works the same or not. Now that we have a good idea of what interactions are and how we can use them to make a more interactive web page, we can simply go through this new interaction in jQuery Ui without a problem. If you haven't watched the last two parts wherein we discussed the draggable and sortable interactions, I'll suggest you to go through them and it will be easy for you guys to get this topic. The resizable interaction in jQuery enables any DOM element to be resizable. With the help of the cursor, we can grab the right or bottom border of any DOM element and drag it to the desired width and height. So let's go through this interaction quickly from the official website, and then we'll see what we can do with this particular interaction to make our web page more interactive. So here we are on the official website of jQuery. Here's the resizable interaction. Click on it and it will take us to a new page. You can see we have a box over here which says resizable. What we can do here is we can grab the box either from the bottom or from the right side. And you can see we are able to change the height and width of this particular box. We have the option for certain customizations that we'll be going through after some time. So I hope you guys must have got an idea by now about this resizable interaction. Let's use it in our program. Here we are in the VS Code. The first thing we'll be doing is we'll be adding an HTML element over here. Let's use an image for now to get an idea of the syntax. So we'll add an image to a web page. For that, we'll write here inside the body tag. We'll use the div tag first. So we'll write here div. Now inside this we'll write img. Source is going to be images. This is a folder in my computer. So right here we'll write j1.png. Then we have id. So let's say the id for this image is img1, and then we have to set the alternate as well. So let's say we are writing here javascript. Close this img tag, save the program, and you can see we have the image over here which is quite large in size. So let's style this image as well. We'll change the height and width of this particular image. For that, we'll write here inside the head tag. We'll use the style tag. So inside this we have the id as img1 for this particular image. So we'll use it here. Then we'll define the height of this image. So let's say the height of this image is going to be 250 pixels. Fine. We'll also change the width of this image. So for that we'll write here width. Let's say the width is going to be 250 pixels again. Now we'll write here border. So let's say the border is going to be 1 pixel, solid, and black in color. Fine. That's it. We are done with this image. Save the program, and you can see we have an image over here which is of 250 pixels in size. The next task we have to do is to make this image resizable. For that, we have to use the resizable interaction only. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. This is a JavaScript file. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll try to access this particular image using the ID attribute. For that we'll write here $. Then inside double inverted commas we'll write the ID. So we have to write here hash img1. Then we have to write the interaction name only. So we'll write here resizable, and then we'll use parentheses because this is a method, and I hope you guys are aware of all these things by now. Save the program and get ready to see what this resizable interaction can do with our DOM element. Save it. Here if you can see we have something present in the bottom of this image. We have an icon over here. This is an indication for the user that this particular image or element is resizable. We can't resize the element from the left side or from the top because the interaction is already programmed in that way. We can grab the element from the right side. If we try to grab it from here and if we try to resize it, you can see we are able to resize this image. Similar thing goes with the bottom part as well. We can resize this image from here as well. Now talking about the options we have in this interaction, we can use animations with this image to make it look more engaging to the user. So for that we have to write here inside this resizable interaction, we have to use curly braces for properties, and then we'll write animate. We'll set this property to true. Fine. Save the program, and now you can see that the animation is taking place on resizing this image. If we try to resize this image, you can see the animation over here. It is working totally fine. Other properties include the containment option. We can limit the area of expansion of this image. We can restrict it to the parent element or to the document as well. We have discussed this property in the previous two interactions as well. So this property remains the same. We'll write here containment, and we'll write here, let's say, parent. Fine. Now save the program. Before that we'll comment this animate property. Save it now. And here you can see we are able to resize this image, but up to a particular extent. We are not able to resize it outside of the div tag. We can resize it from here as well. And you can see the div tag has its own area. We can't resize this image more than this. And we can also limit the maximum and minimum height of this image. For that we have to write here max height. So let's say the max height is going to be 400 pixels. Then we'll write here max width. The max width is going to be 400 pixels again. We have to write here min height and min width as well. So let's say the min height is going to be 150 pixels and the min width is going to be the same. So we'll write here min width and then we'll write here 150. Fine. Save the program and you can see we can now resize the image up to a specific height and width only. If we try to increase the width, you can see we are able to increase the width up to 500 pixels only, and we are not able to increase the height because of this containment property. We'll comment this as well. Save the program and now we'll be able to resize this image. You can see on resizing it from the bottom, we are able to resize it up to 400 pixels only. Same goes with the width as well. Now if we try to reduce the size of this image, you can see the minimum size is 150 pixels. So this is where the image stops. Same thing goes from the bottom end as well. Now this is the minimum size of this particular image according to these properties. The minimum height and the minimum width is 150 pixels. We can also use the ghost property. Instead of showing the actual image during the resizing, we can set the ghost option to true to show a semi-transparent part of the element. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll write here after this min width, we'll write ghost and we'll set this property to true. Save the program and now on resizing the image, you can see if we increase the size of this image, we have a semi-transparent image which helps us in resizing this image up to an extent. Same thing goes with the reduction of size as well. The last property we have is the aspect ratio of the image. We can either give a preserved aspect ratio or we can also give the Boolean value. Both the values for this option will work totally fine. For example, if we write here after this ghost property, aspect ratio, and if we set this property to true, so before saving this, we'll comment this ghost property out, save the program. And now if we try to resize the image, you can see the size of the whole image resizing in a proper manner. What else we can do here is instead of setting this property to true, we can also write here aspect ratio as 16:9. Now this is the preserved aspect ratio. Save the program and you can see the image resizing in a different manner now. You can see the aspect ratio of the whole image is changed. So these are the properties we have in this interaction that can help us make a more interactive or engaging website. I hope you guys got this. jQuery UI provides many ways to change the look and feel of a web page by using the predefined customizations we have. We know everything about these customizations by now because we have been through them in almost all the previous few videos. Now the time has come when we'll go through some more features which jQuery UI provides us to make our web page more interactive. So let's add some widgets over here and then it will be easy for you guys to understand what we are talking about here. So for that, we'll add some widgets over here. We'll write here div. We'll use a div tag. So the first widget we are going to use is the dialog box widget, or we can say the message box widget. So we'll write here dialog, then we'll write here title. So let's say the title is title 1. Fine. Now inside this div tag, what we'll do is we'll write here something. So let's say we are writing here this is a customizable dialog box. Fine. So this is a very basic dialog box. Now save it and you can see we have this is customizable dialog box written over here. We'll write here this is a customizable dialog box. So save it now so you can see it over here in the browser. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll move to the jQuery part and we'll write some code there to make it look like a dialog box. Fine. So here we are in the JavaScript file. The next thing we'll do is we'll write here some code. So inside this document.ready function, so inside this we'll write here $. Now we'll try to access this particular dialog box. We have the ID as dialog for that div tag. So we'll write here hash dialog. Then we have the widget name as dialog. Fine. So basically what we are doing here is we are adding some widgets to our web page. Now inside this we'll write some properties for this particular widget. So we'll write here draggable. So this is the first property. Draggable will be set to true. Then we have resizable. We'll set this property to true as well. Then we'll write here close on escape. So this is the property where we press the escape key from the keyboard and it closes the dialog box. We'll set this to true as well. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here model. So we'll set the model property to false for now. And then finally we'll write here auto open. Fine. We'll set this property to true. Save the program and move to the browser. Here you can see we have a dialog box with some text present inside it. It says this is a customizable dialog box and the title is title 1. We can resize this dialog box as well. If we want to resize, we can do it. And we can drag it also because these two properties are set to true by us. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll add another widget over here. We'll discuss why we are doing so in a while. So let's do it quickly here. What we'll do is we'll move to HTML file and we'll write here. After this, we'll write div. We'll again use a div tag. So let's say the ID is going to be date. We are going to use the date picker widget now. Inside this, we'll keep it empty for now. Save the program and you can see we have nothing over here on the browser. So let's move to the JavaScript file and we'll add the date picker widget now. Here's a JavaScript file. Now what we'll do is we'll write here $. The ID for this date picker widget is date. So we'll write here hash date. Then we'll write here date picker. Fine. This is our widget. Now we'll add some properties as well here. So we'll write here show other months. And we'll set this property to true. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here change month. We'll set this property to true as well. And then we have the change year property. So we'll set this to true as well. Now save the program. And you can see we have a calendar over here that has some dates from the current month. We have been through all these widgets previously. So I don't think that this is going to create any sort of problem for you guys. So here we have two widgets. One is the date picker widget and the other one is the message box widget. Fine. We can add more widgets here as well. But for now, let's go back to the main topic for the video. We are going to change the look and feel of these widgets with the help of color theme. For now, if you see here in the browser, the default color of these widgets is blue. So you can see if we select any date, the date changes to blue in color. So this is the default color which Jquery Ui provides us. Now we can change all of these things with the help of theme customizations. Now let's suppose we want the color theme to be of different colors. So let's go through the Jquery Ui website and we'll see what changes we can make and how we can achieve those changes. So here we are on the official website of Jquery Ui. Here you can see we have an option named themes over here, right? Click on it and it will redirect us to a new page. Here you can see we have several widgets present over here. We have almost all the widgets present. And the thing to notice here is the base color of all the widgets is blue, right? You can see it over here. The base color is blue for this particular widget. And anywhere you can check, the base color is blue for all the widgets, right? You might have noticed that we have several options on the left. We have roll your own, we have gallery, and we have help as well. So let's click on help and it will let us know more about this theme roller thing. So you can see it's written over here that theme roller allows you to design custom Jquery Ui themes for tight integration in your projects. To create a custom theme, select the roll your own tab and tweak the settings. As you work, the UI components to the right will update to reflect your design and you can download your theme whenever you like. Fine. So this is written over here. We have some more info about the theme roller. You can go through it if you want to. Now click on roll your own and you can see we have several options here, right? So these options are for customizations only. We can customize the whole web page according to us from here. The task is simple. Customize everything according to your need and click on the download button. The file will be downloaded and you can use it later on. Fine. The other option we have here is the gallery, the most simplified option provided by Jquery to its users. Click on it and you can see we have different predefined theme options to use from. Click on any of these themes and you will see that particular theme in action right next to that particular theme. You can see we have clicked on UI darkness and the UI is changed now. The color theme is changed basically. We have several themes over here. We have sunny, we have overcast, we have flick, we have Redmond, we have start, and many more, right? So we are going to use these particular customizations for now. So here what we have to do is we have to click on any of them. So let's suppose for now we are clicking on UI darkness. We want to use this particular theme in our web page. Click on it, click on the download button right below it. So it will redirect us to a new page. Here we have the jQuery version we want to download. You can see we have stable for jQuery 1.8 plus. We have then legacy and other versions as well. Fine. Then we have several options for different widgets, interactions and effects. Let's say if we want to exclude any particular widget from having this theme color, we can uncheck the box from here and then we can download the file. The download button is present at the bottom here. You can see the download button over here. Click on it and the download will start. We have a RAR file downloaded over here. You can see we have a zip file over here. So you can see it here on the folder. This is a zip file. Now what we'll do is we'll extract all the files from this folder. So we'll open it. Here we are in the WinRAR. Then we'll click on extract to and we'll choose the folder where we want to extract these files. So for now we are going to extract it in the downloads folder only. Click on OK and it's done. Now check in your downloads folder. So what we'll do is we'll go to downloads and here you can see we have this particular folder over here. Fine. Now we'll close this tab for now. So here you can see we have jQuery UI 1.13.1.custom. So this is a custom jQuery UI file. Now if we open this folder, you can see we have different files over here. We have the CSS files, JavaScript files and many more. For now what we'll do is we'll rename this particular folder. We'll name it as, let's say, jQuery UI dark. This is our theme name. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll copy this folder from here. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it inside a jQuery folder. So here is a jQuery folder. You can see we have all the jQuery files over here. We'll paste it here. Now you can see we have the jQuery UI dark folder as well. So what's happening here is that all the jQuery files will be downloaded again. The only change will be present inside the CSS and the JavaScript file. So the CSS files will remain the same with some minor changes that will be present inside the file. The styling changes basically what we are talking about here. Now the next task is to replace this file with the previous one inside VS Code. So for that what we'll do is we'll close this tab. We'll move to VS Code again. So here we are in the VS Code. Now what we have to do here is we have to write here jQuery UI -dark. Fine. We are done with it. We'll copy it and we'll change it for all the files. Fine. Now this particular program will access all the jQuery files from the jQuery UI dark folder, not from the jQuery UI folder, because we are willing to work on themes. So for that we have to mention jQuery UI dark over here. We have to change this for the jQuery file as well. So what we'll do here is we'll write here jQuery UI dark for this as well. Now save the program and you can see here we have the customizations applied to our widgets. The color theme is changed. It's dark now. It looks beautiful although. So this is what theme customization in jQuery actually looks like. jQuery allows us to make our own customizations with the help of several easy methods. I want you guys to make some more interesting changes to these color themes and let us know what exciting thing you guys achieved. The calculator app is a simple program to work on. We have done such a task using pure JavaScript in the past and we already have an idea about how this thing works. The task is simple. We have to create an app where we can perform several arithmetical operations without a problem. So we'll divide this program into 3 different parts. In the first part, we'll create the structure of this calculator app using HTML. Then we'll style this app using CSS. And then finally we'll add functionality using jQuery this time. As simple as that. Let's start with the programming part directly. We'll start with HTML by creating the structure of our app. So we have several buttons in our calculator app as we know. We have numbers, we have operations, we have many more other buttons in a calculator app. So let's add them here now. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. So for now, let's remove this calculator using jQuery heading. Now we'll use div tag over here. So we'll write here div. So we are going to use a class. So let's say the class name is calculator. Fine. Now inside this div tag, we have to create a calculator, right? So for that, the first thing we are going to do is we are going to write here a paragraph. So we'll write here inside this paragraph, Jquery calculator. So this is going to be the heading of our calculator, or we can use any image here as well. If you want to put any logo of your own in your calculator, so you can do that. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to take another div. Now inside this, we are going to write the program for the display area of a calculator. So what we'll do right here is we'll write here class, and let's say we are writing here class row. Fine. So this is our class name. Now inside this div, we'll write div. Class is going to be, let's say, screen, and then we'll write here numbers. So let's say we are writing here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Fine. Now we are done with this. Save this, and here you can see we have one heading over here which says Jquery calculator, and we have 10 different digits, right? Now the next task we are going to do here is we are going to create the area for a buttons. So we are again going to take a div tag for that. We are going to write here div. Class is going to be the same. So let's say the class is going to be cal row. Fine. So we'll change the name here as well. We'll write here cal row. And now after this div tag, we have to use several div tags inside one div tag, right? So we'll write here div. Class is going to be, let's say, button. And then we have our first button as, let's say, C. Fine. We have to do this again. We have to add so many buttons. So we'll write here div. Then class is going to be button again for this button as well. And the button name is going to be this. Fine. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here div. Class name is going to be button again. And we are going to write here. So let's change this class. We are going to put a backspace as well. So we'll write here backspace, button backspace basically. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the name of our button over here. So let's say the name of our button is back for backspace. Now the next thing we'll do here is we'll use one more class. We'll use one more div tag. So this time we are going to use this one for plus minus. So we'll see the functionality of these buttons later on. For now, just focus on the structure of this calculator. So we are going to write here div, and class is going to be button plus minus. Fine. Then we'll make a symbol for plus and minus. So we'll write here plus and minus. Fine. We have closed this div tag, and the another div tag is also closed. Fine. Let me zoom this out. Let me zoom Visual Studio Code a bit so that it will be easy for you guys to understand for now. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to add another button over here. So first for that we have to write here div. So let's say we have a button over here as %. Fine. So we'll write here class is going to be button, and the name of this button is going to be %. Fine. So let me break it down a bit so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. So here's the code. We have these three div tags inside the single div tag. This is because what we are doing here is we are adding a buttons over here. So this is the first row wherein we'll have 4 different buttons, or we can say 5 different buttons. We have a C button, then we have CE, back, plus minus, and a percentage button. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll copy this whole piece of code from here. We'll do the same for all the rows. Fine. So we'll paste it here. Now we have to change the button names. So instead of C, what we'll do here in the second row, we'll write here 7. Then we have 8 after CE. So we'll write here 8. Then instead of backspace, we'll write here 9. And we'll change the class name to button only. Fine. we'll change this as well. Instead of plus minus, we'll write here divide. So we have a divide symbol over here, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here square root in place of remainder. So for now we'll write here sqrt. So I hope you guys understood this. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to copy this from here and we are going to paste it again here. Fine. So let's change the name of this class as well. So let's say the name of this class is button device for division. So we'll do the same thing for all the arithmetical operators. So the next row is going to contain 5. Then we have 6. Okay, we have to start this row from 4. Then we have 5. Then we have 6. And the two arithmetic operators are going to be multiply and 1 by x. Fine, so we'll write here asterisk. And instead of this, we'll write here 1 by x. Fine. So we'll change this class to button inverse so that it will be easy for you guys to identify all these buttons. That's why we are doing it. And instead of asterisk, we'll write here button multiply. Fine. So this is going to be the class name for multiplication. I hope you guys got this. Now we have to include 2 more rows. Fine. The next row is going to contain, so first we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and the next row is going to contain 1, 2, 3. Then we have 2 operators. So the 2 operators are going to be pi and let's say minus. Okay, so we have to write here minus and we have to change the class to button minus and we have to write here pi. Fine. So we'll change this class to button pi. And we are done with 4 rows. Now we have to include 1 more row. So this row is going to contain only 4 buttons. So we'll paste it here. We have to remove. So we have to insert 0 first. So let's say the class for 0 is button 0. And the class for decimal is going to be button decimal. So the next thing we have to include here is decimal. We'll write here button decimal. And the third one is going to be plus and equals to. Fine. So we don't need this div tag here. We'll remove it from here and we'll write here plus. So we'll write here button P for plus. And okay, so what we can do is we can write here button add for plus, and the last one is going to be equals to. So we'll write here button equal. Fine. So we are done with the HTML part. We are done with the structure basically. Let me reduce the size of VS Code. Now save this program and you can see we have all the buttons over here. We have C, CE, back and so on. So you can see we have all the numbers, we have all the symbols, and we have some other symbols as well. We have pi over here, we have 1 by x, we have square root and a lot more things, right? Now what we have to do is we have to style these buttons. So for styling, let's move on to the CSS file now and we'll start styling our calculator there only. So here we are in the CSS file. Let's start styling. What we'll do is we'll start with the whole body tag first. What we'll do is we'll write here body. And the body color is going to be something different, or we can say something other than white, right? So we'll write here background color. Now we'll put some RGB values. We have some predefined RGB values with us, so we'll use them for now. You guys can use any color of your choice. So we'll write here 236, 232, 175. Fine. So this is the RGB value for this particular color. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here margin top. Margin top is going to be 150 pixels in order to bring the calculator at the center of the browser. Fine. Save the program and you can see the change in the background color. So the next thing we have to do is to add the name of our calculator. For that, what we'll do is we'll style a p tag. So you can see it over here inside the HTML file, we have to style this p tag over here. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this p. We are going to style the whole tag. We'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 for this one. Then we have font family as well. So we'll write here font family. We'll use this one. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here font weight. Font weight is going to be bolder. Then we have position. Position is going to be relative for this. Then we have left. So left is going to be, let's say, 35%. Fine, we want it to be at the center of a calculator app. So that's why we are using 35% over here. Save it now. And you can see we have the jQuery calculator heading present at the center of the screen. So we'll achieve the whole calculator step by step. We don't need to hurry in this. The next thing we have to do is to create the body of this calculator. Now for that, what we have to do is we have to use the calculator class. So if we move back to a HTML file, you can see the class name is calculator for the parent div tag. We are going to use this. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot calculator. This is how we can access any particular class in CSS or in jQuery as well. Now we are going to write here position. Position is going to be relative. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 1em auto. Fine. The next thing is going to be padding. Padding is going to be 1em and auto as well. Okay, so instead of auto, what we can do is we can write here 0 for padding. We don't want any automatic padding in a program. So the display is going to be inline block. The width is going to be, let's say, 350 pixels. Fine. For the whole calculator body, the width is going to be 350 pixels. Now the background color is going to be beige. Fine. Border radius we have to mention here. Border radius is going to be 25 pixels. Okay, 25 pixels we have to write here. And the box shadow. Box shadow will also define. We'll write here 5 pixel, 5 pixel, 15 pixel, and then we'll write 3 pixels. So the box shadow is for all the 4 sides of the box. Then we'll mention the color as well. So let's say the shadow color is going to be black. Fine. Now we'll write here font family. Font family is going to be oxygen. So we'll write here oxygen, and that's it. So save the program, and you can see we have the whole outer body of our calculator. Now that we are done with the outer body of our calculator, we'll move on and we'll work on the buttons and rows now. So you can see we have the calculator over here. It's not present in between for now. We'll discuss it why it's not working fine. So we have done a mistake over here. Let me check. We have to write here, let's try block inline. Save it now, and you can see the calculator body is now present at the center of our browser. Fine. So that's why it was not working. Now it's working totally fine. We have the calculator at the center of our browser. Now let's work on the buttons and rows as well. What we'll do is we'll write here dot calc row. So this is another class name. You can see it over here. We have the class name for screen. Now what we'll do is we'll write here text align at the center. Fine. Save the program. And you can see we have the text aligned at the center. The next thing to work on is the display area. For that we have the class as screen inside the calcrow class. So let's write the code over here for the same. What we'll do is we'll access the screen. So we'll write here dot calcrow. Then we'll write here div dot screen. Fine. Now the font family is going to be Droid Sans Mono, and the display is going to be table. The next thing we are going to write here is the width. So width is going to be 85%. Following it, we'll define the background color as well. So we'll write here background color, and the background color is going to be white. Fine. Not pure white, it's sort of gray, I guess. Now we'll write here text align to the right. We are writing the code for the screen. Fine, guys. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 2M. And the min height. So the min height is going to be 1.2M. Then we have margin left. It's going to be 0.5M. Padding right. Fine. Padding right is going to be 0.5M again. The next thing is going to be border. So the border of a screen is going to be of different color. So we'll write here border. And the border is going to be 1 pixel solid and of different color. So the color code is 888 for this particular color. And then we'll write here color. Color is going to be this one. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see here on the browser that the display area is changed now. You can see it over here. This is the display area of a calculator app. The color is changed and the styling is also changed. So we are done with the display area. Now we'll work on buttons. So let's move on and we'll write the code for buttons. For that we have to write here .calcrow div. The first property is going to be text align. Text align is going to be at the center. Display is going to be inline block. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have border. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid and of grayish color. Fine. Then we have the background color. Background color is going to be this off-white color, we can say. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 10 pixel and 0. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 7 pixels and 5 pixels. Fine. We have the border radius as well. So we'll write here border radius for the buttons is going to be 15 pixel. Box shadow we have to mention. Box shadow is going to be 2 pixels. 2 pixels, 1 pixel and 1 pixel. The color of box shadow is going to be dark gray. Then we have width. So width is going to be 50 pixel for each button. Save the program and you can see we are almost done with the app now. The calculator looks nice, right? The last thing we have to manage are the buttons present in the last row. We are talking about these 4 buttons over here. So we have to manage them. What we'll do is we'll increase the size of this equals to button. Fine. Then it will look completely nice. So what we'll do here is we'll write here .calcrow. Then we'll write here div.equal. We'll access the div tag with class as equal. And we'll write here width. For this is going to be 112 pixel. Fine. Then we'll again do the same thing. We'll write here calcrow div.equal and the margin left. Fine. So we'll write here margin left and the margin left is going to be 5 pixels. Save the program and you can see the calculator is completely done now. What we did here is we increased the size of a equals to button and we are good to go now, right? Now that we are done with the structure and styling of a calculator app, the last remaining part here is the functionality of a calculator. We'll use jQuery for adding functionality to our calculator. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll write the code there for adding functionality. So here we are in the JavaScript file. We'll start writing our code. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to write here $. We are going to write here document dot ready. Then we'll write inside it function. And now we are good to write a code. So firstly we'll take some variables. So we'll write here var result. This will hold the result. This variable is going to be 0 initially. Then we have var previous entry. So we'll write here var prev entry. This is again going to be 0. We are initializing these variables with some values. The next variable is going to be operation. The value is going to be null at the start. Then we have var current entry. So this is going to be a string. We'll write here 0. And finally we'll write here update screen. This is going to be a function. So we'll write here result. That's it. So these are all the variables and functions we are going to use in a JavaScript part, or we can say the jQuery part. Now we have to add some events. For that we'll write here $. Then we'll access the class. So we'll write here dot button. Then we'll write here on click. So this is the event name. We'll write here click. On clicking, what we want is we want to call a function. Fine. So we'll write here function, and this function is going to have a parameter with it. Fine. So this is it. Inside this function, what we'll do is we'll check if the button is pressed or not. So we'll write here var button pressed is equals to, we'll access the HTML document. We'll write here this dot HTML. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here console dot log, and inside this we'll write button pressed. Fine. So what we basically did here is we wrote the code to check if the button is pressed or not. So if the button is pressed, the value will be displayed on console. So let's check it out. We'll zoom our Chrome browser. We'll go to console and we'll try to press a button. You can see the button is pressed. So it's working totally fine for now. What we'll do is we'll close the console and we'll write the code again. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write code for all the buttons. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here if button pressed is going to be C. So this is our first button. We are going to write the code for this one. So then what will happen is the result is going to be 0. Fine. Then we'll change the value for current entry as well. We'll write here current entry, and the value of current entry is going to be 0 again. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write the code for other buttons as well. So we'll write here else if button pressed is going to be CE, then what will happen is the current entry is going to be 0 again. Fine. Then we'll write the code for back, plus minus, then we have decimal, and we have many more buttons, right? So let's do it as well. We'll write here else if the next button is back. We'll write here button pressed is triple equals to back. Then we'll write here inside this current entry is equals to current entry dot substring, and we'll define the substring inside here. We'll write here 0, current entry dot length -1. So we are going to decrease the length of a current entry by 1 on pressing the back button. So it's basically the backspace key. Now we are done with it. Now the next thing we have to write here is for plus minus. So we'll write here else if button pressed is going to be plus minus, then what we'll do is we'll multiply the current entry by -1. Fine. So if the user has a value -3 on a calculator screen, and if he presses plus minus, so what will happen is -3 will be multiplied with -1 and the value is going to be 3 only. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll write here current entry is equals to -1. Fine. So we are going to multiply this value by -1. Then we have else if button pressed is going to be decimal. So what we'll do is we'll add a decimal in current entry. So what we'll write here is we'll write here current entry plus is equals to decimal. Fine. Then we have is number. So if we write here else if is number, and we have button pressed inside it. Fine. Now what will happen is we have to use if here again. We'll write here if current entry triple equals to 0, current entry is equals to button pressed. So we'll write here current entry is equals to button pressed. Fine. Now we have to write here else part as well. So we'll write here else current entry is equals to current entry plus button pressed. Fine. So we are done with it. Now the next thing we have to write here is the else if part. So we have to write the code for plus, minus, multiplication and division as well, right? So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here is operator. So we'll write the code for all of them later on. So for now we'll write here is operator button pressed. We have to write here preventry is equals to parse float. We have to make this value in decimal. So we'll write here parse float current entry. Fine. Then we have operation. So we'll update the value of operation to button pressed. And we'll write here current entry is equals to. Now we have to write the code for modulus, we have to write the code for square root, we have to write the code for 1 by x, and we have to write the code for pi. So we are talking about this particular row, or we can say this particular column where we have modulus, square root, 1 by x and pi. So what we are going to do here is we are going to write here else if button pressed is equals to modulus. So what we have to do is we have to write here current entry. Current entry, we have to divide the current entry by 100. So we'll write here current entry is equals to current entry by 100. Fine. Then we have else if the user presses square root, button pressed is equals to square root. What we have to do is we have to write here current entry is equals to, we have to use math.sqrt. This is a predefined library, so we have to pass current entry inside this. So we'll write here current entry inside this particular library. Now the next thing we have to write here is the code for else if button pressed is going to be 1 by x. So we have to write here 1 by x. Then the change is going to be in current entry. So we'll write here current entry is equals to 1 divided by current entry. Fine. Now we are left with pi and is equals to only. So we'll write here for pi first. We'll write here else if button pressed is going to be pi. What we have to do is we have to write here current entry is equals to math dot pi. Fine. Now we have to write here else if button pressed is going to be is equals to we have to write here current entry. We have to update current entry every time only. So we'll write here operate and we'll pass prev entry, then we'll pass current entry and operation. Fine. Then after this operation is going to be null. So we'll write here operation is going to be null. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here update screen. Update screen is going to be the screen is going to be updated with current entry basically. So we'll write here update screen and current entry. Fine. So let's check it out if this thing is working or not. Save the program, move to the browser, and you can see it's still saying update screen is not defined. Fine. Let me check if there's any mistake in our program. So what we have to do is we have to remove this bracket from here and we have to paste them here at the end because we want this program to be present inside these brackets. Save it now and let's see if it's working or not. So you can see it's still not working. Let's do one thing. The update screen is not defined yet. So we'll comment this update screen for now. And we'll see if this thing works now or not. So you can see it's working for all the numbers, but it says is number is not defined yet. So we'll define it now. So let's move ahead and we'll uncomment these two things. We'll uncomment update screen now. So the next thing we have to do is we have to write the code for update screen first. So let's do it. We'll write here update screen. So update screen is going to be a function. So we'll write here function. Function will take a parameter. We'll write here display value. Fine. So then we'll write here where display value is equals to display value dot toString. We are going to display the value in string form. So we'll write here toString, we'll convert it and then we'll access screen. So we'll write here $. Then we have the screen class as screen. Then we'll write here .html. We'll write here display value dot substring. Fine. So we'll write here 0 to 10. That's it. Let's see, we have defined update screen as well now. Save it and we'll move to browser. We'll open a console. So it says display value to is not a function. So we have made a spelling mistake somewhere. Here it is. I'll write here display value everywhere. Fine. Save it now. Move to the browser. Okay, so it's saying display value is not a function as of now. We'll check it later if this thing works or not. So what we are going to do now is we are going to write further code. So we'll write the code for is number first. We'll write here is number. We'll check if the entry provided is number or not. So we'll write here function. Function is going to bring a value. Then we have return. Will return is not a number. Fine. We'll write here value. Then we'll check for operator as well. So we'll write here is operator. We'll write function, and then we have the value of this function. We'll return here something. So we'll write here return value is equals to, the first value is going to be divide, or we'll write here value triple is equals to asterisk for multiplication, or value is going to be addition, or it can be subtraction. Fine. So we'll write here value minus. Fine. Now we have to write a function. So we'll use the operate function. So we'll write here operate function, and it will have 3 parameters a, b, and operation. Fine. Now we have to write here a. So a is going to be parse float. So we are going to change the value of a to parse float. Then we have b. We'll do the same thing for b as well. We'll write here parse float. We'll write here b. Then we'll write here console.log a comma b comma operation. So this thing is to check. We'll write here if operation is going to be plus, then it will return a plus b. Fine. Same thing for all the operators. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it 4 times. We'll change the values over here. We'll write here plus, minus, multiplication, and division. Fine. We'll change the symbols here as well. We'll write here division, multiplication, subtraction, and addition. So we are done with it. Let's check it out if this thing is working or not. So it says it's not working for now. Let me check if there's any error or some sort of thing. Okay, so we have done here wrong is we have written here toString with a small s. Save it now and check if it's working. Okay, it's working totally fine now. You can see we have a answers over here. So you can see everything is working. So this is how it actually works. So the error was with toString. Actually we have written here toString with a small s. So we have to replace it with capital S. Save it now and you can see the calculator is working totally fine. Let's try to do some calculations over here first. We'll increase the size of a browser. Now let's say we are adding some numbers. So let's say we have 41. We are adding 9 in it. So we have the answer as 50. Let's see if other buttons are working or not. So we'll write here 45. We'll click on plus minus and you can see the value of plus minus is minus 45. Click on it again. You can see the value is changed to 45 again. So the CE button is also working fine. We'll take a random number. So let's say the number is 400. We'll click on SQRT. You can see we have the square root of 400, which is 20. Now if we click on pi, we have the value as 3.1415, which is the actual value of pi. Then we have modulus. So let's say we are writing here 4000. We'll click on modulus and you can see it is 40. So this is also working fine. Now we'll write here 523 and then we'll click on 1 by x. So you can see it gives us the value of 1 by 523 or 1 by any number we are providing it basically. So let's say we are writing here 10 and we'll click on 1 by x. You can see the value is 0.1 because it is dividing 1 by 10. So I hope you guys must have got an idea about how we can create a calculator app using HTML, CSS and jQuery. It's easy to create a calculator using jQuery than to use JavaScript for creating a calculator, right? Now the task for you guys is to show some creativity with what we have done till now. Let us know in the comments what exciting thing you did. A to-do list refers to a list of things or tasks that a person wants to get done or that need to be done. It contains a list basically. So let's go through the overview of what we are going to do today. So here we are on the browser. We have a to-do list over here. You can see we have a text box over here to give some input. We have a button present next to it and it says add. Anything will write here, and then if we press add, the task will be added to a list below the text box. The list is unordered here. So let's suppose we have 4 tasks to do. So what we'll do is we'll write here task 1. We'll click on add. Then we'll write here task 2. Then we'll add task 3. And finally we'll add task 4 as well. Fine. So here we have 4 tasks to do. Now let's suppose we are done with task 1. We did it whatever the task it was. What we want now is we want to remove this task from the list. Double click on task 1 and you can see the task fades out. Right. The task is deleted. The transition here was smooth and interactive, right? So another thing we can do is we can change the positions of these tasks by ourselves. Try to drag any task from here. You can see we are dragging task 2 in place of task 4. You can see we have task 2 at the last and task 4 is present in between now. Fine. I hope you guys must have got the task by now. It's simple, and what we have to do is to create this whole thing on our own from scratch. We'll divide this thing into 3 parts, starting with HTML for creating the structure. Then we'll move on and work on the styling using CSS. And finally, we'll use jQuery to add functionality. So let's start with the programming part without wasting any time. So let me zoom out the Chrome browser. Here we are. And here you can see we have a HTML file which is named as todo1.html. Then we have linked the CSS file and the JavaScript file here as well. We have used jQuery and jQuery Ui. Fine. So we'll start writing the code here only. What we'll do is we'll remove this line from here and we'll start writing here. So first thing first, we have to take a container for the whole box we are going to make. So we'll write here div. Let's say the class is going to be container for this div. And here we have our first div tag. Now we'll add a heading. So we'll write here h2. Now inside this we'll write, let's say, to-do list using jQuery. Fine. We are done with it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write a paragraph over here. We want this paragraph to be bold and italic. So you can see it over here. We have written over here, double click to delete an item and drag to reorder. So we'll do this thing here. Now what we have to do is we have to take a p tag for that. Now inside this p tag, we want this paragraph to be bold and italic, right? So we'll take b and I. We'll take both the tags over here. Now inside this we'll write double click to delete an item and drag to reorder. Fine. So we have to write here drag to reorder. We are good to go. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to add a form. So let's add a form here as well. Now what we'll do is we'll use the form tag over here. We'll write here form. The name is going to be, let's say, to-do list. Fine. This is the form name. We'll write here to-do list. Then we'll close this, and inside here we'll create an input box, or we can say a text box. So for that we have input tag. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. And let's say we have a name for this text box. Fine. So we'll write here name is equals to list item. Fine. So we have list item over here. Now what we'll do is we'll put this right over here. Now next thing we have to do is to add a button for a container. So for that we'll write after this form tag, we'll write div id is equals to, let's say, button, and the button name is going to be add. Fine. Then what we'll do is we'll use a br tag over here, and after this we'll take unordered list. So we'll take UL tag over here. We'll see why we are taking it. So basically the UL tag here is for the list items, which we'll be taking as input in the jQuery part. So let's style this form as well. But before that, let's save it. So you can see we have a text box over here. We have this heading over here. We have a paragraph. We have a text box. And we have a button over here. We haven't used the button tag for this particular button. So we'll style it and we'll manage to make it look like a button. So let's move on to the CSS part now. We'll start with the whole body of our web page. So for that, we'll write here body. Now inside the body tag, what we'll do is we'll write here background color. So we have some predefined color over here in this particular to-do list web page. So you can see the color over here is grayish in color. So the color code for this color is #50. Then we have 4F4F. Fine. So this is the color code. You can use any color of your choice. So for now we are going to use this. Save it, and you can see the color is changed to gray. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put this box in between the web page, right? So we'll write here margin top. Margin top is going to be, let's say, 150 pixels. Save it, and you can see we have the to-do list over here. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to style a container as well. For that we'll write here dot container. Then inside this we'll write padding. So let's say the padding is 20 pixels. Then we have width of the container. So let's say the width is 300 pixels. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin 0 and auto. Fine. Then we have margin top as well. So margin top is going to be 40 pixels. Then we'll write here background color. So the background color's value is going to be 202, 241, and then we have 239. Fine. So this is going to be the background color of our container. Now the next thing we have to mention over here is the border radius and the box shadow. So we'll write here border radius. Now the border radius is going to be, let's say, 25 pixels, and then we have box shadow. Fine. So for box shadow, what we'll do is we'll write here 5 pixels, 5 pixels. Then we have 15 pixels, 3 pixels, and then we have the RGB value. So the box shadow is going to be blackish in color. So we'll write here 54, 54, 54. It's grayish although. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the form. So for that we'll use the form tag. We'll write here form. We'll write here display. Display is going to be inline and in block. Then we have the input tag as well. So we'll write here input, and we'll give some padding over here. So we'll write here padding is going to be 4 pixels, and then we have 15 pixels. Let's say 4 pixels and 5 pixels. Fine. Then at the last, what we'll do is we'll style a button as well. We have used the div tag for a button, not a button tag. So we'll style it as well. So we'll write here hash button. Now this hash button is the ID of a button. So we'll write here display. We'll write inline block. Then we have, after this display, we have background color. So the background color we have to decide for a box. So let's say we want it to be white in color. Fine. So let's say this is the background color of a button. So let's save it once, and you can see the background color is white. So what we'll do is we'll change the background color over here. We'll write here hash F1. Let's say we want to make it bluish in color. Fine. So we'll write here F12DD. Fine. We have to put a 0 over here as well. Now it will look fine. Save it, and you can see we have a button of blue color. So let's change the font color as well. So for that we'll write here color, and color is going to be white. So save it now, and you can see we have the font color as white for a button. Then we have to write here border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels for this button. Then we have text align at the center, and after text align we have margin top. margin top is going to be 2 pixels, and then after margin top we have to define the padding as well. So we'll write here padding as 5 pixels and 15 pixels. Now save the program, and you can see we have a button over here. The button looks nice, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here button again. We want to add hover effect over here, so we'll write here button hover. Then inside this we'll change the cursor to pointer on taking it to the button. Then we have opacity as well. Let's change the opacity on hovering as well. So let's say the opacity is going to be 0.8. Now it's working fine. We don't have to put any space in between here. So let's do one thing. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the styling code for unordered list as well. For unordered list we'll write here padding. So padding left, basically padding left is going to be 20 pixels, and then we'll write here font weight. Fine, let's say the font weight is going to be bold. Then we have the list present inside unordered list, so we'll style that as well. We'll write here ul li, and now we'll style this as well. We'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 5 pixels, and then we have color. So the color is going to be, let's say, RGB 5,5,5, so black basically. And then we'll write here font weight is, so we'll write here font weight. The font weight is going to be bolder, and that's fine. So we have to style every even element, right? If you can see here in this particular program, you can see if we add something over here, the even elements are having gray background color, right? So that's why we need to do this as well. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here ul li, then we have to mention the nth child. So we'll write here nth child, and we'll do this for even child. Fine. So we have to write here then background color. So background color is going to be gray. So the color code for this is 524F4F. Fine. Then we have the text color as well. We want to make it white, so we'll write here white, and then we'll write here finally font weight. Font weight is going to be bolder. Fine. So we are done with it. So the last thing we have to do is we have to write some code for deleting time as well. So we'll write here dot strike, and we'll write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be line through, and we'll write here nothing. So just leave it here. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the code for hovering over the list. We'll write here li hover, then we'll write cursor as pointer. Fine. So we are done with the CSS part now. Save it, and you can see here the changes in the web browser. We have the whole to-do list interface over here. The only thing left now is functionality. So let's do that as well. We'll move to the JavaScript file and add functionality to this web page there using jQuery. So here we are in the JavaScript file. We'll do a jQuery part over here. So first of all, we'll write here $document. So we are going to use the document.ready function. So we'll write here ready. Now inside this we'll write function, and we have the body of this function. So we are good to go. We are good to write a program now. So the first thing we need to do is we need to add the task entered in the text box inside the list, right? For that, what we have to do is we have to write here $. We have to access a button. So we have the button ID as button. So we'll write here button. Then we'll use the click event. We'll write here click. Now we'll define a function inside it. So we'll write here function, and inside the body of this function what we'll do is we'll write here var. So we have to write here var to add, and then we have to add the element. Fine. So we'll write here $. Now inside this we have the input tag. So we'll write here input, Inside this we'll write name is equals to list item. So we have the name as list item for our input box, right? If you guys remember that, if we go back to our HTML file, you can see we have the name as list item for this input tag over here. So we are using the same. Then we'll write here dot value. So whatever value that will be present inside the text box or that will be entered inside the text box will store inside will store inside this particular variable. Fine. So we'll write here dot val. Now we have the value inside this particular variable. What we'll do is we'll append this to unordered list. Fine. So we'll write here dollar. We have unordered list. So we'll write here ul. Then we'll write here append. Fine. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write here li. We want to add this as list. So we'll write here li. Then we'll add to add over here. Fine. So we'll write here to add. And then we have to close this li tag over here. Fine. So save the program now, and what we'll do is we'll try to add something to our list. Fine. So here we have our program. We'll save it. We'll try to write something over here. We'll write here task 11. So we have to write here task 11. Click on add, and you can see we have task 11 written over here. Similarly, we'll write here task 12. Click on add. We have task 12 over here. 13, and then we have 14. Rest of the things are not working. We are not able to sort this list as of now because we haven't done the programming part for that right now. The next thing we have to do is to remove any item from the list on double click, right? For that, we have to create an event and we have to tell the system basically to remove a particular item on double clicking. The task is simple. We'll use the fade effect present in Jquery. So what we'll do is we'll write here dollar document, and then we'll write here dot on. We'll use an event. So we'll write here the event name is double click. Fine. So we'll write here double click. This is the event name. This is a predefined event in Jquery. Then we have to write here li because we want to remove an element from the list only. Fine. Then we'll declare a function over here. Now inside the body of this function we'll write a code. We'll write here dollar. Then we'll write here this dot toggle class. We'll write here strike. So we are toggling a class from the CSS part. Then we'll write here dot fade out. Fine. And let's define the speed of this fade out as well. We'll write here slow. So we have made a mistake over here. So we have to write here fade out. Now we have another error over here. We forgot to put a comma over here. So we'll write here comma. That's it, guys. The list item will fade out if we double click on it now. So let's check if it's working or not. Save the program. Try to add something here over here. We'll write here task 11, 12. Then we have task 13, and then we have task 14. Fine. Now we'll try to delete a particular task. Let's say we want to delete task 12. Double click on it and you can see it's working totally fine, right? The task is deleted. The task is not present here anymore. Now we are done with the adding and deleting part. But if you see here, when we add something to a list, so let's add one item over here first. Let's say we are adding task 50. Fine. Click on add and the item is here. Fine. When we click on the text box again, the previous item is still here. What we want is we want the text box to be empty once the item is added to the list. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write over here dollar. Now we have to access this input box. So we'll write here input. Then we have dot focus and we'll create a function inside this. So we'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write dollar this dot val and we'll write here this. Fine. Save it and you can see it here. It will work fine now. If we write here, let's say task 1, click on add, click on the text box again and you can see the text box is empty now. The last thing we have to manage here is sorting them on dragging, right? Sorting the list item on dragging. For that, we have to use the sortable interaction from Jquery Ui. So we don't need to write anything over here. Just we'll write here $. We have to sort this unordered list, right? So we'll write here UL, then we'll use the sortable function. So we'll write here sortable and we are good to go. Fine. So that's it guys, we are done with it. The to-do list is done. So let's try to use it once and we'll understand it much better. Save it now and we'll see if this thing is working fine or not. We'll add some tasks over here. So let's say we are writing over here task 51. This is our first task. We'll put a space in between over here. Then we have task 52. Fine. Then we have item 1 and item 2. Fine. So we have 4 items and tasks over here. So basically what we want to do is we want to check if this thing is working or not. Double click on task 51. You can see it's working. Try to drag item 1 from here in place of item 2. You can see we are able to do it. Item 1 is present at the bottom now. One more thing we want to do here is we want to add one more item over here. We'll add task 53 as well. Click on add. You can see we have task 52, 53 and item 1 and 2. We'll delete all of them. So let's try to do it. Double click on each item. You can see the item is deleted now. Click on the box again and you can see the box is also empty. So it's working totally fine. Now the task for you guys is to make some changes to this particular program and let us know if we can do anything more with this particular program. So far, we have seen various different topics related to jQuery in this particular playlist. We came across jQuery effects, animations, callbacks, and then we moved on to jQuery Ui, wherein we covered topics like widgets, interactions, theme customization, and many more. Let's use some of the concepts in a website today. Let's move ahead and we'll take an overview of what we are doing today. The task is simple. We'll create a movie downloading website from scratch using HTML, CSS, and jQuery only. So here we are in the website, wherein you can see we have the front page of our website. Here we have some text which says download your favorite movie in just a click, and then we have welcome written over here, right? The page seems simple. The first thing we have here is the navigation bar, which will navigate us to different sections of the website. We have home, about, categories, top rated, and contact over here. Click on any of them and it will take us to that particular section in our website. If you see here, we have 2 arrows present at the bottom of our home page. If we click on it, it will take us to the about section. Right, here we have some more text present. We have the contact us button present over here and it will take us to that particular section. Click on it and here we are at the contact us section of our website. The next section contains categories of movies we have in our website. We have 6 different categories present over here. Hover your mouse cursor over any and you can see the animation in that particular category. The next thing we have are the top rated movies. The hover effect you can see here as well. But if we click on any image, you can see the image size is larger now. And we can also use these arrows to change the movie. Right, you can check all the top rated movies over here. Now, in the last part, we have the contact us page, wherein if we write our name, email and message, and then if we click on send message button, a dialog box will appear on our screen and it will say something. So let's try to do it here. We'll write here Kaushal. Then let's say we have an email ID over here. We'll write here kaushal@gmail.com. And then let's say we are writing something over here. Now click on the send message button. You can see we have a dialog box which says, thank you for contacting us. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. Fine. The task is simple, right? I hope you guys must have got the task by now. All we have to do is to recreate this whole thing from scratch on our own. So let's get back to the programming part without wasting any more time. Here we are in the VS Code and we have all the required files present in our system already. If I show you once, you can see we have this whole folder present in our system where we have all the files, images, and everything we need to create this website. We have the jQuery file, the jQuery UI file, and almost everything we need. Right, you can see it over here. We have images over here, we have icons, we have the jQuery UI file, we have project content, and many more things, right? So let's minimize this for now. Now, let's move on to the HTML file first, and we'll start by designing the layout of our web page, or we can say website. We have to create a preloader thing before we create the body of our website. So we'll keep these small things in mind, and later we'll see what vital part these small things play in making a website more interactive to the user. So we'll start the code by writing over here inside the body tag. So let's use comments for different sections. So we'll write here preloader. Fine. So this is a comment. Now we'll start writing the code for preloader. So first thing first, we'll write here div. We'll take a div tag. We'll write here class. So let's say the class name is preloader. Now we'll close this div tag, and inside this we'll create another div tag. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, loader. Fine. So we are done with preloader. We'll comment it out once again. We'll write here preloader ends. Fine. So our preloader ends over here. Now, the next thing we have to do is we have to start writing the code for the head section of a website. So we'll write here head section starts. So now we'll write the code over here for the head section. So the first thing we have to write here is we have to take the header tag. We'll write here header. Class is going to be header for this, and then we'll close this header tag over here. Now inside this we'll write div class is equals to, let's say, container. So we have to take so many div tags, so keep these things in mind. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here div. Now class is going to be, let's say, row justify content between. Fine. And then we'll write here align items at the center. Fine. So we have taken this class name as row justify content between and align items center. So now inside this, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to brand name. So we'll write here brand name. Fine. Now we'll close this div tag, and inside this we'll take an anchor tag. So we'll write here a href is going to be index.html. So this is the link. Now what we'll do is we'll write here movie mania. Fine. Now after this div tag, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to nav toggle. Fine. So this is the class for a navigation bar. Now inside this we'll write here span. We'll close the span tag. We'll keep it empty for now. Now after this div tag we have to write here nav class is equals to, let's say, nav. We'll close this div tag. Now inside this we'll define a items. We'll write here home, about, categories, top rated, and contact. Fine. Now inside this nav tag we'll write here ul. We'll take an unordered list. Now inside this unordered list we have to use the li tag. So we'll write here li anchor tag. Now inside this anchor tag we are going to write href is equals to home. So this is the ID for home page. So we'll write here home. Now we'll do the same for every category, or we can say every item in the menu. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it 5 times. Fine. So here we are. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to change the names. So instead of home, after we have about, so we'll write here about. Then we have the categories. So we'll write here categories. We have to change the ID as well. So we'll write here category. Then after categories, we have top rated movies. So we'll write here top rated and the ID is going to be, let's say, top. Then we have the contact us. Fine. So we'll write here contact, and instead of home, we'll write here contact. Fine. So we are done with it. We are done with the header. So the next thing we have to do is we have to write here after this header. We have to mention it over here that the header ends over here. So we'll write here header end. Now we have to start the next section. So the next section is going to be home section. So we'll write here home section starts. And after this, we'll write the code for home section. So the home section starts with the section tag. We'll write here section. Class is going to be home. So let's name it as home section, this class. We'll write here ID as well. So let's say the ID is home. Now we have to create a shape over here. If we move back to our website and if we go to the home page, you can see we have a shape over here. The shape is rotating 360 degrees. So we'll create the shape first. Now for that, what we have to do is we have to write here. We have to close this section tag first. Now inside this section tag, we'll mention a comment again. So let's say we'll write here shape for this particular shape. Now what we'll do is we'll write here div. Class is going to be shape 01. So this is the class name. Now we'll close this div tag. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to take another div tag. We'll write here div. Class is equals to container. Now we have to take another div tag over here. We'll write here div class is equals to align items and center. Fine. We have to close this div tag over here. Now inside this we have to write another div tag. So we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to home content. And now over here what we'll do is we'll take another h4 tag. So we'll write it over here h4 and we'll write over here this thing. We'll write download your favorite movie in just a click. Copy it from here. We'll paste it inside the h4 tag. Now we are done with the heading. So after this what we'll do is we'll take another heading. We'll take h2 tag. We'll write here h2 and we'll write here welcome to movie mania. Fine. So we are done with it. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to make these arrows over here. So if we move back to our website, you can see we have two arrows over here which takes us to the about us section. So we have to write the code for these two arrows as well. So after this we'll write over here inside comment. So we'll write over here scroll down. Now we have to write the code over here. So we'll write here a href is equals to about, and then we'll write here class is equals to scroll down. Fine. Now we have to use icons. So what we are going to do is we already have these icons present in our system. So we'll mention them over here. We'll write here img. src is going to be inside the images folder. What we'll do is we'll move inside the icons, and inside the icons we have this file over here arrowdown.svg. So this is basically an icon. So we'll write here alt, and inside this we'll write scroll down. Fine. So this thing is done. Now the anchor tag is done. So we'll move back from here. Now the home section ends over here. So we'll write here inside the comments, we'll write home section end. Fine. So we are done with the home section. Let's check it out once. Save the program, open it with live server, and you can see we have all these things over here. We have home, about, categories, top rated, contact, and then we have two headings as well. Fine. So we are not able to see the icon as of now. We'll style it later on. Now let's move back to the programming part. So the home section, we are done with the home section. The next section we have to work on is the about section. So we'll write here about section start. Now the about section, what we have to do is we have to write here section. We are going to take the section tag again. So we'll write here class is equals to about section. Now the class is done. We have to write the ID as well. The ID is going to be about. Fine. Now inside this section tag, we have to take another div tag. So we'll write here div. Class is going to be container for this one as well. And now inside this div tag, what we are going to do is we are going to take some more div tags. We'll write here div class is equals to row. So this is the class name. Now what we have to do is we have to write some more things about the image. So we have an image already over here. You can see if we move back to our website. So we have this image over here as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write some code for this image as well. So let's move back to the HTML file and we'll write here div class is equals to img box. So this is going to be the name of our class. And inside this, we'll take another div tag and we'll write here class is equals to shape 02. So why we are doing here because if we move back to our website, you can see we have this shape over here as well. So we'll style this shape as well later on in the CSS file. For that, we need to mention the class. So that's why we are using here class as shape2. Fine. Now after this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here img. So we are going to add the image now. We'll write here img src is going to be inside the img folder. We have about.png and we have to mention the alternate here as well. So we'll write here alternate as about us. Fine. Close the img tag and we are done with it. Now inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to write here div class is equals to about content, and then we have this div as class row. Now inside this, what we have to do is we have to mention the section title. So the section title is about us. So we'll write some code for that as well. We'll write here div class is going to be section title. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to take and we'll write here about us. Fine. Now after these two div tags, what we have to do is we have to mention a paragraph here. So the paragraph is this one over here. So this is the paragraph. This is nothing but a paragraph which most of the prototypes of any websites use. So what we'll do is we'll copy it from here. And what we are going to do is we are going to use the p tag. Inside the paragraph tag, we are going to paste this. Fine. So this is our paragraph. Now we are done with the paragraph tag as well. After the paragraph tag, what we have to do is we have to write here div. We are going to take another div. We'll write here class. So class is going to be stats for all the stats we have for our website. Now inside this div tag, we are going to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to row. And over here, we'll write div class is equals to stat box. Fine. So we are writing the code for these stats over here. We have daily downloads, movies available, and happy clients, right? So we are writing the code for this only. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to close this div tag, and inside over here we have to write h2, and inside h2 we'll write 150k plus. Fine. Now we have to write it over here h5. So let's say we are writing over here daily downloads. So we are done with it. The next thing we have to write here is div. Class is going to be statbox again. Now inside this div tag we'll write h2. The heading is going to be 2500 plus, and then we'll write h5. Fine. For h5, what we'll write here is movies available. So we have to do this thing for more time. We'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here. The class will remain the same. Now instead of 2500 we have to mention the happy clients over here. So we'll write here 1 million plus, and instead of movies available we'll write happy clients. Fine. So we are done with it. Now after this particular div tag, what we have to do is we have to mention the contact button as well. So we'll mention the heading over here, we'll write here contact button, and we'll write the code over here. So the code starts with a, href is equals to hash contact. This is the contact, this is the ID basically for the contact page, for the contact section. So then we'll write here class is button1, and we'll write here contact us. Fine. So the anchor tag is closed. We are done with the section. So we are done with this particular section as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here about us ends over here. So we'll write here about us end, or we can say the about section end. So we are done with the about section as well. Save the program for now, move to the browser, and here you can see it's not okay, it's working. So here you can see if I increase the size of our browser, you can see this is a about section. We have an image over here, we have about us, we have all the stats, we have daily downloads of 150,000 and plus, we have movies available over 2500, and we have 1 million plus happy clients. Then we have a link over here for the contact us. So we'll create a button later on in the CSS part for this. So let's move on to the programming part again. Now the next section we have to mention over here is the categories section. So if I take you to this website, you can see we have categories over here. We have 6 different categories. So we have to write the code for this part as well. So let's move ahead and write the code for categories as well. So we'll write here categories, and we'll write here section start. Fine. So the category section starts over here. What we'll do is we'll take a section tag again. So we'll write here section class is equals to, let's say, service section, and then we have ID. Fine. So ID is going to be categories. We'll close this section tag. Now inside this section tag we'll take a div tag. Div class is going to be container, and inside this we'll take another div tag. We'll write here div class is row, and inside this we'll take another div tag. So we'll write here div class is equals to section title. So we are using all these classes because we'll need them in the CSS part. So what we'll do is we'll write here h1. Now inside h1 we'll write categories. Fine. Now over here what we'll do is we are going to take div class is going to be row, and what we'll do is we'll write here the code for all the category items. So basically we have 6 different category items. We have 6 different categories of our movies. So if you can see it over here, we have western, mystery, drama, animation, comedy, and fantasy. So we'll write the code for them. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll write over here first we have to mention, let's mention it over here what we are doing here. So we'll write here categories start. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll start writing the code over here. We'll take a div tag. Class is going to be service item. So we'll write here service item as the class name, and inside this we are going to take another div tag. We are going to name it as service item inner. So this is going to be another class. Now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here the image code, right? We are going to add the image over here. So we'll write here img src is going to be img slash, so we have service folder, so we'll write here service. Now inside the service we have one.png as a image, so we'll write here alternate as category 1. Now close this. After this we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class as overlay, so we'll write here class as overlay. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write the heading. So basically we are going to mention the category name over here, so we'll write here h3, and inside h3 we'll write Western. Fine, so this is going to be the first category. Now so the first service item, or we can say the first category, ends over here. Now after this what we have to do is we have to add 5 or 6 more categories, right? We have to add 6 categories to our website. So what we are going to do is we are going to write the code for second category of a movie. So we are going to copy this from here and we are going to paste it over here. So the class name will remain the same. The class name will remain as service item. Then we have the inner class name as service item inner. Then inside this image source, what we have to do is we have to change the image over here. We'll write 2.png over here. The overlay class will remain the same. Now instead of Western we have to write here mystery. So we'll write here mystery. So this is a second category. Now what we have to do is we have to copy this piece of code again. So we have to do it for 6 categories, right? So we are already done with 2, so we'll paste it 4 times. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to change the image name over here. So we have 3, and then instead of mystery we have drama, fantasy, comedy, and lastly we have animation. So this one will be drama. Fine, so we'll write here drama. And then we have here as 4.png. Then instead of mystery what we have here is fantasy. So we'll write here fantasy, and after fantasy we have this image name as 5.png, and the category name is going to be comedy. Fine, so we'll write here comedy at number 5th, and lastly we have animation. So for animation the image is 6.png, and instead of mystery we'll write here animation. Fine, so we are done with it. Now the categories ends over here, so we have to close the section tag as well. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to write here category section ends. So we'll write a category section ends over here. Now what we have to do is we have to save this program, move back to the browser, and you can see it over here. We have Western, we have mystery, we have drama, fantasy, comedy, and animation. We have all the 6 categories, right? We'll style them later according to our needs in the CSS part. So for now, what we are doing is we are creating the layout of our website. So this will remain the same. Now let's move ahead and we'll write the code for next section. So the next section we have is the top rated section. So we'll write here top rated section start. Now what we have to do is we have to take the section tag again. So we'll write here section class is equals to, let's say, work section. So this is going to be the name of our class for top rated section. So we'll write here id as top now. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here div class is equals to container, and then we have div class is equals to row here. Fine. Now inside this div with class as row, what we have to do is we have to mention the section title. The section title is top rated movies, so this part will remain the same for all the sections. So we'll write here div class is equals to section title. So we'll write here section title, and after this we'll write here h1, and then we'll write here top rated movies. Fine. So we are done with the heading. Now inside this what we have to do is we have to mention all the 6 different top rated movies we have. Right. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here div class is going to be row again. Now inside this div tag what we have to do is we have to mention all the 6 top rated movies. Fine. So we'll write here top rated movies start. Now after this what we are going to do is we are going to take another div. Class is going to be work item, and now inside this div tag we have to write here div class is going to be work item inner. Fine. Now inside this we have to add images. So we'll write here img. We are going to add 2 images basically, so we'll discuss it later why we are doing so. So we'll write here img src, and src is going to be img slash works, and inside the works folder we have another folder as thumb. Now we'll add 1.jpg from here. This is the base file. We'll write here data large, and inside the data large what we are going to do is we are going to write here img slash works slash large, and we have this 1.png over here. So these 2 files are basically same files, so they are saved with different names. One is a png file and another one is the jpg file. We'll write here alt, we'll write here movie 1. Fine. Now close this, and after this what we have to do is we have to create a div tag with class as overlay, and we have to write something over here. We have to write the heading. So the heading is going to be Dr. Strange. Fine. So this is the heading of our first movie. Now what we have to do is we are done with the first item. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here for the second movie. The second movie we have the image as 2.jpg and 2.png. Now instead of Doctor Strange, the second movie name is Captain Marvel. Fine. So we'll write here Captain Marvel, then we'll copy this and we'll do the same for almost all the movies, right? For all the top rated movies. So we are done with this part. We are done with Doctor Strange and Captain Marvel. Then we have 3.png and jpg as the file name or as the image name. So instead of Captain Marvel we have Aquaman. So we have all the movies from So we have movies from Marvel universe and from DC universe. I believe that you guys might be a fan of any of these universe. So let's move ahead, and instead of Aquaman, we have 4.jpg and 4.png as our next file names, and instead of this Captain Marvel, what we have here is X-Men. Fine. Then over here we have to mention the file name is 5, and instead of movie name, what we have to write here after X-Men is Guardians of the Galaxy. Then the last movie we have is the Dark Knight. So we'll write here the Dark Knight, and we are done with the top rated movie part as well. So the work section ends over here, or we can say the top rated movie section ends over here. So we'll mention it over here. We'll write here top rated end. So we are done with the top rated section as well. Save the program once, move to the browser, and if we check it over here, you can see we have all the movies. We have Dark Knight, Guardians of the Galaxy, X-Men, Aquaman, Captain Marvel, and Doctor Strange. So it looks really simple for now, right? We'll change them in the CSS part, as I mentioned it earlier as well. We'll do it in the CSS part. So don't be so stressed for now. Let's move ahead and we'll write the code for contact us section now. So we'll mention it over here. We'll write here contact section starts, and now we'll start writing code for contact section. So the first few things will remain the same. We'll write here section. Now inside section we'll mention class as contact section. Now the ID is going to be contact, and we'll write here inside the section tag div class is going to be container, and inside this div tag we have another div tag with class as row. Now inside this we have div with class as img box. So we'll write here img box as class name. Now inside this we'll write div class as section title. So this is the section title. So section title is contact us. So we'll write here inside h1 tag contact us over here. Now what we have to do is we have to add a form over here. So what we'll do is we'll write it after this div tag. So we are done with the heading part basically. Now after this we are going to write here div class is going to be row for the form. We'll write here div class as contact form. Now inside this div tag we have to create a form. So we'll use the form tag for it. We'll write here form class is going to be form, and then we have to write here div class is row. Inside this div tag we have to take another div tag. So we'll write here div class as left input group. This is a class name. Then we have label as name. We'll write here input type is going to be text. Then we'll write here placeholder. Placeholder is going to be your name here. And then we have classes input control. Fine. This is a class name. So we have added a placeholder over here for name. Now similarly what we have to do is we have to add these placeholders for email or phone and for your message. So we'll write here div class is equals to right. This is going to be present at the right side, so we'll write here input group. Now we'll write here label. Label is going to be email or phone. So this is the label for a second placeholder. Now we are going to write here the same thing. We'll write here input type is going to be text. Placeholder is going to be email or phone here. So we'll write here your email or phone here. And we'll write here classes input control. And that's it. So we are done with this placeholder as well. Now we have to write some code for the text area, basically for the message box. We are going to write here div class is going to be row again. So we'll write here div class is row. Now inside this we are going to write here div class is input group. So we'll write here input group. Now we are going to mention the label over here. So we'll write here label, and the label is going to be message. Fine. Then we are going to write here text area. The text area class is going to be input control once again. So we'll write here input control, and then we have placeholder which says your message here, and we'll close this text area over here. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. Now what we have to do is we have to create the form button for send message. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is form button, and inside this div tag we have to take a button. So we'll write here button. Type is going to be button, and then we have class is button1. ID is going to be button again. Then we have the button name, so the button name is going to be send message. Now after this div tag, what we have to do is we have to add a dialog box over here. So we'll write here div ID as, let's say, dialog for this dialog box. Then we'll write here thank you for contacting us, and we'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. Fine. So this is the text that will be present inside the dialog box. Fine. So we are done with it. We are done with the form tag. Now inside the section tag we have to mention some more things. So we are going to mention the things present after this form. So if we move back to this website over here, you can see we have this form over here. We have the send message button. Now we have to mention these three things. We have to mention address, phone, email, and then we have some icons for Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Fine. So we'll write the code for this thing only now. So let's move back, and now after this particular div tag, what we have to do is we have to create another div tag. We'll write here div class is row. Now inside this div tag we have to write here div class is contact info. This is going to be the class for this particular div tag. Now inside this we have to take another div tag. We have to mention the class is row over here. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here div class is equals to info item, and we have to mention address over here. So we'll write here h5 address, and we have to write here address. Now after this address we have to mention our address, so we'll mention it inside the paragraph tag. So we'll write here p. Now mention the address over here. We'll write here sector, let's say XYZ, and our website is present in USA, so we'll write here USA. Then we'll write here some number. So let's say this is our address. Now after this div tag we have to mention the phone number here. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here, we'll paste it here. The class name will remain the same, the heading will change to phone, and we have to mention the phone number over here. So we'll write here 91, and then we'll mention some number. Fine. So this is the number, and then we'll copy it from here, and we'll do the same thing for email as well. So we'll write here email in place of phone. Now we have to mention the email of our website. So we'll write here moviemania@movie.com. Fine. So this thing ends over here. We have all our div tags ending over here. We have the section tag. But before we close the section tag, so what we have to do is we have to include the icons for Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Fine. So we have to add them as well. So what we'll do here is we'll write here div class is going to be row again. Now inside this we'll write div class is going to be social links. So we'll write here social links. Now inside this we have to mention them. We have to write here anchor tag. We'll write here href. Href is say hash for now. We'll write here title. Title is going to be Facebook. And then we have to add the image, or we can say the icon. So we'll write here img. src is going to be inside the img folder. We have this icons. So we'll write here icons, and inside this we have facebook.svg. Fine. So this is the icon we have already downloaded. We'll write here alt. We have to mention here as Facebook. We have to close the img tag, and that's it. We are done with the Facebook part. So what we'll do next is we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here again 4 times. We have Facebook, then we have Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram, right? So we'll write here title as Twitter, and we have this file name here as twitter.svg. We'll change the alternate as well. We'll write here Twitter. Then we have the same thing for LinkedIn. So we'll write here LinkedIn. The icon name we have here is linkedin.svg. We'll change the alternate as well. We'll write here LinkedIn. And finally we have Instagram as well. So we'll write here Instagram. The icon name is instagram.svg. Then we have Instagram over here as well. So we have added all the icons over here. We are done with the contact section as well. So this is a contact section. If you can see, it starts from here. We have added a form wherein we have to put name, email, and a message. Then we have a send message button over here. And finally we have these addresses and social media links. Fine. So we are done with this part. Save the program now, and we'll move back to a browser. So here you can see At the bottom we have these icons. So the icons are pretty large in size. We'll style them later according to our need in the CSS part. So for now we have these 4 icons. We have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn and Instagram. So you can see we have everything over here. We have address, we have phone, email, and we have the form. We have to write a name, message. We have to write a message over here. We have to write an email, and then we have a button for send message. You can see we have written over here, thank you for contacting us. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. So everything is working totally fine till now. Let's move ahead and we'll write some more code over here after this particular section. We have to mention the copyright section as well. So for that, we have to write here P. Class is going to be copyright. So we'll write here copyright. And inside this we'll write copy, then we have semicolon, it says 2022 Movie Mania. Fine, so we'll write here Movie Mania in capitals, and that's it. We are done with the footer part as well. We have mentioned the copyright as well. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to mention the light box. So the light box is basically, if we move back to our website, and here you can see if we click on any of these images from the top rated movies, you can see that particular image getting larger in size and we can change it, right? So we have to write the code for this particular light box as well. So we'll move back to our HTML part and we'll mention it over here. We'll write here light box start, and we'll write here div. Class is going to be light box for this particular light box, and then we'll write here div class is img box. So inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is light box close. We'll do most of these things in the jQuery part. So for that we are taking all these classes and all. So we'll write here ampersand times. Now we have to write it over here like this. Then we have the image source. So we'll write here img src is going to be img. Inside the works folder we have this large files. So we'll write here large. Then we'll write here 2.jpg. Then we have the class is lightbox img. So we'll write here lightbox img, and we have to mention the alternate as well. So we'll write here img1, and then we have to mention the caption as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to lightbox caption. So we'll write here lightbox caption, and we have to close this div tag. Now we have to write here div class is lightbox category. We have to close this div tag and we'll keep this empty for now. Fine. We have to do this for all the images. So what we have to do is we have to write here after this particular div tag, we have to mention it inside over here. We have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is going to be lightbox counter. So we'll write here lightbox counter. We will close this div tag. Now again what we have to do is we have to take another div tag over here. We'll write here class is lightbox controls. Now we have two icons over here. We have the previous icon and the next icon. Fine. So we'll write here div class is going to be priv for this particular previous icon. we'll write here img. src is going to be inside the images folder. We have this icons folder. Now inside the icons folder we have this file named trev.svg, and we have the alternate to this as previous. We'll close this image tag over here. We'll define another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to next, and we'll write here img. src is going to be inside the images folder. We have icons, then we have next.svg. Fine, we'll write here alternate as next, and we are almost done with the light box as well. So the light box ends over here. We'll write here this is light box end, and that's it. We are done with the HTML part now. Save the program, and you can see here on the web page we have all the website data present over here. We have all the images and everything present over here. The next thing we have to do is to style our website using CSS. For that, we have to move to a CSS file now, and you guys know the drill. So here you can see we are using some fonts for our website. You guys can use the CDN link from the web, and you can use any font of your choice. So let's start styling our website now. What we'll do is we'll write here. Firstly, we'll write the code for body tag. So we'll write here body. Then inside this, what we'll do is we'll write here margin. So margin is going to be 0 initially. Now we'll write here over here line height. So we'll write here line height. Line height is going to be 1.5. Now after this we are going to write here background color. So we have some predefined background colors with us. You guys can use any of your choice. For now we'll write here F3, F2, F1. So this is the code. This is some sort of white color we can see. Now the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write the code for body. Then we have the code for input, and we have the code for text area as well. So we'll write here text area, and then we have the code for button. So we'll write here button. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write here font family. So font family is going to be railway, and then we'll write here sans serif. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here font weight. So we'll write here font weight, and the font weight is going to be 400. Now moving ahead, what we'll do next is we'll write over here. We are done with these 3 different tags. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here asterisk, and we'll write here border. Okay, so we'll write here box sizing. So we are writing here box sizing, and the box sizing is going to be border box. Then we have the margin again, and the margin is going to be 0 again. Fine. So we'll write here 0. The next thing we have to write here is the code for the container class. So we'll write here container. Then we'll write here max width. Max width is going to be 1170 pixels, and then we have margin over here. So margin is going to be auto. Now we are done with the container class as well. The next thing we have to mention here is the row class. So if we move back to our HTML file, you can see we have used the class as row for almost everywhere. You can see we have the class as row over here. We have class as row almost everywhere in a HTML file, right? So we'll write the code for row now. So the class row is going to be display as flex, and then we have flex wrap. So we'll write here flex wrap, and flex wrap is going to be wrap again. Now after this we'll write here the code for align items class. So we'll write here dot align item, and the class name is align items center. So we'll write here align items at the center for this particular class. Then we have justify content between. So we'll write here justify content between. So basically we have used these classes in a HTML part. So we'll write here inside the justify content between, we'll write here justify content at space between, not space around, we'll write a space between. Then after this justify content between class, we have the animation for our box. So we are talking about this particular box over here. You can see in the website we are talking about this particular box which is rotating. So for that we'll write here @keyframes. So we'll write here keyframes, then we'll write here ANI01, and we'll write here inside this at 0%. What will happen is it will transform itself and it will rotate. So we'll write here rotate at 0 degree. Fine. We have to mention here 100% as well. So we'll write here at 100%. We want to transform it, and what we want to do is we want to write here rotate at 360 degrees. So we'll write here 360 degree. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the section title. So for that we have the section title class. So we'll write here section title, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write flex. So flex is going to be 0, 0 space 100%. Then we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 100%. And then we have margin bottom. So we'll write here margin bottom as 60 pixels, and we have padding as 0 and 15 pixels. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to mention the section title for H1. So if we move back here, you can see, so inside here what we have to do is we are going to style the H1 heading. So H1 heading is present inside the section title. So you can see we have the section title class over here in a HTML file. So if we move down to the about section, you can see it over here. We have this class as section title and we have the heading as about us. Similarly, we have this thing for categories, for top rated movies, and for contact us. So we'll style all of them. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section title space H1. We are going to style the heading one. So we'll write here display as inline block. So we'll write here display as inline block. Then we have font size as 40 pixels and color. So color is going to be black. So we'll write here this. And then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be 700 for the section title. Then we have margin as 0 for the section title, and we have position as relative. Fine. So we are done with the section title as well. Now what we have to do is we have to write here some more code. So we'll write here dot section title space H1. Then we'll write here before. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here content, and we are going to write here nothing. Then we have box sizing. So we have box sizing as border box. Then we have position as absolute. So we'll write here absolute. Then we have left. So for left we have the value as 0. Then we have bottom. Then bottom value is going to be -5 pixels. We have width as well. So we'll mention the width here. Width is going to be 80 pixels now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is going to be 3 pixels. Then we have background color as well. So background color is #FF9800. So this is the background color. Now the next thing we have to mention is for the button. So we have the class as button01. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here background color as the same. We'll write here 9800. Then we have color, the font color basically. So the font color is going to be white, or we can say off-white. So then we have border. Border is going to be 2 pixels, solid and transparent. Fine. We are done with the border. We have to mention the padding as well. Padding is going to be 10 pixel and 35 pixels. Then we have border radius as well. So we'll write your border radius, and the border radius is going to be 30 pixels. So next up we have line height, and line height is going to be 1.5. Then we have cursor as pointer. So what we are doing here is we are basically styling the button. So the button with class as button01 will be styled after this particular piece of code. Save it now, move back to the website, and if you can see here, if we move back to the top section, you can see our button as orange in color and the text inside it is white in color. So if you can see here, we have this button all over here. We have this contact us button as well. So the buttons are ready to use. Now the next thing we have to mention here is the text decoration. So we'll write here text decoration is going to be none. Then we have font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have font weight as well. So font weight is going to be 600. Then we have display. So we'll write here display as inline block. So we'll write here inline block. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all 0.5 second. Fine. And then we have ease. So we are done with it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here button01 hover. What if we hover over this particular button? Now on hovering, the background color is going to be transparent. So we'll write here background color as transparent. Border color. Border color is going to be the same. So we'll write here FF9800. Then we have the color as well. So we'll write here color as #FF9800. So we are done with this. Save it now, move back to the website and look for the button over here. You can see we have this button, and on hovering you can see nothing is happening as of now. So let's see what's wrong over here. So we have forgot to put the colon over here, and now I think it will work fine. Save it, and you can see it's working totally fine now. On hovering, the button is changing, and similar thing will happen with this particular button as well. You can see it's working totally fine. Moving ahead, the next thing we have to mention over here is on focus. So we'll write here button01, then we'll write here focus, and we'll change the outline to none. Fine. So we are done with basic CSS part. You can see the buttons are working fine now. The next thing we have to do is to write the code for preloader. So we'll write over here preloader so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Now for preloader, what we have to do is we have to access the preloader class. Fine. So we'll write here preloader. This is the class name. Now we'll write here position as fixed. Then we have left as 0, top as 0. Then we have right and bottom as well. So we'll write here right as 0 and bottom as 0. Fine. Background color. So we'll write here background color. We'll write here hash. This is the background color. So we have to mention here this. It's sort of black. Then we have the z index. So we'll write here z index, and the z index is going to be 1099. Then we have the display as flex, and we have to align the items at the center. Fine. Now we have to justify content, so we'll write a justify content at the center. Then we have transition again, so we'll write a transition, and the transition is going to be all at 0.6 seconds, and it will be ease. Fine. The next thing we have to write here is dot preloader dot loaded. Then we have to write here visibility as hidden, and we have the opacity as 0. Then we have z index again, so we'll write here z index as -99. Fine. So then we'll write here preloader dot loader. So here what we'll do is we'll mention the height. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have width. Width is going to be 30 pixels again. Then we have border. So we'll write here border. Border is going to be 2 pixels, solid in color, and transparent. No, it's not going to be transparent. We have to write here FF9800. Then we have border right. Border right is going to be 2 pixels, solid and transparent. So we'll write here transparent. Then we have border radius, and border radius is going to be 50%. Then we have animation. Animation is going to be ANI01. Then we have 2 seconds, and it is going to be linear and infinite. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to style the header part now. So save it now. We'll move back to the web page, and here you can see the website is working, the loader is working right now. So let's start writing code again over here. We'll write here header again. So we'll write here header, then we'll write here dot header, and we are going to style the header tag. Now we are going to write here position as absolute. Then we have left. Left is going to be 0. Then we have right. Right is going to be nothing because we have to write here top. So we'll write here top as 0. Then we have width. Width is going to be 100%. And we have a z index again. So we'll write here z index as 99. Fine. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Then we have to write the code for fixed header. So we'll write here dot header dot fixed. So inside this we'll write background color as white. So we'll write here this. Then we have position, and position is going to be fixed. Fine. Then we have the header brand name. So we have to style the brand name as well. So we'll write here dot header dot brand name, and we have to write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15. Fine. So this thing is working fine now. The next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here dot header dot brand name dot anchor tag. So we'll write here A. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here text decoration as none. Then we have font size. Font size is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have color, so we'll write here color, then we'll mention this particular color, white color, and we have text transform as well. So we'll write here text transform as uppercase. Then we have font weight, so we'll write here font weight. Font weight is going to be 900. Then we have letter spacing. Letter spacing is going to be 2 pixels, and we'll write here transition as all, 0.5 second, and ease. Fine. Next thing we have to do is we have to write here color, so we'll write here dot header dot fixed dot brand name, and then we have to write here a, and we have to write here color as black. Fine. Now we have to write some more code over here. We'll write here header dot nav toggle, and we have to write here inside this as width. Width is going to be 40 pixels. Then we have height. Height is going to be 34 pixels. We have the border as well. We'll write here border 1 pixel, solid, and white in color. Fine. Then we have border radius as 3 pixels and cursor as pointer. Then we have display as well. We'll write here display as flex, and we'll align items at the center. So we'll write here align items at the center. Then we have justify content at the center. Finally, we have transition here as well. We'll write here transition all, 0.5 seconds, and ease. Then we have display as none. Fine. So let's finish the header part first. We'll write here dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle, and inside this we'll write border color, and the border color is going to be black. Then we have to write here dot header dot nav toggle space span. We are going to write the code for span tag, which we kept empty in the HTML part. We'll write here height. Height is going to be 1 pixel. And then we have display. Display is going to be block. Then we have width. Width is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have background color. So we'll write here background color as white. Then we have position as a relative, and transition as all, 0.5 second, and ease. Fine. Lastly, we'll write here dot header space dot nav toggle space span, and we have to write the code for before and after. Fine. So we'll copy this from here, we'll paste it here, and instead of before we'll write here after. We'll remove this comma, and now we'll write the code. Now what we have to do is we have to write here content. Content is going to be this. Then we have position as absolute. Then we have left. We will write here left as 0. Then we have top as 0. We have height. So we'll write here height as 1 pixel and width as 100%. Fine, it will take 100% of the width. Then we have background color as white again. So we'll write here this, and we have transition again. So we'll write here transition, and transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and is over here. Then we have dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle and span. Fine. Then we'll write here dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle. Then we have to mention it for before and the same thing for after. So we'll write here header, then we have fixed, then we have nav toggle, then we have this thing for after. Fine. So we have to remove the space from here, and now inside this what we have to do is we have to write here background color as black. Then we have to write here dot header dot nav toggle space span. We have to write here before, and after this we have to write here transform, and we'll translate it to -6 pixels. So we'll write here translate it to -6 pixels. Fine. The same thing goes for after. We have to copy this from here, paste it here again. Instead of before, we'll mention after over here. We'll write here after, and after this we'll write here 6 pixel instead of -6. Fine. The next thing we have to mention over here is dot header, then we have dot nav, and inside this we'll mention padding as 0 space 15 pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the UL tag as well. So we'll write here dot header again, then we'll write here dot nav, and we have the UL tag. So we'll write here UL for the unordered list. List style is going to be none, and we have the margin as 0, and we have padding as 0, and after this we'll write here dot header space dot nav. Inside the UL tag we have to access the list as well, so we'll write the code for that now. We'll write here display as inline block, so we'll write here inline block, and we have the margin left as 30 pixels for the list. Now the next thing we have to mention over here is for the anchor tag present inside the list tag. So we'll write here dot nav space ul space li space a. Now after this we have to write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be none. Then we have font size, so we'll write here font size as 16 pixels, and we have this font weight as 600. We have color as white, so we'll write here this. Then we have padding, and padding is going to be 25 pixels and 0. Fine. Then we have display as block, then we have transition as all 0.5 second and is over here. Fine. We'll write here dot header space dot fixed space dot nav ul li a. Then we have color as black, and after this what we have to do is we have to write here dot header dot fixed, and then we have dot nav, we have ul, we have li a, and then we have to write here hover. After this we have to write here dot header dot nav ul li a on hover. So we'll write here hover. We have to remove the space from here as well. So we are done with this. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here inside this color is going to be this one. So we are done with this part as well. Save the program and let's check back at the web browser if it's working or not. You can see it over here. We are not able to find all these elements for now. So what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size over here, and you can see we have all the icons present. We have home, about, categories, top rated and contact. So it's working totally fine as of now. Let's move ahead and now we'll do the styling part for header section, or we can say for the home section, sorry. So we'll write here home section and we'll comment this out. Fine. Now let's write the code over here. We'll write here home section first. So we'll write here $dot home section, and we have inside this min height. Min height is going to be 100 viewport height. So we'll write here 100 VH. Then we have background image. So we'll write here background image as URL, and we'll mention the URL here. We'll write here ./img. Inside this we have this moviebg.png, and we have the background image now. So we'll write here background size, and we'll write here cover. Then we have background position. So we'll write here background position. So we'll write a background position as center. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write a position as relative. Then we have the z index. So we'll write here z index as 1. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have home section. We'll write here home section before. Then we'll write here content. So we'll write here content, and content is going to be this again. Then we have position. Position is going to be absolute. Then we have box sizing. So we'll write here box sizing. We'll write here now border box. Then we have left as 0. So we have to write here 0, and here we have left as 0. Then we have top, right and bottom as well. So we'll write here top as 0, right as 0 and bottom as 0. Fine. Then we have background color, and background color is going to be black. Then we have opacity. Opacity is going to be 0.7. Then we have z index again. So we'll write here z index as -1. And that's it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here .home section space .shape 01. So we have that shape present which is rotating. So we'll write here position as absolute. Then we have height. So we'll write here height as 30 pixels. We have width again as 30 pixels. So we'll write here width as 30 pixels. Then we have border. So we'll write here border as 2 pixels solid and of this particular color. Fine. Now we'll write here right. Right is going to be 5%. Then we have top as well. So we'll write here top. Top is going to be 20%. So we'll write here top as 20%, and we have the animation. So the animation name is ANI01. We have 5 seconds. We have linear and we have infinite. Fine. So the next thing we have to style is going to be the home section, and then we have the row class. So we'll write here dot row. We'll write here min height, and min height is going to be 100 viewport height. So we'll write here 100 VH. Then we have dot home section dot home content. So we'll write here home section home content, and we have this thing over here, and we'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 100%. So we'll write here 100%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 100%. And then we have text align at the center. Fine. The next thing we have is the heading. So we'll write here home section. So we'll write here home section space home content. So we'll write here home content. Then we'll write here the heading. So H4 is the heading. We'll write here H4. We'll write here font size, and font size is going to be 60 pixels. Then we have the font size is going to be 20 pixels away, not 60. Then we have the color. So color is going to be white. So we'll write here this. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin is 0. Then we have to style the H2 tag as well. So we'll write here dot home section space dot home content space H2. Then we have the font size. So we'll write here font size, and font size is going to be 60 pixels for this. Then we have margin. So margin we have to write here as 0, and color we also have to mention over here. Color is going to be white again. Then we have text transform. Text transform is going to be uppercase. Then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be 900. Then we have letter spacing, and letter spacing is going to be 10 pixels. Fine. Then we have to write the code for scroll down. If you guys remember those two arrows, so we'll write the code for that as well. So we'll write here home section dot scroll down. Then we have inside this we have position as absolute. Fine. We have left as 50%. Now we have bottom as well. So we have bottom as 30 pixels. Then we have height and width as well. So we'll write here height as 30 pixels and width as 30 pixels. Fine. Then we have margin left as well. So we'll write here margin left as minus 15 pixels, and we have animation again. So we'll write here animation scroll down. Okay, we have to write here scroll down. Then we have 2 seconds, and we have ease, we have infinite. Fine. So we'll write here infinite again. Now we have to define the keyframes as well. So we'll write here keyframes. Then we have scroll down. So we'll write here scroll down. We have to write here 0%. Then we have 20, 50, 80 and 100. So we'll write here 20, 50, 80% and 100%. Fine. We have to separate them with commas. We'll write here comma after every number. So we'll write here inside this translate it. Okay, we have to write here transform and translate it to to y-axis, and we have to write here 0. Fine. Then we have to write this same thing for 40% and 60%. So we'll write here 40%. For 40%, we have to write here transform translate y, and then we have to write here minus 30 pixels, and we have to write here 60%, and inside this we have to write transform translate y, and we have to write here minus 15 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here dot home section dot scroll down space img. Then we have to write here width inside this, so the width is going to be 25 pixels. Then we have display is going to be block. Then we have margin, so we'll write here margin is going to be 2 pixels auto. Then we have this for the home section only. So we are done with the home section. Save the program, move back to the website, and you can see it looks more like the original website now. So you can see we have home, about, we have categories, we have top rated and contact over here. You can see this animation for this particular block is also working fine. We have this as well over here, and it's working totally fine. Right. So you can see over here that this animation is working on hovering the mouse over it. So we have to write some code for that as well, but it's not working as of now in the original website of ours. So you can see nothing is happening on hovering the mouse over it. Now what we have to do is, we'll see it later on. We'll see why this part is not working. The next thing we have to mention here is the about section. So we'll write here about section, and we have to write here this. Now we'll access this about section, so we'll write here about section. Then we have inside this as padding is going to be 80 pixels, and 0 space 0. So the next thing we have to do is to write here about section about image. So we have to add the image over here. So we are basically trying to edit that particular image inside the about section, right? So we'll write here .img, or we can say .about img. So inside this we'll write flex is going to be 0 space 33.33%. Then we have max width, so we'll write here max width as 33.33%. Then we have padding, so we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels, and we are done with the image. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the image box. So we'll write here about section about image. Then we'll write here img box. Fine. So we'll write here img box. Inside this we'll mention the position as relative. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to copy this piece of code from here. We have to paste it here. Then we have to write here shape 02. So basically what we are doing is we are trying to style the second shape. So we'll write here position as absolute. Then we have height. So we'll write height as 30 pixels. We will write here width as 30 pixels. Then we have border. So we'll write here border as 2 pixels. Solid, and we'll write here FF9800. Then we'll write here left is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have top, which is again going to be 30 pixels, and then we have animation is going to be ANI 01 5 seconds, and then we have linear and infinite. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Next thing up, we have to write here dot about section dot about img, and then we'll write here dot img box, then we'll write here dot img. So we'll write here width is going to be 100%. Then we have display is going to be block, and then we have to write here dot about section dot about content. Fine, we have to write here flex is going to be 66.66%. Then we have max width is going to be 66.66% again. Then we have padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Next thing up, we have to write here dot about section dot section title. So we'll write here margin bottom as 30 pixels. Then we have padding as 0, and then we'll write here dot about section, and we'll write here dot about content. So we'll write here dot about content. And then we have to write here P for the paragraph tag. We'll write here font size is 16 pixels. Then we have color, so we'll write here color as it's sort of gray. Then we'll write here line height as 26 pixels, and we have margin is going to be 0 again. Then we'll write here dot about section dot about content dot stats dot stat box. Fine. Now inside this we'll write flex is going to be 0 space 25%. Then we have max width is going to be 25% again. Then we have padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels again. Then we have to align the text at the center. Then we have margin top, so we'll write here margin top as 30 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here dot about section about content. Then we have stats, then we have stat box, and we have to mention the heading as well. We'll write here font size as 40 pixels. Then we have color as black. Then we have margin is going to be 0, 0 and 5 pixels. So we have to copy this from here. Now we have to do the same thing for H5 heading text. So we'll write here H5 instead of H2. So we'll write here font size. So font size is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have color is going to be gray. Then we have font weight is going to be 600. Then we have text transform. So we'll write here text transform, and text transform is going to be uppercase for this particular heading. Then we have to style the button as well. So we'll write here dot about section about content. Then we have dot btn. So now inside this we have to write here margin top. Margin top is going to be 30 pixels for this particular button. save the program because we are done with the about section. Save the program now, move back to the browser, and you can see the about us section over here. So there's something wrong with this particular section. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll see what's wrong over here. So nothing seems to be wrong over here inside the CSS file. Let's check back at the index file, and here you can see we have to write a about img, save this HTML file, save the CSS file as well, move back to the browser, and you can see it looks fine now. The about us section looks exactly like this particular section. So we are done with the about us section as well. Now moving further, we have to style the service section now. The service section means this particular section in the HTML file is related to the categories section. So we have to style this particular section now. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here categories, comment this out, and now we'll write the code for categories. We have used the class for categories as service section. So first of all, we'll write here dot service section, and now we'll write code inside this. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0. Fine. We are done with this. Now the next thing we have to write here is for the service item, or we can say for the category item. So we'll write here service section, then we'll put a space and we'll write here dot service item. So inside this we'll write flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 33.33%. Then we have after flex we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 33.33% again. And then we have padding as well. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixels. And after this we have to mention the inner class as well. So we'll write here service section space item dash inner. Fine. This is another class. So we'll write here position. Position is going to be relative, and then we have overflow as well. So we'll write here overflow. Overflow is going to be hidden, and that's it. The next thing we have to write here is service section. So we'll write here service section space service item inner space img. We are going to style the image as well. So we'll write here img. Width is going to be 100%. And then we have display as well. So we'll write here display as block. Then we have filter. So we'll write here filter as grayscale. Then we have passed the value for grayscale as 100%. And we have transition. So we'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds, and it's going to be ease. Fine. And then we have service section. So we have to mention that we are so what we are doing is we are going to mention the hover thing over here. So if we hover mouse scale over any category or over any image, so what we want is we want to change that image to gray. So we'll write the code for that. We'll write a service section dot service item inner. And then we'll write here hover, and we'll hover over image. So we'll write here img. We'll write here filter as grayscale. We have to pass the value as 0 over here. Then we have transform. So we'll write here transform. We'll write here scale. And we are going to pass the value as 1.1. Fine. Then we have service section, service item inner, and we have overlay as well. So we'll write here overlay. For the overlay class we have used in the HTML part. So inside here we'll write position as absolute, and we have to mention left over here, so we'll write here left as 0. Then we have top as well, we'll write top as 0. Then we have height, so height is going to be 100%, so we'll write here 100%. Then we have width, which is again going to be 100%. Now we are done with height and width. We have to mention the background color as well, so we'll write here background color as RGBA. So we are going to pass the RGBA values. RGBA value is 0, 0, 0, 6. So it's 0.6 over here. It's sort of black in color. Then we have display as flex, and we have to align these items at the center. After this we have to justify content, so we'll write here justify content at the center. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll write service section space service item inner. Then we'll write here hover, and we are going to write here dot overlay. Fine. Now we'll write the code inside curly braces. We'll write here background color as transparent. So we'll write here background color as transparent. We are done with this part. Next up we'll write here dot service section space service item inner. Then we have to write here dot overlay. We are going to use the overlay class present inside service item inner, and that service item inner class is present inside service section. So we'll write here h3 for heading 3. Then we have to write here color. Color is going to be white. Then we have font size, so we'll write here font size as 30 pixels. And then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0. Then we have text align, so we'll align this text at the center. And then we have transition, so we'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Then we have to transform the text. We'll write here text transform, and we'll write here capitalize. Next up we'll write here service section space service item inner, and then we have overlay, so we'll write here overlay, and this time we are going to write it for h4 heading, so we'll write here h4. And we have to write here translate, so we'll write here translate. Okay, we have to write here transform actually, so we'll write here transform, and inside this we have to translate it to axis, and we'll write here 30 pixels. Fine. Next up what we have to do is we have to mention the opacity as well, so we'll write opacity as 0. Fine. So we are done with this categories as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see our categories. So the hovering effect is still not working over here. We'll see why this is not working. So let's do one thing. What we'll do is we'll remove the space before hover over here. We'll do the same for this hover as well, and if we have any hover effect again, we'll do it for that. So save it now, move back to the website, and you can see it's working now. So it's working totally fine. If we move back to our original website, you can see we have all these images over here inside the categories section. So it's working totally fine in our website now. Now the next section we have to style is the top rated movies section. So here are our top rated movies. So we have to style this section now. What we'll do is we'll write here after this, we'll write here in comments, we'll write here top rated. Now we'll write the code for top rated section. So the class is work section, so we'll write here dot work section, and now we have to write the code for this. We'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0 and 0. Fine. Now we have to write here dot work section space dot work item. So we'll write here dot work item as well, and then we'll write the code inside curly braces. We'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 33.33%. Then we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 33.33% again. And now we have padding as well. So we'll write here padding as 15 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to mention over here is we'll write here work section space work item. So we'll write here work item inner now. So we'll write here work item inner. Then we have to style the images. So we'll write here img. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 100%. Then we have display. Display is going to be block. So we'll write here display as block. Then we have transform. Transform is going to be scale, and the value is going to be 1.1. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Then we have dot work section. We'll write here dot work item inner. So after this we'll write here hover, and on hovering over the image we have to style it. So we'll write here filter. Filter is going to be grayscale again. So we'll write here grayscale. The value is going to be 100. We'll write here transform, and transform, what we are going to write here is scale as 1. Fine. Now after this what we have to do is we have to write here dot work section space work item inner, and now what we have to do is we have to write inside it position. Position is going to be relative. Then we have cursor. Cursor is going to be okay. Then we have cursor. Cursor is going to be pointer, and overflow as well. So we are going to write here overflow as hidden. Fine. The next thing we have to write here is dot work section. Inside the work section class we have this work item inner class, and we have to write the code for overlay class as well. So we'll write here overlay. Then we'll write here position as absolute, and left is going to be 0. So we'll write here left as 0. Then we have top as 0. So we'll write here top as 0. Height is going to be 100%. Then we have width as well. So we'll write here width as 100%. Then we have padding. So padding is going to be 15 pixels again. So we'll write here 15 pixels. Display is going to be flex, and then we have align items. So we'll write here align items at the flex end. Then we have transition. So we'll write a transition as all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Then after transition we have the background color. So we'll write here background color, and the background color is going to be 0,0,0,0.6. Fine. Then we have the opacity. So we'll write here opacity, and opacity is going to be 0 again. We are done with this section as well. Then we'll write here dot work section. Then we have dot work item inner. Then we have hover. So we'll write here hover, and what we are going to do is we are going to write here overlay. So on hovering the overlay section, what we want is we want the opacity to change to 1. So we'll write here opacity as 1. Then we'll write here dot work section again. Then we have dot work item inner, and we'll write here dot overlay. Now we are writing the code for headings. So we'll write here h4 now. Inside this we are going to define the color as white. Then we have font size. So font size is going to be 20 pixels for this. And then we have margin. So margin is going to be 0 again. Then we have transform. So we'll write here transform and we'll write here translate x. So inside translate x we have to write here 30 pixels. Then we have to mention the transition again. So we'll write here transition all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now we are good to go. The next thing we have to write here is the work section. So the work section is here. Then we have to write here work item inner. Then we have to write here hover, and after hover we have to write the code for overlay. Inside overlay we have to write the code for h4 heading. Fine. So we have to write here transform translate x to 0, and we are done with the work section as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see we have all the top rated movies working totally fine. We have all these movies over here. The hover effect is working fine. Click on any and it's not responsive as of now because we need to go to the jQuery part for that. So we'll do it later on. Now let's style the light box first now. So we'll write here light box and we'll write here dot light box. So we'll write here dot light box. Then we have to write here position. Position is going to be fixed, and after position we have to mention the z index. Z index is going to be 1099, and then we have left. Left is going to be 0 again. Then we have top as well. Top is going to be 0. Then we have right as well. Right is going to be 0 again, and we have bottom is 0. Fine. We have to mention the background color. Background color is going to be a little bit darker, so we'll write here RGBA. Instead of 0.6 we'll write here 0.7. Fine. Then we have to mention the display as flex over here, and we have to align the items at the center. So we'll write here align items at the center, justify content at the center. Then we have cursor, so we'll write here cursor. We have to write here zoom out, and then we have display. Display is going to be none. Then we have dot light box dot open. So we'll write here the code. When the light box will open, we'll write here display as flex, and after this we have to write the code for images present inside the light box. So we'll write here light box, and then we have to write here light box img. So we'll write here light box dot img, and then we have so we have to put a dash over here. Now inside this we'll write display as flex, and then we have width. Width is going to be auto. Then we have height. Height again is going to be auto according to the height of the image we have. So we'll write here height as auto. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 100%. And we have padding as well. We'll write here padding as 40 pixels and 0. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here dot light box dot image box. So we'll write here dot image box. Then we have to write here position as relative and cursor as auto. Fine. So we'll write here auto. Now we are moving ahead and we'll write here light box. So we'll write here light box dot light box close. We have to write here. So we'll write here light box close. Okay, so let's check it once. If we have to write here light box open. Now we have to write here light box close. So inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have width. Width is going to be 30 pixels again. And after this we have the display as block. Now the next thing we have is the position as absolute. So we'll write your position as absolute, right is going to be 0 again. Then we have top as 10 pixels. After top we have the font size, so we'll write your font size as 30 pixels, and we have the color as white, so we'll write here hash FFF 6 times. So we'll write your text align at the center, and we have line height, so we'll write here line height as 26 pixels. And after this we have to write here cursor as zoom out. Fine. Now the next thing we have to mention here is lightbox caption. So we'll use the lightbox caption class. So we'll write here lightbox caption. Now we'll write inside here color is going to be white again. Then we have the font size. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels. And we have font weight as 600. So we'll write here font weight as 600. Then we have position as absolute. And after this we have left as 0, so we'll write here left as 0. Then we have bottom as 10 pixels, so we have the bottom as 10 pixels, and we have the display as flex. Then we have justify content. We'll justify content as space between. Fine, so we'll write here space between. Then we have the width as 100%. Fine. Now we'll write here dot lightbox caption, and we'll write here dot lightbox category. So we'll write here category, and now inside this we'll write padding right. Padding right is going to be 50 pixels. So after this what we have to do is we have to write the code for previous and next. So we'll write here dot lightbox, then we'll write here dot lightbox controls. So we'll write here lightbox controls, then we'll write here dot priv. So this is another class. We'll copy it, we'll paste it again. Instead of priv we'll write here after, and we'll remove this comma. So not after, we have the class name is next over here. We'll write here next. Position is going to be absolute. Then we have height. Height is going to be calc. So we are calling a function over here 100% minus 80 pixels. Fine. So we'll write here 100% minus 80 pixels. Then we have top as 40 pixels, and we have cursor as pointer. Then we have display as flex, and after display we have to align items at the center. We are good with it. We'll write here lightbox dot lightbox controls. So we'll write here controls, then we'll use the priv class again. Now we'll write here left. Left is going to be 0. Then we have width. Width is going to be 50%. Then we have to justify content as flex start. Now after this we have to write the code for next as well. So we'll write here dot lightbox space dot lightbox controls. Then we have to write here next. Dot next we have to write here actually. Then we'll write the code inside curly braces for next. We'll write here right. Right is going to be 0. Then we have width. Width is going to be 50% again. And after width we have to justify the content as flex end. We have the padding over here. Padding is going to be for padding right. So we'll write here padding right as 5 pixels. Fine. Next up, we have to set the controls again for previous image and for next image. So we'll write here dot lightbox dot lightbox controls. Then we have dot priv. So we'll write here hover on priv. We'll write here img, comma. We'll write the same piece of code for next as well. Now instead of priv, we'll write here next. And we'll remove this comma from here. We'll put curly braces. We'll write here background color. Background color is RGBA, and instead of 0.6 we have 0.5 over here. And I think we are good to go, but we forgot to mention over here some more controls. So we'll write here dot lightbox space dot lightbox controls. Then we'll write here dot priv. Then we'll write here img. Fine. We'll put a comma. We'll copy this from here. We'll paste it here. And now what we'll do is instead of dot priv, we'll write here dot next again. And we'll remove this comma off from here, and we'll put curly braces over here. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have height. Height is going to be 30 pixels again. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 5 pixel. And we have to mention the border radius as well. So we'll write here border radius is 2 pixels. And we have to write here transition. So transition is going to be all 0.5 seconds. Fine. So we are done with the lightbox as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see the lightbox isn't available at the moment because we have to write the jQuery part for that. So for now it looks fine. Now the next section we have to work on is the contact section. So we'll write here contact, and now we'll write the code for contact section. Now for contact section, we'll first access the contact section class. So we'll write here contact section, and what we'll do is we'll write here padding. So padding is going to be 80 pixels, and we'll write here 80, 0 and 80 pixels again. Fine. Then after this, what we'll do is we'll write here the code for contact section image. So we'll write here dot contact section dot contact img. Now we'll write here flex. So flex is going to be 0,0 space 100%. Then after flex we have the max width. So max width is going to be 100% again. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. We are done with the image part as well. Next thing up, we'll write here dot contact section dot contact image. Then we'll write here dot img box. So we are writing the code for image box. Now we'll add the image for contact us page inside this particular box. So what we'll do is we'll write here padding as 200 pixels and 0. Fine. Next up, we'll write here background image. Background image, we have to provide the URL. URL is, we have to write here dot dot. Then we have to access the images folder. So we'll write here images. Then after images, we have this contact.png over here. So we'll click on it, and here we have the contact image. Now we'll write over here background size. Background size is going to be cover. So we'll write here background size is cover. Then we have the background position. Background position is at the center. So we are done with adding the image. Now we'll write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot section title. Now we have to write here text align. So we'll write here text align at the center. So we have to write here center. Now after this, we have to style the h1 tag. So we'll write here dot contact section space section title space h1. So we'll write inside here color as white, so we'll write here this, and then we have to write here contact section, so we have to write here contact section space dot section title, then we have to write here h1 before. Now after this we have to write here inside background color is going to be white, and then we have left as 50%, so we'll write here left as 50%, and after left we have the margin left as -40, so we'll write here margin left as -40 pixels. And now we'll write the code for contact form, so we'll write here contact section space dot contact form, so we'll write here contact form. Now we'll write inside it flex as 0 space 100%. Then we have max width, so we'll write here max width as 100%, and we have padding as well, so we'll write here padding as 0 pixel and 65 pixels. Now we'll write the code for form tag, so we'll write here dot contact section space dot contact form space dot form. Fine, so we'll write here background color is going to be hash f3 f2 and f1. Then we have the padding over here, we'll write here padding as 55 pixels and 40 pixels. Fine. Now we'll write here margin top, so we'll write here margin top as -150 pixels. And we are done with this part as well. So next up we'll write the code for labels, so we'll write here dot contact section, then we have dot contact form, then we have dot form. Now we have to style the label tag, so we'll write here label, and inside this we'll write color is going to be black. Then we have font weight, so we'll write here font weight as 500. Now the display is going to be block, and the margin is going to be 0, 0 and 5 pixels. Fine. Next up we'll write here dot contact section, then we'll write here dot contact form, then we'll write here dot form, and after this we'll write here dot input group, so we'll write here input group, and inside this we have to write flex is going to be 0 space 100%. Then we have max width, so max width is going to be 100%, and we have padding as well, so we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels. And then we have to mention the margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have dot contact section dot contact form space dot form dot input group, then we have to write here left. Fine. We'll put a comma over here, we'll do the same thing for right group as well, so we'll paste it over here. Now we'll write here right instead of left. Now we'll put curly braces, and inside here we'll write flex is going to be 0 space 50%. Then we have max width is going to be 50%. Now we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form, and then we have dot form, then we have input control, so we'll write here input control, we'll write here width. Width is going to be 100%. And after width we have the height over here, so we'll write here height as 45 pixels. We have padding over here, we'll write here padding as 6 pixels space 0 pixels. Then we have color is going to be black. Then we have the font size, so font size is going to be 16 pixels. And we have background color as transparent, so we'll write here background color as transparent. Then we have border as none, and we have border bottom as well, so we'll write here border bottom as 1 pixels solid, and the color is going to be hash off-white kind of. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form dot input control. Then we have to write here focus. We have to write here outline. Outline is going to be none. Then we have to write here again, so we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form. Then we have to write here form space form button. So we are writing the code from font. So we are writing the code for form button now. So we'll write here form button, and we have to align the text at the center for this. Fine. Next up we have to write the code for contact info. So we'll write here contact section dot contact info. Now we have to write the code for this. We'll write here flex as 0, 0 and 100%. Fine. We'll write max width over here, so max width is going to be 100%. Then we have dot contact section, and we have contact info, so we'll write here contact info. Then we have info item. Fine, so we'll write here info item, and now inside curly braces we have to write here flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 33.33%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 33.33% again. Then we have to write here text align. Text align at the center. Then we have to write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 40 pixels. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact info. Then we'll write here dot info item, and we have to write here h5. Fine. We'll write here font size is 16 pixels. We have to write here font weight. Font weight is going to be 600. Then we have to write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 again. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot contact section. We have to write here dot social links. So we'll write here dot social links. We have to mention flex over here as well. We'll write here flex as 0, 0 and 100%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 100%. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have text align. Text align at the center. Now we'll write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot social links. Then we have to write here A and img. Fine. So we are basically accessing the anchor tag first. So we'll access the anchor tag first, then we'll access the img tag. So we'll write here A for now. We'll write here text decoration. So we'll write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be none. Display is going to be inline block. So we'll write here inline block. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0 pixel and 5 pixels. Fine. Then we have to write here dot contact section dot social links space A space img. Now we are accessing the image present inside the anchor tag. We'll write here width as 28 pixels. Reducing the size of our images, we'll write here display as block. So we'll write here display as block. We'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now we have to write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot social links. Then we have to write here A on hovering over the image basically. So we'll write here hover img. And we'll change the opacity now. We'll write here opacity as 0.5. And we are done with this contact section as well. Now we are left with the copyright section and the responsiveness of a website. So let's check it once, save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see it looks fine now, right? So the contact us thing is working fine. Now if we move back to the actual website, you can see the image is not present over here properly. So the image is not over here. What we have to do is we have to move back and we have to check what mistake we did over here. So nothing seems to be wrong here, but there's a mistake in our program. Let's move back to the HTML part and we'll see. Okay, we have mentioned the class name wrong here. So we have to write a contact img, save the program now, save the CSS file as well once again. Move back here and you can see it's working fine now. So this is our website. The contact us is working totally fine. We have 3 placeholders over here. We have a text area basically for message. We have a name, email and phone number. So these icons are also working fine. On hovering over them you can see them working. The address, phone and email is also fine. Now we have to work on this footer part. We have to work on this 2022 Movie Mania copyright part. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here dot copyright. And we'll write the code for copyright as well. We'll write here border top. So border top is going to be 1 pixel, solid, and of this color. We'll write here C5, C5, C5. Fine, gray color sort of. Then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixels and 15 pixels. Then we have text align at the center. We'll write here text align at the center. And we have color as well. Color is going to be black or gray, right? Gray it is. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels again. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see it's working fine now. You can see it over here. The copyright area is working fine now. So we are done with the website basically. Now the only thing left here is for the responsiveness. Now the only thing left here is the responsiveness of our website. So we have to write the code for that as well. So we'll mention it over here first. We'll write here responsiveness and we'll comment it out. Now we'll start with @media, then we'll define the width. So we'll write here min width. Min width is 768 pixels. So we'll write here 768 pixels. And now we have to write here dot header dot nav, and we have to write here inside this display. Display is going to be block. Important, we have to mention it over here. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write after this @media, and the min width is going to be 767 pixels. We have to write here dot header, then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 7 pixels and 0. Then we'll write here position. Position is going to be fixed. Then we'll write here dot header dot nav toggle, and we'll write here display. Display is going to be flex. We'll write here margin right. Margin right is going to be 15 pixels. Now we have to write here after this dot header dot nav. Now inside this we have to write flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. We are done with flex. We have to write here max width. Max width is going to be 100%. Then we have background color. Background color is going to be white, so we'll write here this. Then we have padding, so we'll write here padding as 0, and then we have display as none. And then we'll write here dot header again. Then we'll write here dot fixed. Then we'll write here dot nav. Fine. Now we'll define the border top. So we'll write here border top as 1 pixel, solid in nature, and of this color, gray color basically, right? Then we have dot header. We have to write the code for UL and LI now. So we'll write here dot header dot nav, then we'll write a UL, LI, and now we'll style them. So we'll write here display. Display is going to be block. Then we'll write here margin right. So we'll write here margin right. Margin right is going to be 25 pixels. And we have to mention here dot header space dot fixed space dot nav. Then we have UL, LI, A. Then we'll put a comma and we'll write here dot header. Then we'll write here dot nav, UL, LI, and A. Now inside here we'll write color. So we'll write here color, and color is going to be black. Then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixels and 0. So we are done with this as well. Now we have to style the home section for this particular screen size. So we'll write here dot home section, and we'll write here dot home content. Then we have to write here h1. Heading is going to change. The font size is going to change to 40 pixels now. Then we have to do the same thing for about section. So we'll write here about section. Then we'll write here about image. Image is also going to change. We'll write here margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have to write here about section dot about content. Then we'll put a comma. We'll write here dot about section again. Then we'll write here dot about img. So we'll write here about img. We have to mention flex over here. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. Then we have the max width. Max width is going to be 100%. And after this we have to write here dot work section. So we'll write here work section. Then we'll write here dot work item. We'll do the same for service section and service item as well. We'll write here service section dot service item, and we'll change the flex over here. We'll write here flex, and we'll write here 0, 0 and 50%. Fine. We'll change the width as well. We'll write here max width, and the max width is going to be 50% now. And we are good to go with that. Now we have to do the same thing for 575 pixels as well. So we'll do it for 575. We'll write here @media, and we'll write here inside this max width. Max width is going to be 575 pixels, and we'll put curly braces over here. We'll write here dot home section. Then we have dot home content, so we'll write here home content. Then we have the h1 tag, so we'll write here h1. We'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 25 pixels. And then we have letter spacing, so we'll write here letter spacing as 5 pixels. Then we have the about section, so we'll write here about section space about content space stats. Then we have stat box as well, so we'll write here stats and stat box both. We'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 50%. Then we have to write here max width. Max width is going to be 50%. And after this we have to do the same thing for contact section, work section and service section. So basically for contact section, categories and top rated movies. So we'll write here contact section, then we'll write here contact info, then we'll write here info item. Now after a comma we'll write here dot contact section again, then we'll access dot contact form, then we'll access dot form, then we'll access input group left. Fine, we'll write here input group left, and we'll do the same thing for right input group as well. So we'll write here input group right, then we'll write here dot work section, and we'll write here dot work item. Then we have to do the same thing for service section as well. We'll write here dot service section dot service item. Now we'll write inside curly braces. We'll define the flex over here. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. And max width as well. Max width is going to be 100% again. Then we have contact section again. We'll use contact form from here, and we'll define the padding for this part. We'll write here padding as 0 pixels and 35 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form, and then we'll write here dot form, and we'll define the padding for this one as well. Padding is going to be 55 pixels and 5 pixels for this one. Now we are done with this. Styling of the website is done now. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see the styling is almost done. There's something which is not correct over here. So it's not working correctly as of now. We'll see what wrong we did over here. There's nothing wrong over here. So let's save it once again and we'll see if this thing works again or not. Move back to the website. So the website is doing good over here. And reduce the size, and it's working fine now. You can see we have this website and it's working totally fine as of now. So we are done with styling our website. That's all what we need to do with styling. Now the last remaining thing here is to add responsiveness to this website. That we'll do with the help of Jquery and Jquery Ui. You can see the website seems beautiful as of now, and let's do the remaining part quickly as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript file. So this is a JavaScript file, and we'll write the remaining code here only. So here we are in the JavaScript file. Before we move on further, let's discuss all things we need to do on our website to make it look more interactive to the user. The first thing we need to do is to add the preloader to our website. A small animation will take place before the website opens. The next thing we have to do is to make the web page workable for smaller windows. Here, if I show you this thing in the website itself, if we move back to the original website, you can see on zooming out the Chrome browser, you can see the website adjusts itself according to the size of the browser. The navigation menu is changed to burger menu, and the layout of the whole website is changed accordingly. Some more changes we need to make are related to fixed header, smooth scrolling to all the links, light box, and the dialog box on button click. That's all we'll do for this particular website. Let's start the code for the preloader. So what we'll do is we'll write here let index is equals to 0, and we'll write here const total work items. Fine. So we'll write here total work items and we'll access them. So we'll write here $. We'll write here the class name. So the class name is work item. So we'll write here work item dot length. Fine. We'll need this part of code later on. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here $. Then we'll write here window dot on. We are going to use the load event. So we'll write here load comma function. So we'll create a function. Now inside this function, what we'll do is inside the body of this function, we'll write $. We'll access the preloader class. So we'll write here dot preloader. Then we'll write here add class. So we'll add a class over here. We'll add classes loaded. We have already written the CSS part for this loaded class. Now we are done with this part. Save the program and we'll open this website with live server again, and you can see the preloader is not here as of now. We'll move back to the CSS part. We have commented it out so that it will be easy for us to work on the other CSS parts. So we'll remove this comment from here. We'll paste it here. Fine. Save the program now. Save the JS file as well. So here you can see we have the preloader over here. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to write the code for nav toggle. So we'll write here $. Again we'll write here document. Then we'll use the ready function. So we'll write here ready. Then we'll write here function. So what we'll do is we'll keep all this code inside document.ready function. So we'll paste it over here first. Save it now. Let's see if this thing works or not. So here you can see the preloader is, we are getting it again and again. So it's not stopping as of now. What we'll do next is we'll move back to the JavaScript file and we'll write the code again here. Now what we'll do here is we'll write here the code for nav toggle. So we'll write here $. Then we are going to access the nav toggle class. We'll write here nav toggle. Then we'll write here click. Then we'll write here function. And inside the body of this function, we'll write $. We'll write dot header space dot nav. We are going to access two different classes. Then we'll write here slide toggle. Fine. So we'll use the slide toggle function from jQuery. Then after this, what we'll do is we'll write here $. Then we'll again access these two classes along with the anchor tag. So we'll write here dot header. Then we have dot nav. Then we'll access the anchor tag as well. Then we'll write here dot click We'll create a function for this. We'll write here function, and now what we'll do is we'll write here if, we'll write here dollar, then we'll write inside this window dot width, and if the width is going to be less than 768, what will happen is the header and the navigation bar will toggle, they will slide toggle again. So we'll write here dot header dot nav, then we'll write here dot slide toggle again. We'll call the slide toggle method once again here. So we are done with this part. Save the program. For now what we'll do is we'll save the CSS file and the index file as well. We'll access this with live server again, and here we are in the website. Reduce the size, and you can see the slide toggle method is working totally fine. We have about, we have this categories section over here, we have top rated, and we have contact. So each section is working according to our need. So the website is working totally fine as of now. The next thing we have to write here inside a JavaScript file is for the fixed header. So what we'll do is we'll write a comment over here. We'll write fixed header because we are going to write the code for fixed header now. So we'll write here dollar, then we'll use the whole window, then we'll write here scroll. We'll create a function over here. Now inside this function, now inside the body of this function, basically what we'll do is we'll write a if dollar, then we'll use this dot scroll top. So we have to write a scroll top, and this is a method. So we'll write here if scroll top is greater than 100, what will happen is we'll write here dollar, then we'll again access the header. So we'll write here header, and we'll write here add class. So we are going to add the fixed class over here. We'll write here fixed, and we'll write the code for else part as well. Fine. So we'll write here else. What happened inside the else block is going to be dollar, then we have to write here inside this dot header, then we have to write here dot remove class, and we have to remove the fixed class. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. We are done with the fixed header part. Move back to the website, and you can see the header is fixed now. So you can see the header is over here in all the pages. So it's working totally fine as of now. Now let's move ahead, and now we'll write the code for smooth scrolling to all the links. Fine. So we'll write here dollar. We'll access the anchor tag. So we'll write here A inside double inverted commas. Then we'll write here on. We are going to use the click event. We'll write here click. We'll create a function again. We'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to make sure that this dot hash has a value before overriding default behavior. So if we write here if, then we have to write here this dot hash not equals to and we have to put a space over here. Then inside this we have to prevent the default anchor click behavior. We'll write here event dot prevent default. So this is a predefined function. Now what we'll do is we'll store the value of hash inside a variable. So let's say we are using the var hash. Now we'll write here is equals to this dot hash. Now we have the hash variable present inside hash. So we have the value of hash basically present inside the hash variable. Now we'll use jQuery's animate method to add smooth page scroll. So the optional number which is 800, it specifies the number of milliseconds it takes to scroll to the specified area. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here $, we'll write here HTML comma body. So we are going to use these two tags. Then we'll write here animate. So inside this animate function, what we have to do is we have to define the properties as well. So we'll write here scroll top. Scroll top is going to be $. Then we have to access hash over here. Then we'll write here offset. We have to call this offset method. We'll write here dot top. Fine. Now we have to pass the timer as well. So we'll write here 800 in milliseconds, and we have to create another function over here inside this function. Now inside this function, we'll use hash to URL when done scrolling. So default click behavior basically. So we'll write here window dot location dot hash. Fine, is equals to hash. Okay, so we have to write here function. So the spelling mistake we have over here. So we are done with this. The if statement ends over here. Now what we have to do next is we have to set lightbox image max height. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here, we'll take a constant, we'll write here const w height. So let's say this is a variable, we'll write here $. Then we'll access the whole window. We'll write here dot window. Then we'll write here dot height, and we'll call this method. Then we'll write here $. We'll access the lightbox image class. So we'll write here dot lightbox image. So we'll write here lightbox dot image. We'll use the CSS property. So we'll write here dot CSS. Then we'll write here max height. So we'll write here max height, and we'll write here w height plus pixels. Fine, so we'll write here pixels inside double inverted commas. Now we have to do this for lightbox as well. So we'll write here after this $. Again we'll write here dot work item. So basically we are taking the top rated movies, the inner part from them. So we'll write here dot inner. Then we'll write here dot click. We'll create a function for this. So we'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to write here index. Index is going to be $. This dot parent. And inside here we'll mention the work item class. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll write here dot index. And in the next line we'll write here $lightbox again. So we'll write here $.lightbox. Then we'll write here dot add class. So we'll add the open class over here. So we'll write here dot open, and we have to call a method now. So we'll write here $slidebox slideshow, and we are good to go with it. In the next line, what we have to do is we have to write the code for previous and next buttons. So we'll write here $. We are going to access the lightbox prev class. So we'll write here dot lightbox dot prev. Then we'll write here dot click. On clicking the button, what we have to do is we have to call a function. We'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write here if index is equals to 0, then what will happen is we'll write here index is equals to total work items minus 1. So we'll write here total work items minus 1. So we have taken this variable initially. If you can see here, the initial value of this items was the length of the work items. So we'll mention it over here. Now we have to mention the else part as well. We'll write here else, and inside this we'll write index minus minus. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to call the lightbox slideshow method again, and we are done with the previous part. Now we have to do the same thing for the next part. So we'll write here $dot lightbox, and then we'll access the next class. Then we'll write here dot click. We'll call a function. We'll create this function. Now inside the body of this function we'll write if index is equals to total work items minus 1, then index is going to be 0, and we'll write the else part as well. We'll write here else, and inside else we'll increase the value of index. We'll write here index plus plus, and once again we are going to call this lightbox slideshow method over here. Fine. Now we are done with these two parts. What we have to do is we have to close the lightbox as well. So we are going to write the code for that now. We'll write here $. We'll write here lightbox. Then we'll use the lightbox close class over here. We'll write here dot click. We'll create a function for this, and inside here we'll write $. We are going to remove this class. Basically we are going to remove this open class. So we'll write here dot lightbox dot remove class. Which class we are going to remove is the open class. Fine. So what we want to do next is we want to close the lightbox when clicked outside of the image box as well. So we'll write the code for that part as well. We'll write here $. Then we'll write here lightbox. We'll write here dot click. We'll write here function. We are going to create an event now. So we'll write here event. Now inside the body of this function we'll write if $event dot target dot has class lightbox. So we'll write here dot lightbox. We have to create the body. So we'll write here $this dot remove class. We are again going to remove the class as open. So we are done with this as well. Now the next part is to create the function lightbox slideshow. Fine. So for that we'll write here function lightbox slideshow. This is going to be a function and we are going to create it. We'll write here const img src is equals to $. We'll write here dot work item. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll write here dot eq index. So basically we are taking the index. We are going to find the image. We'll write here dot find. We'll write img inside this, and then we'll write attribute over here. So we'll write attribute. Attribute is data large. Fine. So we'll write here data large, and then we have to take another constant. So we'll write here const category. Category is going to be $. Then we have to access the work item class again. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll do the same thing again. We'll write here dot eq index. Then we'll write here dot find. Now inside find we have to mention h4 over here. Then we have to write HTML. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here dollar. Then we have to write here dot lightbox img dot attribute. So we'll write here dot attr. Then we are going to write here src comma image source. So we'll write here img src now. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here dollar. We are again going to access the lightbox category. So we'll write here lightbox category. Then we'll write here dot html category. And after this we have to write here dollar dot lightbox counter. Fine. We'll write here dot html. Now inside this we'll write here total work items plus, and we are going to write here plus index plus 1. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. We are done with the lightbox part. Now the last thing remaining is the dialog box on button click. So let's check it out if this thing is working or not. Save the program, move back to the website, click on any movie, and you can see the top rated movie section is working fine. The lightbox is working fine basically. Click on out of it and you can see it's working fine. Click on the image, you can see the image changing. Click on the cross over here, you can see the lightbox closing. It's working totally fine. One thing which is not working over here is on clicking outside of this image, the lightbox is not closing. So what we have to do is we have to remove this dot from here, save it now, move back to the website, click on any image, click off outside the image, and you can see it's working totally fine now. Fine, we are done with the lightbox. Now the last thing remaining is the dialog box. Fine, so let's write the code for dialog box as well. We'll write here after this dollar. So we have to access the button, so the button ID is button. Then we'll write here dot click. We are going to create a function. We are going to use Jquery Ui for this. You can add more interactions, or we can say more widgets to this, but for now we are going to use the dialog box widget. So we are going to write here dollar. Then we are going to write here hash dialog, and then we'll write here dot dialog. We'll pass open over here, then that's it. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to write here dollar. Then we are going to access the dialog box again. We are going to write here dot dialog again. So we are going to write here dot dialog. Now we have to define the properties of this dialog box widget. So we are going to write here title. Title is going to be thank you for contacting. Then we have close on escape property. So we'll write here close on escape. We'll write here false for close on escape. Then we have model as well. So we'll write here model as true. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll set the auto open property to false for now. We'll write here auto open and we'll write here false. Fine. So here we are done with the website. Save the program and let's do one thing. Let's open this whole thing again with live server and we'll see if our website is working. So you can see the preloader thing is working now. fine. And we have this about us section. We have the categories section for our movies. It's all working totally fine. Then we have the top rated movies over here. It's working fine as well. Then we have the contact us section over here. We'll write a name over here again. We'll write here Kaushal. Email is going to be kaushal@gmail.com. Then we'll write some message over here. We'll write thank you, send message, and you can see it says thank you for contacting. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. So this thing is also working fine. The title is thank you for contacting. If we try to click on any of these placeholders now, you can see we are not able to do it because of the model property. So the website is working totally fine. All the icons and everything is working fine. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see the burger menu as well. It's working fine as well. And it looks good, right? And with that, we come to the end of this full course tutorial. I hope to see you guys again very soon. If you enjoyed watching the video, do give it a thumbs up, comment your doubts below, and the experts will answer them for you. Thank you so much for being here. Watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep coding and stay tuned to SimpliCode.